somewhere in a place known as the Eastern Allied Kingdom. But in a decade, this place will change, forcing it to face a terrifying destruction. Continuous massive explosions kept occurring, ruining a country. The cause was the 5 great evils. To prevent this catastrophe, things took a major turn. Alone sat there looking over these papers, deeply lost in thought. He had taken on the responsibility of becoming their guardian. Alone thought to himself that he really never expected this matter to lead to such a massive situation. Inside a luxurious mansion under the dim lights, he used to be someone forced to work 78 hours a week like a slave, yet now he had reincarnated into the body of a nobleman in a fantasy world. Sounds amazing, right? It truly was a stroke of luck, except he was set up to be completely illiterate and lacked any kind of ability. Alone looked at the book gloomily, wondering what on earth was even written in it. A helpless servant remarked, "He's holding the document upside down." A moment later, the servant said respectfully, "Young master, it's time for dinner." He enjoyed it happily. It was truly delicious. The maid spoke up, "Have you finished your meal, sir? Before you rest, I will prepare your bathwater." Just eating and playing every day, living a meaningless life like a duke's spoiled son. Alone thought, "This is too comfortable. This is the life, except for the fact that I have absolutely no idea where this place is." The maid spoke up, "You should go to bed early, sir, because the young masters will be returning tomorrow." He asked in surprise, "Which young masters?" She replied, "Young Master Leo and young Master Tonio, sir." "You speak as if you've never heard of the Palacio family before." His entire body froze like stone. The Palacio family. His heart filled with terror at a name that sounded unbelievably familiar. The maids looked at him with worry. Young Master Alone pressed his face against the table in anxiety. Could this really be psychedelia? Alone recalled the title of a game he used to play. The very game he used to play during the rare moments of free time back when he was an office slave. It was a turn-based role-playing game. No matter which storyline the player started with, once the 5 great evils appeared, wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession, the kingdom, the noble families, and the cities would begin to collapse drastically. Among them, the family of Count Palacio was the most prominent. This was a degenerate noble family that appeared in a side quest before the main storyline officially began. Alone collapsed to his knees in despair. "That's right, I know this place all too well." He searched his memory, looking for information about this family. Alone looked at the grand mansion in front of him in utter despair. Seriously? Why did it have to be the family of Count Palacio, the very first place to be destroyed by the 5 great evils? Please just let me go back to being a corporate slave, working 78 hours a week. What's the point of living a luxurious life when everyone falls in 10 years? This feeling is even worse than having your salary withheld for half a year. Why doesn't a reincarnator like me have any perks at all? Wait a minute, perks? That's right. Doesn't the fact that I know the game's content 10 years in advance mean I already know the future? If that's the case, I just need to eliminate the causes of destruction before they happen. And so, in order to enjoy a peaceful, noble life, he decided to reform the 5 great evils. He told himself, they must still be children right now, so maybe there's still a chance to save them. 2 months later, in the office, he listened to a report. "I have rescued the orphans in the East. More precisely, the victims who were turned into live test subjects. Among them, I have assigned the management of the orphanage to a girl named Yusha." Alone said proudly, "My eyes were right about you. You truly are a very capable person." He replied, "Yes, sir, but that was a compliment, right?" Since the young master never showed any emotion on his face, he nodded. "Yes, that's correct. Well then, Evan, I hope you will support me even more from now on." Evan stammered, "This is really hard to get used to." Alone looked at his face in the mirror and thought, this face used to have very clear expressions, but it seems like the facial surface didn't fully merge with my soul. Evan was a rare side character in the game. He was a loyal man, which was why Alone had recruited him. He said, "Anyway, thank you for the compliment, young master, but this time you said the raid was to rescue the girl named Yusha, correct?" Alone replied, "Yes." Evan continued, "I must admit, now I understand why you chose that girl. Even to my experienced eyes, having wandered for years in the mercenary world, that girl is definitely anything but ordinary." Recalling the scene when he stepped into the prison cells to rescue the children, Evan was astonished. The girl was so strong that it made it impossible for him to understand why she had meekly allowed herself to be imprisoned like that. Why didn't you bring that girl back here? Isn't doing this a disadvantage for you? Alone agreed. A precise observation. He fell into deep thought. On the surface, it looks like I'm wasting a source of power without utilizing it all. But keeping the status quo is also part of the plan. She is a vampire who signed a contract with an indescribable entity from another world, possessing unfathomable power. And later on, she will become Wrath, one of the 5 great evils, causing the deaths of hundreds of lives. But if the child is raised in a peaceful environment, she will definitely no longer step onto the path of destruction. So, I've defused the very first time bomb. Now I have to come up with a reason for not bringing her back. Alone spoke up. Well, that's true. He leaned forward and emphasized, because the time hasn't come yet. Evan gasped in surprise. The time hasn't come yet. Alone nodded. That's right. Make sure this matter doesn't leak out, and provide her with everything she needs. He took the order. Yes. I understand. Evan asked curiously, is this a letter? Is the content important? Alone responded, it's just a letter of inquiry. She went through something horrible like biological experimentation, so I thought sending some comfort to give her peace of mind would be better. He took it. You even write letters like this? I will deliver it carefully. Afterward, he stood by the window, watching Evan ride away on his horse. Alone felt uneasy. He wondered whether it would truly offer any comfort. The content actually hidden within that letter of inquiry was something he had heard dozens of times throughout his gameplay. This was the incantation used to profile and befriending the vampire race. So, it should have a calming effect. Let the sin of wrath calm down. The sorrow of darkness, the thoughtlessness of light, a talent, a belonging. All of them were incantations that appeared in the storyline of the sin of wrath. But back then, she had completely blackened, and she said coldly, it's too late. In the game, after failing, it would transition into a battle. But now, with everything still at the 10-year prior mark, maybe it wasn't too late just yet. Alone stretched and lamented. One of the 5 doom flags has been cleared. So, is it the next one's turn now? Thinking about the fact that a single incantation could make friends with a monster was honestly kind of ridiculous. But considering they're a race that worships another world, it's possible that it actually works. Those who are in the extreme zone of fanaticism, their mindset is truly hard to grasp. In another place, Yusha was holding the letter in silence. Evan was startled. The mana was still radiating from the little girl, which was completely absurd. Yet she carried a strange vibe, as if she didn't have a single shred of emotion. She spoke up. The one who sent that letter was Lord Alone, right? Why didn't he summon me to his side? His heart panicked. What the hell is this? Evan stammered well about that. He looked at Yusha. The manifestation of mana into a tangible form could only happen when one reached the master realm. He recalled his master's words. Because the time hasn't come yet. Evan said hurriedly, all right, it's because the timing isn't right yet. She immediately pulled back her murderous intent. So that was it. The letter's content. Keep this in mind. The sorrow of darkness, the thoughtlessness of light will gradually fade away. Yusha was touched. That is definitely a promise only the master knows. All right, I get the gist of it now. He was terrified, sweat pouring down his entire body as he stayed on guard. She smiled creepily. I will obey his will. Meanwhile, on his side, he lay on the bed. Today was a very fulfilling day. Even the bright moon is cheering me on. I have to work hard for the next round too. On this side, the pile of books on the shelf fell right onto Alone's head. He squatted on the ground and groaned. It's not here either. Finding clues about the third danger is giving me such a headache. Evan then ran over and said, Young master, we have rescued the second child you mentioned. By now, a lump had formed on his head. He said, Really? Are you sure you treated the child kindly? He replied, Of course, sir. After that child was rescued from the illegal slave market. Suddenly at that moment, the door was kicked wide open by someone rushing in. An aggressive guy walked in and said, Isn't it right here? This guy is the second young master of Count Tonio Palacio's house. He whistled and then said, Why isn't a literate guy like you holding a book like that? All right, I heard you've been studying lately, haven't you? He glared. Answer your older brother. He thought to himself. He's always so annoying. How did the previous Alone even tolerate this? I really want to fight back, but I immediately acted submissive, bowing my head and saying, it seems you still want to use the library, brother, so I'll take my leave first. Tonio then stepped on his head triumphantly. You certainly know your place, don't you? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a knife flew right past him. Looking closely now, the knife was firmly embedded in the wall. Right then, someone walked in from afar and said, you bugs are being way too noisy. Tonio felt annoyed. What the? The eldest young master walked in, pointed at them, and said sternly, I don't want to see blood first thing in the morning, so beat it. This guy was the eldest young master of Count Leo Palacio's house. Instantly, the two of them charged at each other. Brother, I told you to drop that rude attitude when entering the library. Leo immediately replied, get lost while you still can. Evan, on this side, secretly sneaked away. The Palacio territory disappeared from the game very quickly. Alone recalled his mission. Investigate the Palacio territory of the Asteria Kingdom. This place was a territory riddled with vices, running an organization called Avalon. But their power was greater than he thought. Basically, these trashy brothers were fighting over the position of family head. One was a big figure in the underworld, while the other managed a large-scale illegal substance cartel. Alone thought to himself, for the sake of my life, I can't go against these two. Just like that, Alone and Evan quietly let those two fight each other and slipped outside. At this moment, fierce fights kept echoing inside the library, with objects flying all over the place inside. Evan fixed his hair for him. Alone thought to himself, I'll just live happily with the identity of a weak and incompetent bastard son. Afterward, he returned straight to his room, crying out sluggishly, I'm so tired. Though the second child also didn't seem ordinary at all. Evan, who was relaxing, turned to look at him in confusion. Looking at this appearance, Evan wondered to himself, how does a person like this know about the illegal slave market? And the secret biological experiments happening in several other lands, too. How on earth? On the other side, yawning lazily, he felt puzzled. It seemed like he was having a very hard time controlling himself. At this point, he still lay on the bed complaining, I'm so tired. Evan suddenly spoke up. Young master, you are indeed quite strange. You sent that child to the orphanage. Alone didn't look at him, but he couldn't help thinking, did he say that child isn't ordinary? That boy isn't just not ordinary. He carries a destruction-level threat. Inside an allied empire formed by multiple countries, its central nation was the Callian Kingdom. The child we rescued from the illegal slave market is the second boss of Psychedelia, Deus Macalian. After being sold into slavery and abused, while being moved from one place to another, he became the embodiment of one of the 5 great evils, which is sloth. He transformed just like a demon. Afterward, he destroyed nations in the most horrifying ways one could ever imagine. It was exactly this segment of the plot that made many players shocked by the game's brutality. Contrary to his title of sloth, he was recorded as an extremely diligent person who would repay both kindness and grudges many times over. That's why I had to emphasize to Evan to treat Deus very kindly. Shakingly holding his teacup, he sighed, This is way too vivid. Evan said calmly, The reason I sent him to the orphanage is because the time hasn't come yet. Hearing that, Evan replied, I thought about that before. So, was the letter you sent to Yusha about the second child? Alone recalled that letter and replied, Yeah, and there was some small talk too, he recounted. I told the girl to take good care of the rather sickly child I sent over. His figure standing there looked truly lonely, his whole body covered in wounds. At this moment, a pair of tiny feet walked over, and a distinct voice rang out from behind Deus's back. Are you broken? The voice remained calm as it continued. Those are the traces of that thing. His hand moved slightly. Yusha appeared before Deus's eyes and asked, It's the Black Ram, isn't it? She smiled and continued. However, the Great Moon still chose you. Congratulations. Yusha cracked a villainous smile, just like a witch, powerful magic radiating from her entire body. So feel the power that has been granted, and let your potential be unleashed. She extended her hand toward Deus, smiling as she said, If you maintain your loyalty and follow his orders, you'll have your revenge. At this moment, strands of magic gradually radiated from behind his back. Yusha smiled as she looked up at the letter. Now I should send my first reply. Under the moonlight, Alone's lines of messages appeared. She wanted to send him a gentle greeting. Meanwhile, at the Count's estate where they were living, Evan flung the door open and walked in. Alone was still muttering. Where on earth is the third person? He suddenly said, Big trouble, sir. Evan continued, That scum? No, I mean the second young master. Hearing that, Alone raised his head. What? That guy is dead. At this point, the death of the second young master had taken place completely unexpectedly. He wondered, really? Afterward, they gathered at the place where the second young master's funeral was being held. At this moment, two beautiful girls stood on either side of Count Palacio, acting spoiled and saying, Master, the other person is also complaining. When will this end? I'm so bored. The one next to her cried out, Not wanting to be outdone, I'm hungry. Alone on this side was speechless. Bringing illegal substances and women to your own son's funeral? I knew this family was rotten, but this is truly dark fantasy territory. Alone looked down at his older brother. In any case, Tonio dying from an accidental fall. This is different from what I remember. Back in the game, the guy right next to him was the killer. Finally, I managed to kill that insect after 50 years. Now, I am the rightful successor. The actual financial power belonged to Count Palacio. He cried bitterly, saying that he had finally killed that person after all those years. Yet right now, his face actually looked like it was a wonderful stroke of luck. Alone looked over to the other side. Helpless, at least try to hide your emotions. The mastermind is definitely Leo or his lackeys. Regardless, he stared intently at the person lying in the coffin. I only need to deal with the 5 great evils. Time skipped to 1 year later. Since the successor issue had been resolved and Leo had taken over the illegal substance business, the Count's territory became significantly more peaceful. At this moment, Alone and Evan sat opposite each other, and he just sat there eating the food on his plate. While looking at a stack of papers, Alone thought, During this time, Yusha and I have become pen pals. If I keep staying in touch with the girl, it will be useful for the future. Inside the letter, Yusha began to tell her story. Yuna is very good at hide-and-seek. Haydn is very good at playing war games. Deus is still growing up normally, and the boy Margot likes puppet season. Reading it, Alone smiled faintly. It seems they're all good kids. Below that was the text of this month's sponsor list. As soon as Alone saw it, he cried out, The list has increased again. It's interesting that so many sponsors are appearing for that small orphanage. Evan also said, Though it's a bit unusual, this is a good thing anyway. All right, about the thing you've been searching for all this time. Evan continued. I received word from the Information Guild saying they have found a clue. Hearing that, he spoke while eating. Really? What a relief. That must be a list regarding the third boss. I can finally find him now. At this moment, the light from outside the window shone in, brightening the entire room. The two remained silent, each doing their own thing. In another place, a miserable scream rang out. This place was the Margot illegal substance distribution point. 2 people said as they walked forward, The fish of the Palacio family is quite generous. He always grants us handsome rewards. The person next to him also replied, That's right, our organization now has a few hundred members. At this moment, before their eyes were the people who had been murdered. Just a little more. As soon as they saw the scene in front of them, they were startled. The people there screamed miserably, No, my hands are out of control, help. Right after that came a scene of pure horror, as all the people there simultaneously ended their own lives. Miserable screams rang out, and nearby, a figure stood silently in the darkness. Yusha appeared from behind, saying simply, I really like today's puppet show. It looks like there are still many things to report. In his hands are the magic strands controlling the puppets. Deus then turned to ask her, Is there any point in doing these things? Yusha turned back to ask him, What? Do you pity them? Deus replied, No, because they used other people to manufacture drugs. I just don't know if this has anything to do with my revenge. She replied, Of course it's useful. We are creating space for his return. Yusha flashed a villainous smile. How can we let this place look shabby when he arrives? Hearing that, Deus replied expressionlessly, Understood. Right after that, the two of them activated their magic. A swirling wind rose up, and they vanished. The two were like ghosts floating in the night. Everything would happen according to his wishes. Afterward, a light flashed brilliantly in the night. Under the peaceful crescent moon, Yusha's voice rang out. We, the blue moon, are his sword. It had been 2 years since he became Yusha's pen pal. When Evan dragged his exhausted body along. Where are you, sir? Evan collapsed on the grass. I'm back. It turned out he was in the backyard. Understood. Alone said nonchalantly. Oh dear. Evan, you gave me a fright. He gestured and said, the 5th child has been safely delivered to the orphanage. Hearing this, he was utterly astonished. By that time, the remaining 3 sins had all been saved. He handed some food to Evan. Here, eat up. Yes, thank you, sir. The sin of greed was a bit difficult, but with his gamer knowledge, after bleeding Evan dry to the bone, everything went smoothly in the end. After handing over the food, he said, you did a great job running around like that. Now you can rest a bit. Evan asked, is the orphanage mission over? Alone said nonchalantly, yeah, it's done, thank goodness. Evan lay down, sighed, and asked, but young master, aren't you happy? I am, he said. You don't really look like it. He pointed at his own mouth. I'm smiling right now. Then he flashed an incredibly forced smile. Let's just call it that. The sunlight shone down below, and he stretched and took a deep breath. Alone lay under the grass, his mind wandering in thought. This matter progressed better than I thought. Everything is going smoothly. The masters of the familiars all became the 5 great evils after a past tragedy. Although this was set up in their pasts, before they awakened as sins, the chance to perfectly save all of them before their tragedies took place was very slim. If we rescue them after they have already awakened, it will be more worrying. At this moment, Evan asked, how is the orphanage doing? Evan handed over a letter. As usual, everything is going smoothly. Evan continued to say, the children who were initially like broken dolls, things have become a little brighter now. Alone opened the letter. Really? Then we won't be needing any more nannies. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected Yusha to do such a good job. It's probably because her character setting is tied to the Moon Orphanage. She definitely hates having people interfere. Alone called Evan closer. When you look at it this way, Yusha is a good kid too. So, is there anything special in there? In the letter, Yusha wrote, everyone is doing well, and a few of the children here are growing up to be very beautiful. You really don't need to worry about the applications anymore, and you don't need to worry about the children you just sent over either. After finishing the letter, he said happily, it's great to see that they are all being raised properly. Alone also thought, all 5 sins are growing up normally. I guess the environment really matters. Evan asked, so when do you plan on meeting the children? You always say there will be time for that. Alone stammered about that. On the outside, he seemed quite hesitant, but deep down, he had no intention of meeting them directly. It would be good in many ways to get closer to them. But perhaps it's because the process of becoming a sin is too horrific and tragic. Their personalities, as seen in the game's flashbacks, have been terrible since they were kids. He carefully considered, it's true that I saved them before their awakening, so it should be better, but it's still terrifying. He stammered, maybe next year will be fine. Evan replied, I understand. Alone breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, from now on in this horribly dark fantasy world, what I need is a little bit of self-defense skills. He thought, magic requires talent, and do I happen to have it? Evan spoke up to ask, but young master, have you heard about the Blue Moon? Alone replied that he had never heard of them. Evan explained, they are an organization that has become famous recently, hunting down criminal organizations. Hearing that, he asked back, like taking out the trash? Sounds like a good deed. However, in his heart, he thought it wasn't part of the setting he knew, so they would probably disappear soon. Evan said seriously, but right now, they are even killing nobles, which is why I thought you might know about them too. Young Master Alone called Evan. From today on, you will sleep in the room next to mine. The night is getting late. The moonlight lit up the entire mansion. Voices echoed. Now, shall we listen to the weekly report on Blue Moon's activities? Yusha nodded and spoke softly. In the north, Se Lang said excitedly that he had handled everything. He said casually, the heads of the slave traders. He jumped around happily. See, they didn't even know who I was. I love the outfit you made. I told them that if they guessed my color, they would live, but nobody knew. Ryan also spoke up, saying that all the bodies had been completely buried. Raiden, sitting on the steps, also spoke up, the South is done too. He said, those illegal human experimentation labs and that annoying Avalon crowd were all torn apart without leaving a single trace. Yusha smiled creepily. Good. Everything is going exactly according to his wishes. She said, we exist for the glory of the Great Moon. They were all part of the secret organization Blue Moon, those who worshipped the Great Moon. However, a problem had arisen. Yusha said, under his will, everything is perfect, so how could a problem exist? Raiden said that the leader of Avalon was the Count's eldest son, right? During the purge in the South, a dangerous document was uncovered. It seems the Count's eldest son is plotting against him. This caught Yusha by surprise, though she didn't show it too much. What? Her entire body radiated a creepy power. That's right, even the people around her were terrified of it. She picked up the piece of paper in her hand. After the sickly Count passes away, secretly eliminate him with poison. She angrily crumpled the paper. Seriously? 2 years later, just as expected, the challenger Count Palacio passed away. The official cause was announced as cardiac arrest, but based on the drug abuse leading to death, it was all too obvious. A voice rang out, what? It's the Blue Moon again. Alone listened quietly. Yes, they assassinated him in the night, so it's another assassination. Seeing this, Alone thought, it seems they are starting to be more careful with the Blue Moon. Furthermore, nobody wept for the Count at his funeral, which ended quietly in absolute silence. Everyone left coldly. Evan spoke up to ask, young master, what should we do now? Within the next year, the commoner, the eldest son, will inherit the title, right? What is all this luggage for? Alone was packing his bags. You pack up too. He said, we're leaving. Evan was surprised. Leaving? You're leaving the mansion, sir? Alone replied that not quite. We are heading south. After packing up, Evan wondered, the south, you mean Rodmill, sir? Right? He had planned to move to a small village in the southern part of the Palacio territory, which was Rodmill. Someone was standing upstairs, observing his every move. Leo had watched from beginning to end, but said nothing. The delicious omelet and bread aroma wafting from the pan. He happily fried eggs in the pan to the point of craving it. The happy life of the two didn't last very long. After 3 days, they returned to the Count's mansion. Alone scratched his head in frustration. Now what? Another funeral for the eldest son. He said gloomily, unbelievable. I'm back in this bloody place again. The signs of death this time are very different. Why is he already dead? Looking at Leo in the coffin, the cause of death was a sword thrust to the heart. Alone thought, who could it be? Who killed Leo? When he turned to ask the guards about the cause of death, the guards were instantly frightened out of their wits. Their hearts jumped in fear. We are sorry for looking at you, sir. Alone was also dazed. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Alone walked past the crowd. Evan followed, calling out, young master. He asked quietly, Evan, did you find anything? Yes, about that. Evan whispered, young master, could it be that you were the one who wiped out Avalon in the night? He looked toward Evan, then turned to look at the other people in the mansion. A few days ago, on the day they left for Rodmill, Evan spoke up, by the way, young master, if you're going to leave anyway, wouldn't it be better to choose a city? Alone thought to himself, no, absolutely not. Rodmill is the final location in my plan. He had saved the 5 great evils from their circumstances, preventing the future destruction of the world. Rodmill had no connection to the original plot, and it also had a palatial villa. It was the perfect place to live comfortably like a nobleman, the perfect place to live a sweet life. Alone said thoughtfully, there is a reason for everything. Evan immediately stopped him. I won't be fooled anymore, sir. You always brush things off like that when something is on your mind. In response to Evan's sighing attitude, Alone clicked his tongue. Let's just call it that. The carriage rolled out of the Count's mansion. Leo had witnessed it, and he thought, should I kill him or not? Either way, whether he's here or not is useless. I considered eliminating him with poison after father's death. But Leo thought again, since he quietly headed to the border, there's no reason to kill him anymore. Thinking this, he told himself, maybe it's because things with Avalon haven't been going well lately. He tightly gripped the railing, his thoughts still lingering on the trouble. Having said that, he ordered his servant, Alman, to follow the carriage. Alman, who was Leo's right-hand man, spoke up to ask, "Does that mean you want me to kill him, sir?" Leo was suddenly taken aback. What? He was surprised. "Alman, you're one to follow orders without complaining, aren't you?" Suddenly, he questioned it, and Leo spoke up in dissatisfaction. "Your job is to do as I say." The moment those words left his mouth, a sword was thrust into his chest. Leo's voice trembled. "You, how dare you betray me?" He said, "I've been enjoying this Civil War game." However, this person was Haydn, a member of the Blue Moon organization, not Alman. "Quite fun. Up until now, we have been taught by the Blood Moon. The Blue Moon is his sword. We act according to his will. But if anyone dares to harm the Great Moon..." Saying that, he thrust deeper into Leo. Having stabbed him, he decisively pulled out the sword in his hand. "We are allowed to act on our own initiative." Blood from the sword splattered everywhere on the floor. He witnessed Leo collapsing. "That's why I've been waiting for you to say those words all this time. I didn't expect it to take 2 whole years." Leo even threatened, "My people won't let you leave safely." With those words you just uttered, now Avalon will vanish from the continent forever. He even acted very regretful toward Leo. "What a pity. The Great Moon gave you a chance." After saying that, he leaped from the balcony and vanished. The sky began to brighten, and the sun woke up to work just like any other day. For Rod Mill, it truly was a paradise. He woke up happily. Good morning. He woke up whenever he wanted, taking in the view of another peaceful day, eating when he wanted, and eating the foods he liked. He could finally enjoy a proper noble life. While eating, he thought, maybe I should start a bread business. Evan walked in with a letter in hand. "Young master, a letter has been delivered." Taking it, he wondered, what's this? The piece of bread in his hand dropped onto the table. In the letter, it was written that following the death of Leo Palacio, he was requested to return. And just like that, the streak of free paradise days ended in just 3 days. So he stood sadly before his brother's funeral, and he had returned to the mansion once again. Looking at the frightened crowd in front of him, he wondered, why is everyone reacting like this? Evan spoke up. "Young master, since when were you the mastermind who wiped out Avalon?" Alone was also bewildered by this question. In other words, he had fallen into a continuous vortex. Crazy situations. Alone curled up in a corner sadly. "Hey Evan, can you explain to me in a way I can understand why I became the mastermind?" Evan said calmly, "Because you're the only one left alive after this. Leo was murdered after we left the mansion. It gives you a perfect alibi and makes you the heir." Alone was dazed after hearing this. He realized the problem. Evan continued to explain, "Avalon has vanished, so there's no one left to cause trouble over Leo's death." And just like that, Evan said cheerfully, "You've become the mastermind of the case with a master assassin under your command. Are you happy now? What's with that outfit anyway?" He carefully thought, "Geez, when the hell did I even start this? There is no organization that can wipe out a major underworld figure that fast." Alone asked, "Now that you mention it, didn't you say there was an organization that hunts other organizations?" "Are you referring to the Blue Moon, sir?" "That's right. Do you think it's them?" Evan figured, the Information Guild says it doesn't seem to be them. They say the Blue Moon leaves no corpses behind, but always leaves a mark. However, the members of Avalon were killed by swords. It was a sight just like hell on earth. That's what they said. So it turns out that's the reason I'm a mastermind with a master swordsman under my wing. At this moment, he realized, that's right, the Blue Moon doesn't appear in the game. There's no way a weak organization that disappears before the main plot starts could be the culprit. Then who the hell is it? Yusha, on this side, interrogated, "Are there any traces?" Ryan replied immediately, "We left nothing behind." Sailing also spoke up, "Me too. Same here." He laughed gleefully, "It's nothing but corpses over there." At this moment, the door opened and a familiar voice called out, "We're here." Raiden's group walked in as well. The remaining Avalon force is 486 men. Raiden spoke up, just as the boss wished. He smiled and said, "We cut them in half." Yusha was extremely satisfied after hearing everyone's report. Good, perfect. And just like that, Avalon, the giant organization that once dominated even the Asteria Kingdom, turned to ash in just 5 days. Raiden interrupted again. However, it seems the cleanup isn't entirely finished. What do you mean? He held up a stack of documents. I found more nobles connected to Avalon. The dukedom of Antia seems to be very deeply involved. After hearing this, Yusha fell silent for a moment. She opened the stack of documents that Raiden had brought over. She radiated her usual dread. You already know what I'm about to say, don't you? Everyone understood her words. They didn't say anything further. Raiden spoke up. Let's quietly handle them. Yusha then let out a breath. She turned to Rhine and said, Finally, everything with the Information Guild is clear, right? Rhine picked up the paper and replied, Yes. They're viewing this matter as unrelated to the Blue Moon. Deus, standing nearby, also said, The guilds are the same. They're calling it a hell created by a sword master. Hearing that, she asked, Are we still monitoring? Yusha smiled faintly and said, Keep going. This matter must absolutely not touch that person. I've said it countless times, so you all know, right? He then controlled the papers next to him to float in the air and continued. But since that person's own flesh and blood tried to target him first, this case was not in order. Remembering that person's appearance, he said, We are a sword. Hearing this, Yusha showed excitement, covering her face as she said, A sword must not think on its own initiative. Right? Her eyes flashed with a red light, directed toward the window. The Blue Moon must act on orders. Remember, this person knows absolutely everything. The four people on the other side also looked up tensely, her voice full of determination. Never let that person down. Deus looked at Yusha and felt confused. I can't understand why someone as exceptionally capable as Yusha would feel anxious and restless just because of being discovered. Then he held up the stack of papers and said, I see. It's all for the Great Moon for that person. At this moment, at the Count's mansion, the lights inside were still on. Alone sat at his desk and groaned. I can't do this anymore. He raised his head, tears streaming down. After the funeral, he had been extremely busy for a whole month. Alone lamented, I just want to relax and live off money. That's what nobles do. He looked down and thought to himself, even though I've caused a lot of resentment, Leo's death was supposed to happen 6 years later anyway. Because my brother's deaths changed the game's timeline, all the family work is piled onto me. The air right now. Suddenly a call rang out, Little Count. The old men immediately walked in. In each of their hands, they held a pile of items, books, or scrolls. Seeing this, he sighed even harder. By now, Alone's dark circles were clearly visible. He wondered himself, why is everyone working so hard? When the Count was alive, they took their time and even cut corners. Far away, seeing his gloomy face as he waved his hand, the old men panicked. Is he angry? We have to work even harder. I don't want to die. Just like that. His face turned pale from overwork. The vassals must be working seriously because of the rumors about him being the mastermind. Right? I told you to come. Why didn't you come? Now Alone was just a corporate slave in a small company, working in silence. In his heart, he secretly wished they would handle everything themselves. Changing scenes, the fire flared up, and the meat was gradually grilled to perfection. Evan asked the young master. He looked puzzled, raising his head to ask, I must say, I am truly surprised. Alone was controlling magic to fly around the room. Evan continued, to reach rank 2 in just 2 years of self-study, such excellent talent. When did you develop like this, sir? He continued. Normally it takes about 4 years to reach rank 2, and magic can't even be used unless you were born with a blessing. He replied calmly, I guess I have some talent. Since I was anxious, I practiced hard for self-defense. Alone thought to himself, this technique also requires precise mana control. He controlled the magic to continuously fly around. But the important thing was that it was incomplete. His face showed exhaustion. Never thought I'd actually be using magic in a fantasy world. Controlling the magic, he said softly, Initially, I was very excited. Once the plan is complete, there will be no more danger, so I'll just slow down my learning. Right after that, the magic are floated up, but recently survival has become a real issue. I've realized a truth that tears welled up in his eyes from the pain. His mana pool is microscopic. Alone lamented, nothing is working. At this point, he recalled its information. The mana pool a person is born with is just like an athlete's physical build. It's fixed from birth, and his pool is just a tiny bit. Thinking of this, he felt immense pain. He realized the truth that it was so small that even practicing wouldn't help. While sitting and eating, he thought, if all else fails, there is still one way. At this moment, Evan picked up a letter and said, "All right, a ball invitation has also arrived for the young master." Hearing that, he turned to look a ball, and soon the dance day arrived, and they were present at the luxurious house. Around them, the nobles were all present. Wearing his count attire, he walked in with Evan. As soon as he entered, he groaned, "Phew, I'm already tired." A regular evening ball to connect among nobles was held in the southern region of the Asteria Kingdom. Since he was about to become a count soon, maybe he should take this opportunity to build a few relationships. Alone adjusted the scarf on his neck and walked in. Evan, eating a pile of food in the back, asked, "What are you doing, sir?" He thought to himself, "Getting to know the nobles is important for my peaceful future." But as soon as he walked over, everyone around him was frightened by his appearance and quickly avoided him. After that, he reached out his hand to greet someone nearby. That man immediately panicked, and then the whole crowd ran away as if chased by a ghost. Evan, beside him, couldn't help bursting out laughing to comfort him. "Don't be too, don't be sad." He watched them and thought to himself, "Sad? Not really. I anticipated this." So he blurted out, "Evan, I'm going home." Just like that, he turned around. "I knew I'd be ignored due to a lack of dignity. I'm not like the glorious days of the old ancestors." Palatial. Evan, behind him, scratched his head in confusion. Alone's face darkened. Currently the black sheep of the East. But he didn't come here without any calculations either. Alone picked up a glass of wine. "I'll handle this situation with the social skills I've secretly practiced." He then spoke up, "The taste of this wine is very distinct." The girl nearby saw this and turned her head, and before her eyes, his expression became very terrifying. He even used a deep voice. In particular, the aroma seems unique. Alone smiled faintly like a demon. "I want to drink a few bottles at home." However, in his heart, he thought this was a gentle smile, something necessary for socializing. The girl on the other side saw his expression, and her face turned pale as she trembled. Immediately after, she ran away in a panic, saying, "I will speak with my father and have it prepared right away." Alone watched her leave, bewildered. "Wait, that's not it." He said in his mind, "Not like that." The people behind were whispering about Alone. He threatened her to get a limited edition, worse than his brothers, a complete thug. Evan, beside him, couldn't help patting his shoulder while holding back his laughter. He, however, still tried to deny reality. She must just be the type to get easily embarrassed. After that, they left, and Evan said, "Your spoils of war have increased again." He continued talking while eating heartily. "That's an impressive list." Beside him, Alone muttered in despair, "I even have to learn about wine." Alone listed the items in his head. A good horse from Pandam Quit Fenian, metal crafted by Valanda, and the specialty wine of Malentino. It turned out the name Palatio was even more infamous than he thought, and because rumors said he had killed his own good-for-nothing brothers. He seemed to have become someone everyone actively avoided. Well, so much for socializing. Is it just me, or have I drifted even further apart from everyone? He said sluggishly, "I'm going to get some fresh air." Evan stood still and said, "Yes, sir." Behind him, a red-haired girl quietly observed him. She looked at him as if lost in thought. Then she went outside and leaned against the railing to enjoy the view. He kept wondering to himself, where did things go wrong? Just then, a voice rang out, "Excuse me, hello, could I speak with you for a moment?" Hearing this, Alone turned his head in surprise. Did someone just talk to me? Who is it? However, when he turned around, there was no one in sight. When suddenly, another voice rang out. "I am." Startled, Alone looked down to see a petite girl standing right before his eyes. She introduced herself, Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altea. Hearing the name, he thought to himself, Altea. Of course. Alone said, "Yes, hello." The Altea family was one of the three great evil houses of the Shikigami, the black sheep of the north. Alone thought to himself, anyone who approaches me is bound to be abnormal. He looked at the small girl and thought, but why don't I remember her? I don't think I ever saw her in the game. Loria suddenly spoke up. I'll get straight to the point. Please lend me your strength. At that moment, Alone's face grew dark and terrifying right in front of her. Loria continued in a flustered voice, I'm going to be assassinated soon. Her words echoed in the dark night, sounding strangely gentle. Loria looked up with a face full of sheer panic. Hearing this, Alone thought, I received my father's love, and until now, I've always been protected like his own illegitimate child. Duke Altea had fallen gravely ill. She said in a panicked voice, but now. Altea hesitated before continuing. My half-siblings are about to kill me. He wondered, so it really is just a battle for survival? Alone looked down as the realization hit him. No wonder I don't remember her. She was already dead by the time the game started. Loria said in a pleading voice, if it's Master Alone's strength, then please. But he replied, I refuse. Loria still tried to push. I'm not asking you to help me for nothing. She said anxiously, if you help me, I will give you half of the Altea family. However, he already turned to leave, saying, that's that then. I shall take my leave. Alone thought to himself, it's tragic, but just keeping myself alive is hard enough. He shouldn't invite any more trouble, and even if he wanted to help, he wasn't actually like the rumors said. He didn't have any special powers at all. Alone couldn't help but turn back to look at the lonely figure of the girl standing there. Loria's face was filled with a quiet sadness. So he rubbed his neck and let out a sigh, then turned away. Something good is bound to happen to you. I hope she meets a good ally. Then he headed back inside toward the party. Two cloaked figures were talking over here. So Altea has drawn close to the Great Moon? I should let the Red Moon know that good things are coming to that person. The woman beside him immediately countered, no, there's no need. If the information is correct, she's the only one in the Altea family who has no ties to Avalon. They looked down at Loria from above, meaning she isn't one of Raiden's targets. He turned away and said, that works out well then. Every other Altea will be dealt with eventually. Indeed, by order of the Red Moon, we will focus on cutting off the flow of information so that the incident at Avalon never reaches his ears. They quietly watched Alone from above. Meanwhile, inside the party, he lamented, it feels so empty around here. Am I surrounded by some kind of barrier? Alone didn't notice a mysterious girl nearby. She said hello. Hearing someone strike up a conversation with him, Alone got emotional. Was that directed at me? Really? Could it be that this time I can actually befriend a noble? Alone quickly turned around and said, yes, hello. The girl covered her mouth with a fan and smiled softly. Seeing this, he immediately confirmed his suspicions. Again, another shady character? I've seen this face in the game before. Looking at the girl, he thought, anyone who actively approaches me first is definitely no ordinary noble. Recognizing her, he walked up and said, hello, Lady Zenonia. Seeing that he recognized her, Kalia was astonished. Oh my, you know me? He said calmly. Of course, you are very famous. The three most notorious villainous families in the kingdom of Asteria. The three most notorious villainous families in the kingdom of Asteria. In the east is the House of Palacio. And finally, in the west, the degenerate Zenonia. She reminded people of a noble viper. Kalia laughed softly. Famous? Me? She was the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia. If Palacio was a criminal gang, then Zenonia was the high-end version, like a legalized mafia corporation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver. I just need a few noble connections to live a peaceful life. He made a firm resolve in his heart. Even though half my life is already on the line, for the sake of a sweet life, I absolutely must not get involved with them. Alone said with a smile, because you're just too beautiful. Kalia replied, thank you for the compliment. She smiled and said, I'd love to chat more. What do you say? Alone replied calmly, I would love to as well, but there are far too many eyes watching us. In his heart, he silently pleaded, please just let me walk away quietly. Kalia looked at him and said something cryptic, just like the rumors say. Then she turned to leave. I hope to see you again soon. Hearing that, he was left utterly bewildered. Kalia then walked away. Alone stared after her blankly. What the hell just happened? The two people observing from above looked down and said, the news regarding the Avalon incident is being completely locked down. On the other side, his companion added, however, a new tale has appeared now. They looked toward the window where someone was hiding in a tree, still watching him, a tail. Then the two small figures swiftly dashed away. We don't have direct orders yet, so let's just keep watching. We can handle it if necessary. The scene shifted, and Evan scratched his head in confusion. Young master, are you sure it's for real this time? They stood before a canyon, and Evan felt doubtful. Is this canyon really the place we've been searching for all this time? He kept talking. Even though it's the middle of the day, it's strangely dark inside, isn't it? As for your expression, it looks like you're about to ascend to heaven. He clenched his fist, finally found it. My real objective and the environmental effects match perfectly, so this is definitely the place. Evan groaned. If this turns out to be a fake again, I'm going to get depressed. They looked around as they walked inside. Seeing inscriptions on the stones, he replied, this time, it's the real deal. It was way easier to find this place in the game. In truth, the reason he went all this way under the guise of scouting mission was because of the dungeon in the south. That dungeon was called the Labyrinth of Whispers. If you solve all the puzzles in the 8 rooms, you receive a precious holy relic as a reward. Alone looked ahead with a smile. I still remember the entire walkthrough and how amazing it felt to grind for gear here. Before them stood a massive gate inscribed with strange characters. He looked up and marveled to see the entrance of the labyrinth with my own eyes in real life. Even though I was sick of this place in the game, standing before it now feels completely different. Evan spoke up in awe. This canyon looks as if it was molded by human hands. How do you know about places like this? He looked up and said, I've been here many times. Hearing this, he was confused. You've been here many times? Caught off guard, he started daydreaming again. He said, just kidding, I have my ways. Let's go. What a terrifying face he's making. Hearing that, Evan cried out, please don't say things like that with such a serious face. The moment they stepped inside, they heard the roaring of the monster above. Its massive hands slammed together, creating a terrifying noise. Evan looked around and marveled. It feels like if we solve even one puzzle wrong in here, we'll get completely crushed. Alone, however, remained silent, sizing things up. Following that, more terrifying sounds rang out. Evan stared blankly at his expressionless face as he wrote something on a stone tablet, wondering, how can he stay so calm? He watched his face as he intently wrote the inscriptions, completely baffled. Even in a situation like this, Evan recalled everything that had happened. We've traveled together for 4 years, and I still can't understand him at all. No two missions we do are ever the same. Paying off someone's debt, helping a slave save an orphan, taking down a demonic organization, or delivering a meaningless letter. At this point, the monster didn't seem to be finished yet, and he felt confused. Yet how does he know this place inside out when he's never even left the estate? Alone calmly pointed at the monster and said, the puzzle is solved correctly, but it hasn't opened yet. We have to wait for that thing to finish. The noises kept ringing out continuously. Evan kept thinking to himself, still, following this mysterious young master always leads to something good. They both looked over, and he said, oh, it opened. He cried out internally, what are you planning to do this time, young master? Deep down inside, he was screaming, finally, the door is open. Oh my God, I want to throw up. I knew this place was hard, but I didn't think it would be this brutal. I almost broke my neck trying not to look. Then, a pile of precious jewelry appeared before them, lighting up the entire room. Evan cried out, it's finally over, right? Alone said calmly, yeah, let's grab the black ring and go. In the distance, 6 rings were set upon a prosthetic hand. Seeing this, Evan said, that one? It looks terrifyingly useless. Alone picked up the black ring and said, it's a bit big, but touching anything else will only invite trouble. Leave it alone. He stared at the ring in silence, telling himself, finally, I have the ring of restraint. Alone then added, don't worry, the way back is safe. Evan stammered, yes, sir. He walked leisurely, thinking, thanks to remembering the game guide, this was a breeze. However, his companion's expression didn't look too good right now. Young master, did you anticipate this as well? Before them stood a horde of giant golems, so the rocks in the canyon were actually golems. Evan anxiously calculated in his head, an unidentified enemy? Great, just great. I need to find a way to get him out of here at least. Alone stepped right up and said, I'll handle it this time. He listened in a daze as the monsters all turned toward them at once. Evan reminded him, whatever you're planning to do, making our escape is the top priority. Just then, one of them lunged to attack, and he cried out, Wait, a second-tier spell won't be enough. At that exact moment, he whispered, Restraint, activate. The ring on his hand flashed with a dark light. Immediately after, the golems seemed to undergo a transformation as a bright light flashed. Just then, a voice rang out in midair, fragment that inherits the great will of Nyarlala. State the 2 limitations through which you wish to develop. Alone stood in the middle of a pitch-black space. He started looking around. In the game, a selection window would pop up here. So that voice belongs to. A massive face materialized in the darkness. It was the reward for clearing the labyrinth of restraint. True to its name, it was an absorption-type relic that granted power to the user, but in exchange for strict limitations. Alone trembled slightly with tension. That voice sounds too real. It feels like I'm truly inside this world. He stated the first limitation, and the other entity spoke up. Alone held up his hand and continued. For all magic, the Babylonia seal is an absolute requirement. The voice then asked, What do you desire from this restraint? He immediately replied, The power to bend the rules of the world just a little bit more. The streams of power in the air intertwined. Granted, Alone raised his head to look at the pitch-black scenery. Gradually, a light appeared, and he said, The second limitation. The voice rang out again, Speak. Alone formed another hand seal and continued. For all magic, only the sacred tongue of Babylonia may be used. The voice asked again, And what do you desire from this restraint? He replied calmly, The same as before. The entity seemed to fall silent for a moment. Alone raised his head, feeling uneasy. Damn it, did I mess up a step? I even mimicked the skill icon perfectly. Choosing both the hand seal and the sacred tongue as limitations should yield the highest attack power. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat from anxiety. I've mastered all the seals and incantations by playing it countless times, which means it definitely has to succeed this time. Right after that, the entity spoke up in acceptance. The voice echoed faintly in the air. O human who remembers the seals and arcane language of the great forgotten god, we express our gratitude to the one who carries on his will. Hearing this, Alone was confused. Carrying on his will? What does that mean? Immediately after, the ring on his hand vanished. He could tell the ring was being absorbed into his body. It looks like the restraint was successful. The voice rang out one last time. I am always watching you, the inheritor of that will. Returning to reality, they were still in the exact same situation as Evan cried out, Young master, the second-tier spell. Before his eyes stood those massive monsters. He reached out his hand anxiously. It's not enough. He looked up calmly, his eyes showing not a single ripple of emotion. His hand began to channel magic. The iron sphere, which should have shone brilliantly, only flickered weakly even though he had poured all of his mana into it. No matter how much I train, I still can't break past my limits. He calmly formed a magic sphere in the palm of his hand. Well then, it's time to test the power of the restraint. The monsters were rushing toward them. Alone extended his hand, controlling the magic sphere, and the price that came with it. When the refraction spell activated, the sphere transformed into a faint, ethereal blue flame. Next came the shockwave spell, sending bolts of lightning striking repeatedly into the core veins of the cavern. The sphere grew brighter and brighter in the dark space. With the blue light technique, the sphere expanded and spun, unleashing a rapid succession of lightning bolts that struck all around. And finally, the linear diffraction technique. Alone skillfully executed the hand signs to cast the spell. A powerful surge of electricity shot forth from his hand. The current shot straight into the creatures chasing them. Evan witnessed this spectacle in a daze, utterly dumbfounded. As the bolts of electricity crackled and shot everywhere, their pursuers gradually disintegrated. With plenty of current still to spare, the giant figures were struck until they were completely immobilized and powerless. Alone and Evan stood on the cliffside, watching them in silence. After just a few seconds of quiet, another surge of lightning erupted, sweeping through the giant stone monsters. Their limbs detached and crumbled as they fell, and the crackling sparks flickered before gradually fading away. Alone, and Evan looked down from the cliff. The giants from moments ago were now nothing but ruined piles of rubble. Alone's face remained completely stoic, while Evan stood there blankly, still processing the shock, instinctively muttering in awe. Holy shit, this is unbelievable. Once the electrical current below the cliff dissipated, the two of them walked down together. Evan pestered Alone with questions the entire way. Have you been hiding your real power this whole time? Alone just gave a nonchalant, evasive answer. No way. Refusing to buy it, Evan pressed him again. What do you mean? In my 15 years as a mercenary, I've never seen anything like this. Are you telling me that was really just a second-tier spell? But receiving nothing more than a dull yes from Alone left him completely speechless and frustrated. In stark contrast to Alone's cold, emotionless expression, his mind was racing with countless thoughts. I didn't know beforehand either. Wasn't nearly this strong in the game. If I remember correctly, inside Cadelia's turn-based combat system, magic could be amplified using seals or incantations each turn. In that turn-based system, every victory in a match would grant the virtual character a 10% attack power boost. And looking back at the battle with those giant stone monsters just now, this time it was a chain lightning spell utilizing 4 seals and chants. It was amplified over 5 turns. The more he thought about it, the more Alone instinctively recalled every single technique he had used in that recent fight. He had used a total of 4 techniques. The accumulated lightning blades were amplified while simultaneously forming a suitable configuration for a wide-area grand spell. In exchange for the restriction forcing us to use a seal and a chant for every single spell, we received something else in return. At this thought, Alone faintly imagined a voice echoing in his head, humming strange words. O forgotten mortal, the one who still remembers the seals and mysteries of the great god, I thank you for inheriting his will. Mulling it over, he drew a conclusion for himself. That must be why the magic was amplified multiple times over. Throughout the entire walk outside, Alone's mind was in a complete state of disarray. Still, the power of this second-tier magic was far more than necessary. The results went way beyond my expectations, to the point where even I was surprised. Walking behind him, Evan finally let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "We're finally out." Exhausted to the bone, he sat down on a stone ledge, leaned against the cliff side, and grumbled. This was more draining than actual combat. His sluggish mood made Evan snap in frustration, half scolding and half asking Alone, who on earth would design such a horrific place anyway? Alone didn't answer. He looked around left and right, falling back into his thoughts. Come to think of it, the Labyrinth of Whispers had another name. According to information found online, it spread throughout the community via shared map settings and walkthrough guides. The buzz surrounding this mysterious labyrinth on social media was incredibly high. What is the Palaeon Labyrinth? Everyone keeps talking about Palaeon. What the hell even is Palaeon? The Labyrinth of Whispers, a mid-level grinding area in the game according to the director. That labyrinth has an owner, and you can grind endlessly if you skip the rewards. Then at some point, it started being called the Labyrinth of Palaeon. This question left Alone deeply perplexed. Suddenly, he instinctively blurted out, "So at what point did it start being called the Labyrinth of Palaeon?" Hearing a faint murmur, Evan didn't catch what he said and asked, "Sorry, what did you just say?" Alone didn't repeat himself. He pulled Evan up to change the subject, saying, "Let's head back east. After these past 3 weeks of grueling training, there's something I want to do when we get back." Hearing him say that, Evan couldn't help but groan helplessly. "What? You're way more hard-working than I thought." As he pulled Evan along, Alone thought to himself again, choosing a seal of the same element as the spell increases its power, and choosing the right chant enhances its attributes. That's how the game works. But unlike the game, where the visuals remained unchanged and only the attack stats went up, giving the player a 10% attack power boost after every victory. Based on the recent battle, Alone noticed that this time, every single seal caused the magic to morph, and every single chant brought about a distinct change. At this thought, Alone wondered to himself. Even if it was just a spell technique, could my mana control possibly be refined enough to sense those transformations? Breaking out of his cluttered thoughts, Alone finally relaxed and told himself, once my mana recovers, I'll have to test it again. Either way, everything turned out fine in the end. In the deep, dark woods of the night, entirely unbeknownst to Alone and Evan, Rain stood hidden in the shadows, completely bundled up in a cloak. Waiting until they had departed, she finally lifted her face, and then swiftly leaped from one cliffside to another, making her way inside the labyrinth. Upon reaching her destination, she stopped. Rain looked at the massive stone slab before her, which was densely carved with rows of raised, colored inscriptions. Either way, everything turned out fine in the end. Along with these lines of distinct characters, she recognized them instantly. This was the script of the Alanar Empire. Rain pulled down her hood, translating the strange inscription, which read, "For the sake of a friend about to be left all alone, Sword St. Palaon stood firm and resolute." Finished, she gently traced her hand over the raised, colored text. Vivid images flashed through Rain's mind. You repelled the invasion of the dark forces and defeated Akon Hour, the one who devoured the hearts of his subjects. The radiant emperor, the great Palaon, always held dear in the hearts of his people, fought valiantly against the vicious giant dragon with his divine sword in hand. Then the footage cut to an image of Rain herself floating in the air, surrounded by flying books, as a resounding voice echoed in her head, constantly reminding her, "I know everything, for I was born with a grand mission within the ancient library." Returning to reality, Rain recalled the moment she stood on the cliff looking down at Alone, and it was like an epiphany. That's right, Palaon was the one who created it. I already knew Queen Bloodio was different from what was recorded in history, so I figured there was something extraordinary going on. Images of Queen Bloodio, Emperor Palaon the Great, and Alone kept swirling in Rain's mind, yet she couldn't stop the train of thought running through her head. Think about it. Even the Great Moon once called Palaon a friend worthy of respect. Furthermore, the incantation he whispered doesn't even exist in any records within the ancient library. Recalling the recent fight between Alone and those giants, the incantations he used were what perplexed Rain the most. She was incredibly curious. Who on earth is that man? Upon exiting the labyrinth, Rain's demeanor shifted slightly, bashfully murmuring to herself, "Everything the Red Moon said was true. I'm so ashamed for just blindly following orders." But then her expression instantly reverted to its usual cold state, as she half-asked and half-affirmed, "You've arrived?" Looking up at the person standing on the tree branch, she asked inquisitively, "Did you secure the information?" Deus answered coldly, the man in black, is dead." His neck was suddenly snapped twice midair, and that was Alone's handiwork. Hearing this, Rain stated briefly, "I'll have to report this, so it can be handled appropriately." In the dead of night, under a hazy moon, through the thick canopy of the forest, two figures darted into the air and vanished. Meanwhile, at the estate of Count Zenonia, Kalia was sitting on a sofa in her room. She took a sip of tea, her gaze drifting lazily as she spoke nonchalantly. How strange. It's not just a rumor. Kalia fell into thought, instinctively remembering Alone, silently critiquing him in her mind. His gaze was so cold and emotionless, like a bottomless abyss. She asked herself mockingly, "Famous? Me?" Then she leaned back in her chair, answering the question she had just posed. "That's right. Count Zenonia is both powerful and reputable." Then, Kalia's sharp gaze darkened as she uttered a critique, "But it's quite strange that someone who rarely socializes like me is considered famous by everyone." Saying this, Kalia stood up, slowly walking toward the man sitting at the desk, asking with a smile, "Isn't that truly bizarre?" "Father." Hearing her call out, the man stopped his writing hand and turned to look at her. He looked at Kalia seriously as she continued, "Because you are the Count, after all." Kalia approached her father, a cold smile forming on her lips. Then she snapped her fingers. Reflected in the man's eyes, Kalia's image twitched and rolled back. He slumped down powerlessly, his hand holding the quill dropping limply. Seeing this, Kalia was immensely satisfied. smiling with relish as she jeered arrogantly. No one would ever suspect that I am the one actually running the entire family, while my father pretends to be a fool. How could they possibly find out? Recalling the party, Alone had no idea that the stalker in the distance was arranged by her, and he had even kindly warned her, "There are quite a few eyes watching us right now." At that moment, Kalia had mused to herself with great amusement. It seems even the spy I planted was noticed. Just then, a guard rushed in, urgently calling out, "Lady Kalia." Kalia leaned against the wall, hands on her hips, and asked him, "What is it?" The guard immediately reported, "Please return to your room right away, my lady." Kalia followed the guard back to her room. The moment she opened the door, her eyes fell upon the bloody, battered corpse of her spy, slumped against the wall. The guard reported cautiously to Kalia, "It appears the seal wasn't activated, meaning he didn't reveal any secrets." Kalia said with a grim face, "He intentionally placed it in my room, which means..." Saying this, she paused, leaving the sentence hanging. A few seconds later, Kalia burst into laughter, asking herself mockingly, "How did they find out about this? Right from our very first meeting, I was struck right where it hurts the most, wasn't I?" Kalia gave a strained laugh, her face now contorted unpleasantly with rage. Meanwhile, over on Evan and Alone's side, the two of them were dozing off in the carriage on their way back. Because Evan's snoring was way too loud, Alone woke up half-dazed, picked at his ear, and then drifted back into a light sleep. The scene shifted elsewhere. It was night at the estate of the Duke of Altea. Loria sat inside the carriage, filled with panic. As expected, he's no ordinary person. She recalled that VIP of the underworld, whose cold eyes looked exactly like her father's. This was the type of person you absolutely must never make an enemy of. Loria thought sadly about the moment Alone coldly turned away. He was my very last lifeline. She was utterly full of despair, but there's no guarantee he would ever accept such a massive losing trade. At that moment, Loria thought of her siblings who had been stripped of all their wealth and power by the absolute lowest among them. The eldest son Tim Malanan, the eldest daughter Malanan, the second daughter Perrine, and the second son Kid. Looking at herself, she thought, "Because I have nothing left." Loria looked at the luxurious mansion before her, a place both familiar and strange. Until now, I've barely struggled to survive by exploiting my father's pity and love. What am I supposed to do from now on? With that, she finally had to step into the cold building. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Lady Loria, the youngest lady, is back." Two maids ran over from a distance, completely frantic. "My lady, Lady Perrine, and Master Kig have lost their lives." Hearing these words, Loria's face turned pale. What? The images of those two flashed through her mind. The kind of people who were ready to stab their own family members. By their own hands? That makes absolutely no sense. Loria asked softly, "Then what about Brother Tim Malanan and Sister Malanan?" Instantly, a horrific shriek echoed out. The servants rushed toward the source of the sound. Everyone was in a panic. Inside, those two were driving swords into each other. Master Tim Malanan, Lady Malanan. The atmosphere descended into pure chaos. Loria stood frozen, asking herself, what is the meaning of this? Little did they know, up on the building, a small figure was slipping away as fast as light. Raiden smiled coldly. Target neutralized. Then, the figure leaped away and vanished without a trace. While the servants were running around in utter confusion, she muttered to herself. Ultimately, Loria's face filled with terror as she recalled Alone's words when he turned back to say something cryptic, "Something good will happen." Alone's expression materialized in her mind, looking terrifyingly ominous. A man biding his time in the shadows, hiding his claws just to seize the throne. The true puppet master behind the Count's family. At this realization, she shivered with fear. Is that what you meant? Just like him, in a single night, I have become the sole heir to the Duke's family. After a moment, Loria let out a soft sigh. She wondered to herself, I don't even know what kind of absurd devil I've signed a contract with, but there's no turning back now. Loria immediately turned around. What would happen if I betrayed him? There are already too many precedents. She made up her mind right then and there. I have no choice but to keep moving forward on the path I've chosen. The scene shifted to 2 months later at Alone's mansion. A man approached respectfully. I have come by order of Duke Altea. Hearing this, he was astonished. Duke Altea? Standing nearby, Evan poked his head over to look and gasped. Peeking inside, it turned out to be a bottle of wine that looked incredibly rare. I've heard this vintage wine goes for several thousand gold pieces a bottle. I never thought I'd see one with my own eyes. Along with it was an attached letter. Alone was taken aback. To Loria Altea? It wasn't the Duke who prepared this, but Loria, the youngest child? Why would she send this to me? Well, I'm just lying low, struggling to get by. He turned up to ask the man, "Is this really meant for me?" The man bowed his head and replied, "Yes, the Duke prepared it personally and ordered me to deliver it directly into your hands." Hearing this, Alone was suddenly startled. The Duke, personally? Wait a minute. So that means Loria, the youngest child, whom even her brother never saw coming, has actually become the Duke of Altea? Meanwhile, she was focused on reviewing documents at her desk. After a while, Loria stretched her arms and said, "These past 2 months have flown by so fast." She couldn't help but look back. After the funeral of my father, who passed away from illness, I held the succession ceremony and became the Duke. Loria stood up and sighed. In the beginning, I couldn't even step foot into this office. She still couldn't forget that night of terror. Despite the sudden deaths of my siblings, I managed to avoid all suspicion. Back then, Loria was still constantly anxious, even with the ball serving as a perfect alibi. At that time, even my secret organization had been wiped out by my siblings, so when I returned to the estate, that day should have been the most dangerous for me. I was truly in a position where I had lost all my power. Loria couldn't help but feel bewildered and terrified. By the time I realized it, it was too late. I was stunned. Did he actually exploit this entire situation? She visualized the scene in her mind. On the surface, he coldly rejected me, but then he went ahead and handled everything perfect. Looking back, Loria was still utterly mystified. Just how many steps ahead was he looking? Out of fear of bothering someone, I didn't even send out a funeral notice. Just like that, she walked alone through the magnificent mansion. It's obvious he needs Altea for some kind of plan, which is why he sought me out. As she walked, Loria thought, even though I have unified all the organizations under Altea, it still doesn't compare to the power he's hiding. She made a silent deduction in her heart, meaning he wants something else from me. The image of Alone appeared in her mind, a true underworld kingpin. You built your influence solely through business. If it's something he doesn't have, but I do, he seemed to shift in her perception, becoming even darker, manipulating the political landscape from the shadows using Altea's reputation. Then, Loria looked up at the portrait hanging on the wall. For now, I need to focus on what needs to be done. She turned around to stand before the portrait of the Duke. Because my benefactor will be contacting me soon. Loria smiled faintly. I hope the thank you gift is to your liking. On the other side, the man bowed his head and left the Duke's room. Then I shall take my leave. Alone, however, was still feeling completely perplexed. Loria was facing death threats, and now she's suddenly become the Duke? What gives? Is there something else going on? Beside him, Evan also tilted his head in curiosity. Things are getting really weird. The scene shifted to a few months later, in the winter, 5 years before the original storyline begins. As Alone was walking, someone suddenly called out, "Young Master." Evan ran up and greeted him. "Young Master, or rather, you're a count now, aren't you?" He replied, "Even though the succession ceremony hasn't happened yet. The new year is here, so it's fine to use the title." In his heart, Alone felt a bit depressed. My perfect life plan never included becoming a count, but rather following the great rules of Saiche Delia, conquering Red Emil, staying out of the succession war, and traveling American style. Still, he didn't overthink it, since he was already used to how things went, so he might as well enjoy the perks of nobility to the fullest. Warabel was even better than he thought. On the other side, Evan handed him a letter. "This is a letter from Yusha, sir." As he walked into his room, Alone asked, "By the way, is there any news on the assassins who killed Leo?" He replied, "Nothing definitive yet, sir. The Information Guild is investigating thoroughly, so we should just wait and see." After that, they sat down at the desk, and Evan spoke up, asking, "So what is your objective, sir? Surely it's not for revenge, right?" He thought to himself, "The things that are gradually changing compared to the game must be a butterfly effect caused by me." Alone spoke up, "It's just to prepare for any unexpected situations." Across from him, Evan suddenly let out a chuckle and marveled. "You looked very much like a count just now, sir." Hearing this, he sighed. "Let's go with that." Alone looked at the letter, feeling curious. "I wonder what the contents are this time." At that moment, the contents of the letter were revealed. "How have you been, sir?" "We're doing as well as always." Everyone is deeply engrossed in their hobbies. In particular, Cadelia's puppet theater has reached a truly advanced level. On the other side, the group of them were also very happy. Seo Lang was completely hooked on playing games with her friends. Then it went on to the other members. Rain had been quietly reading books lately, but she was frequently making things. Raiden had found his calling in landscape decoration. After reading the letter, Alone smiled gently. The daily life at the orphanage, where they had grown accustomed to exchanging letters every month, warmed his heart more and more. Even though he had never seen their faces, watching the children grow up thanks to his sponsorship naturally brought a fatherly smile to his face. So he suddenly turned to ask Evan, "By the way, the 5 great? I mean, how old are those kids now?" Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Why do you ask, sir?" Then Evan answered, "It's about time for them to enter society, and some have actually left the orphanage early. Most of the people you personally ordered to be brought in are around that age, sir." Hearing this, their innocent image in Alone's head shattered just a little bit. He couldn't help but picture the scene from back then. "Thank you for raising us, sir. Warmly yours, the 5 great." Alone immediately thought, "Right, that's how it is. Gradually, we have to let them out into the world." Hearing this, Evan asked back, "Really? Didn't you intentionally gather these weak children, sir?" Alone replied calmly, "There's no particular reason. They've grown up now. We have to think about their future." In his heart, however, his thoughts were different. They've been taken care of so they wouldn't awaken into evil, so they should be able to fend for themselves, right? Hearing this, he remarked, "Well, they all seem perfectly healthy now. So that's how it is." Alone began to think. In every boss battle, the narrator briefly reveals their abilities. Yusha has a talent for fate, followed by that gloomy Kid Deus who has a talent for swordsmanship, and then there's Rain who has a talent for research. Next is the Beastkin girl Seolang, who has a talent for combat, and Raiden has a talent for apostleship. Alone suddenly picked up the box. If I place them in the right positions, wouldn't they be capable of holding down a spot? Thinking of those kids, he made a silent guess. Since I'm doing it anyway, giving each of them a gift should make them happy, right? After all, I did say I'd give them something eventually. A little while later, the scene shifted to the late afternoon as the sunset cast its glow over the mansion. Sitting at his desk, Alone stretched his arms, all done. Evan, with drool still on his mouth, ran off saying, "Well, I'm off then." Alone watched him go, thinking to himself, "In the future, if everything goes smoothly, I wonder if I'll get even a small cut of the profits." At that moment, little birds were soaring peacefully in the sky. "Go forth, my children, take the letters, and head out into the wider world." However, the scene shifted to those children Alone spoke of, and it was a direct order. Yusha kept a cold face, her red eyes flashing as she spoke up. "The directives have arrived." This time, they were specifically sent to each person individually. At that moment, all 5 of them were holding their own letters in their hands. Deus kept a cold, calm expression while reviewing his letter. Seo Lang was jumping up and down with unstoppable joy upon seeing her letter. At this point, they no longer had their small appearances from before. Rain smiled softly and gently, while Raiden didn't utter a single word. Yusha lowered her eyes, staring intently at the letter with an unreadable expression. Inside the room, everyone gathered together, focusing on reading the papers in their hands. "The orders have arrived. However, this time, he sent them to each of us individually." Seolang suddenly leaped up in joy, clutching her paper. "Hooray!" Raiden and Rain held their papers but remained lost in thought, completely silent. Yusha, holding a few letters in her hand, said calmly, "But before we do anything, we should look over the previous letters first." because his orders require a very high level of execution. Hearing her words, Seolang got excited. Can we really read them? Before this, you were the only one who could read them. Yusha still spoke in her flat, even tone. The fact that he handed out individual orders means he decided it's time for everyone to see them. Opening the letter, Yusha began to read. How have you been lately? It seems you have a lot of talented friends. If you need anything, just let me know. Looking at the letter, Seolang scratched her cheek, feeling a bit confused. Is this an order? After reading for a bit, Rain also found it bizarre. It looked more like casual, everyday small talk. Hearing them talk, Yusha smirked, right? He disguised the orders as casual conversations right from the very beginning. All right, look at this. She broke down the letter for them to understand. This is the first order following the greeting letter. The letter reads, Yusha, how are you? I'm doing fine. Today, my older brother used me as a chair. It was pretty funny. I want to send you letters from time to time. Please reply if you're okay with that. And the child I am sending this time, Yusha analyzed. He designated the target to be eliminated for the mission and told us to report the situation afterward. The letter continued to be read aloud. Thank you for replying. I hope you can let me know what happens at the orphanage every month. I'm leaving that place in your hands. You all will be fine together. Yusha continued to explain the hidden order behind the letter to everyone. This was when he entrusted the blue moon to me. As you can see, he personally selected all of you. She pointed to each specific spot to analyze it, and everyone around her instantly opened their mouths in sheer astonishment. Hearing Yusha's explanation, Deus nodded as if he understood. I see. Is it to prevent information leaks? I remember my first order. She smiled and continued. Just like this, you must thoroughly understand the orders and execute the mission. Deus suddenly proposed an idea. Then wouldn't it be better if we met him in person or used a magic communication device? Raiden agreed with him. He has a point. If the issue is information leaks, why use letters? Suddenly, Yutia's attitude shifted. Her expression darkened, and her red eyes flashed with a cold light. I hope you haven't forgotten that all we need to do is follow orders. Seeing Yusha's unyielding loyalty, Deus was left speechless, a steadfast, blind trust. I haven't forgotten. Suddenly, Seolang held her paper high, shouting at the top of her lungs with excitement. Then let's read the orders together. Inside the brightly lit room, everyone turned in a circle, reading the orders sent individually to each person. Deus read his mission aloud. He told me to go to Caliban, the kingdom of nights. Seolang sighed in dejection. A colony? But I don't like the desert. Raiden chimed in. As for me, it's Raxus, the entertainment city. Rain was assigned to a different area. He told me to go to Larthania, the labyrinth city. Yusha's eyes suddenly became ecstatic as she tightly hugged the order to her chest with pure infatuation. The Holy Kingdom, Rosario. What everyone needs to do is written in the letters, right? Deus held the order in his hand, speaking in a motionless voice. I don't know what the reason is, but he told me to become a knight. Seolang was thrilled. He also said not to worry because the sponsorship will continue. Rain smiled, continuing her thought. He also let us know the locations of the gifts. Raiden also seemed intrigued. Whatever they are, we'll find out as soon as we get there. Seeing that they fully understood the orders, Yusha instructed. Good. But remember, unless he brings it up first, you must absolutely never mention the name Blue Moon. Yusha's gaze suddenly turned freezing cold, her sharp eyes staring intently at them. The group quickly followed the orders, moving out to their respective destinations. They donned black cloaks and made their way out of the villa. 3 months later, inside a room piled high with ledger books, Alone was sitting in the study. As expected, there's absolutely no mention of any changes regarding magic or incantations. I'll just have to test it out myself. Suddenly, he turned to ask Evan, speaking of which, how is the information gathering on the one who killed Leo going? Evan replied, the Intelligence Guild says they still haven't found anything. Hearing this, Alone was a bit disappointed. Is that so? He rested his chin on his hand, falling into thought. It seems the butterfly effect has spun completely out of my control. This is the result of me saving the lives of the 5 great sins. Alone recalled the image of the cold Duchess Loria. Even Loria, who was supposed to die in the plot, had instead become the Duke of Altea, expanding her power and influence at an astonishing speed within the underworld. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. Alone put his book down and ordered Evan, "Stop the investigation into the assassin." Hearing the command from him, Evan was stunned. Huh? Really? Alone silently calculated in his mind. This is clearly a situation where ignorance is bliss. In the game's lore, there's almost nothing that can escape the network of the Intelligence Guild. If I keep trying to dig into things I shouldn't. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. Alone's face suddenly turned pale. The only result is that if taking precautions for unexpected situations just leads to my death, then it's totally pointless. To protect himself, Alone had no other choice. Ultimately, secret organizations like that won't harm me as long as I don't interfere in their business. There's no reason for them to attack unless I approach them first. Alone spoke up to Evan. At this rate, continuing would be useless anyway. Though he didn't understand his purpose, Evan still agreed. All right, I'll tell them to stop the investigation. Evan suddenly remembered a piece of news and quickly informed Alone. Oh right, there's another piece of news. Apparently, Deus was recently knighted in Caliban. Hearing this, although his face remained expressionless, he still offered his congratulations as a matter of politeness. Really? Good for him. 3 months later, Evan arrived to find Alone with a pile of food in his hands. Count. Seeing how multi-talented Evan was, he silently praised him. You're really talented, huh? At that moment, he broke some news to Alone. I heard they've already formed an entire knight squad now. Hearing this piece of news, he was startled. What? Then he must have reached at least the expert level or higher. Alone recalled the knight ranks of this world. Sword master, sword expert, swordsman. The more he thought, the more impressed he was. It hasn't been that long since he was first knighted, has it? Evan chimed in. People are whispering that the world will witness the 5th Grand Knight in less than 10 years. Alone suddenly remembered. Speaking of Grand Knights, do you mean the ones known as the Swords of Caliban? Evan confirmed. Yes, he truly is incredibly talented. Alone suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. I'm actually quite proud of him. Evan spoke while chewing. Caliban must be buzzing with excitement over this. Months later, inside a grand castle, Alone was deeply engrossed in his work. A year had passed since the 5 great sins left the orphanage. And just as he was getting used to his duties as a count, Evan suddenly entered to report some news. Count, I just heard some very fresh news. Alone kept working without stopping his hands. Evan continued. Apparently, Deus has become one of the swords of Caliban. The news he spoke next hit Alone like a bolt from the blue, causing him to drop the pen in his hand. And he has become the 5th Grand Knight. Alone found this news a bit hard to believe and quickly double-checked. But only a sword master can become a Grand Knight, can't they? He recalled what he knew about becoming a knight in this land. A sword master in Psyche Delia is a superhuman who has surpassed even sword aura and unlocked a unique ability known as manifestation. Alone asked Evan again, and you're telling me that Deus is already a sword master? He corrected him. To be more precise, he's about to become one of them. He still hasn't created his own manifestation. Evan recounted Deus's rapid promotion through the knight ranks. But either way, the nation has already granted him the title of Grand Knight. Not only because he won the duel against the 4th sword, but also because Caliban lost a Grand Knight to the Northern Savages. Hearing his words, Alone suddenly remembered with a start. Right, they've been at war for over a decade now. Scratching his head, Evan himself found it a bit hard to believe. Sensing and controlling mana takes up to 15 years, and the process of manifestation requires at least a few decades. He recalled the history of this empire. The first sword was 32 years old when he became the youngest Grand Knight in history. The history of the heroic knight was recounted. Program Y has been accepted as a temporary companion, to be excluded after the chapter ends. He has held a sword since he was 5 years old. Have a little faith in becoming the youngest swordmaster in history. Alone thought to himself. That's right, Deus is unbelievably strong. Even with his talent, it should have taken more than 20 years. Yet a child with no prior knowledge of swordsmanship became a Grand Knight. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a minute, If he's just waiting for his manifestation, does that mean he will soon surpass Deus to become a sword master? This thought made Alone so delighted that he couldn't help but blurt out loud, "Maybe I can ride his coattails sooner than expected." Evan also nodded in agreement. Alone looked at the cluttered pile of books on his desk, suddenly falling into deep thought. Or maybe not. Perhaps it's impossible. Evan quickly waved his hands. No way, he wouldn't do that. Alone exposed a reality. He pulled out the single letter tucked inside a book. "What I mean is, I've only been receiving letters from Yusha." He read Yusha's letter aloud. Even after arriving in the Holy Kingdom, the letters she kept sending regularly all contained news about the great sins she grew up with. It seemed they still kept in touch with one another. Alone felt a slight sense of loss in his heart. Even though they've never seen my face before, they should at least thank me for the gifts. I feel a bit left out. He slapped his own face hard as if to snap himself back to alertness. Watching this action of his, Evan was terrified. Let's get back to the main point. I'm already incredibly grateful, because they didn't destroy the kingdom after awakening into the 5 great sins. The two of them stood side by side near the sunlit window. Alone spoke in a highly reluctant voice. "As long as they're living well, I'm already happy." Sunset fell over the capital of Caliban, specifically over that central district, at the mansion of a high-ranking noble. This place was the massive estate where the renowned Eclipse Cavalry Regiment resided. Right now, countless swordsmen were training inside. Wearing his armor, Deus stood proudly from a high vantage point, observing the situation. He was introduced as Deus, the commander of the Eclipse Cavalry Regiment and the youngest Grand Knight. Deus looked down at the knights below with an utterly cold gaze. Suddenly, a girl walking below noticed his presence. The purple-haired girl waved her hand in greeting, "Big brother." Seeing this, a smile formed on his face as he waved back to the little girl. Suddenly, Deus's gaze darkened. He recalled sadly, it's been a full year already. But thinking back, he still felt ashamed that he had lost everything to those dark forces. That horrifying image kept replaying relentlessly in his mind. Painful childhood memories rushed back, and all he had left was an uncontrollable rage. The image of his younger sister being enveloped by the darkness, gradually drifting away from his embrace. Deus was blocked by the darkness, causing the distance between him and his sister to grow further and further apart. And resentment surged within Deus's heart. The memories of his miserable, wandering childhood returned. Even while sinking into an ocean of suffering, his hand still tightly clutched his sister's hairpin. Deus's true thoughts gradually surfaced. The fact that the great moon saved my life isn't a good enough reason for me to swear my loyalty to him. But because he promised that I could exact revenge with my own hands, I have followed the orders under the name Blue Moon. From that moment on, he began to risk his life for the Blue Moon. Working as a part of the Blue Moon means going through a lot of dangerous missions and training. Even though I could face death at any moment, for the sake of revenge, Deus doesn't care at all now. However, I didn't care about my own safety either. Memories flashed through his mind like a flood. Within a few years, I executed missions that would become the foundation to fight back against the dark forces. And very soon after, for the first time, I received an individual order. Deus was incredibly surprised to receive a secret individual order. This is so unexpected. What is this? In the letter, Alone had revealed a small hotel located in the south of Caliban. I've left a gift there. Go check it out. But Deus didn't pay much attention to it at the time. That gift doesn't really interest me. Even so, he still went to the location Alone had mentioned. Deus felt a bit curious. What could possibly be here? Upon opening the door, the scene inside left him completely stunned with astonishment. In that unexpected letter, seeing the familiar figure of his younger sister, Deus rushed toward the little girl, his hand reaching out, wanting to touch her. The gift from the great moon is the family I thought I had lost forever. Deus hugged the little girl tightly, collapsing to the ground out of pure joy and emotion. The little girl hugged him back, also moved to tears. Something more precious than my very own life. At this point, Deus was weeping loudly, unable to make sound. The two of them reunited, holding each other tightly in happiness. Deus still couldn't believe his eyes. My younger sister, whom I thought was dead, is still alive. Only when their emotions calmed down did they gently separate. He asked in a trembling voice, "Silly, what happened after I lost you?" She didn't answer right away. Instead, Silly gently squeezed Deus's hand to reassure him. His other hand gently wiped away the tears still lingering on the eyelashes of his younger sister. The two of them then went into the house together and sat down at the table to continue talking. Silly squeezed the cup in her hand, slowly recounting. "After those people took me away, in the darkness, I had to wait for my turn for a very long time. At that time, she was imprisoned in a dark underground dungeon. Around her were countless other dungeons, where the captured people huddled together in silent, absolute despair. Not knowing how much time had passed, Silly recalled. And when it was my turn to be killed, she was the last one standing. On the walls and underfoot, there were bloody corpses everywhere." Silly had let out a desperate scream. The cloak was pulled open. An ray of light shone through. Someone grabbed her hand. I was able to escape with that light and survive. And a few years later, when I was almost sold to a slave trader, despair enveloped me once again, especially when a massive hand clamped firmly onto her body. Right at that exact moment, flashes of light from a sword blade swept through repeatedly, and a figure appeared, swinging a sword to slice that hand into pieces. That person quickly stood protectively in front of Silly. She recalled, "A mercenary named Evan saved me." Silly walked over and opened a cabinet drawer. "After that, I received precious medicine from a sponsor." She picked up a letter, which had a note written on it from Alone Palacio. "I will continue to send medicine and support. You will be safe under the Palacio name. Don't worry about your brother either." Silly was filled with gratitude. "I am incredibly grateful for what he has done for me." Deus was astonished. He used his own name to protect her? How could the Great Moon have possibly known about this? He silently clutched his arm, his heart filled with deep suspicion. "I've never told anyone about my family, and Yusha only realized that the black sheep had captured her. So how on earth?" Deus suddenly recalled the words Yusha had once spoken. He knows everything. It was as if everything clicked in his mind. The pieces began to connect. All of his questions pieced together like a jigsaw puzzle and vanished. Back then, I couldn't understand Yusha's anxiety. She had said something cryptic. A sword can't think for itself, right? Only now did Deus finally get it. However, the foolish one was actually himself. "Good things will come." Those were the words Alone had once said. Deus thought deeply. Thinking back on it now, what he said at that time, he already knew everything and was hinting that the child would have to survive on her own. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he looked at Silly, who was currently staring blankly. Silly tilted her head in confusion. "Brother?" He snapped out of it and gently stroked her head, but his mind was still wandering. His sword dared to act on its own, yet he still decided to be generous and merciful. Yet the whole time, Deus thought he was being controlled by him, and during that time, he could only gnaw at his bitterness and thoughts of taking revenge on the black sheep. He sat down at the table as Silly brought over a tray of hot food, looking at the bright smile on his little sister's face. Deus suddenly realized that his family's survival was a priceless gift. Yusha's cold voice echoed back in his memory. "You'll realize it soon enough, too. Why did I follow that man?" He understood now. She wasn't just a simple fanatic, nor did she blindly trust him. And that letter had advised Deus to go to Caliban and become a knight. He muttered to himself, "I must repay him. My mission is to become the leader at Caliban, the great knight, and establish my own knight order, gathering the best swordsmen." That belief was like sunlight illuminating a dark world. Shaking off his reminiscence, Deus's subordinate stepped forward to report. "Captain, it's time." He moved up onto the high platform. Below, the knight order stood solemnly in perfectly straight rows. Under the moonlight, everyone's face appeared sharp, their eyes resolute. Deus told himself, "This expedition will be the first stepping stone for the eclipse. I don't care what hardships come our way." He gently stroked the surface of the purple scabbard in his hand, the moonlight reflecting brightly off the metal. Then, under that dim light, Deus coldly drew his sword, his demeanor full of charisma. "I will await the day I can offer my gratitude along with a worthy repayment that satisfies him. I must prove it under the moonlight." On a day when the snow fell so heavily it turned the sky white, The Eclipse orders set off on their expedition against the barbarians. Meanwhile, at the Count's manor, Alone leaned against the wall and mused. It's so peaceful, probably because my kids have all grown up. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, blowing the pages of his book and carrying his notes away. He hurriedly caught them. Whoops, they're all flying away. Alone continued his unfinished work. Let's see. After returning from the labyrinth, I focused on researching the keyword I'm writing. He suddenly stopped his pen and wondered, why did I write in cursive anyway? From now on, I'll write more neatly. Alone nodded. Excellent, my reports are complete. On the paper, he focused on analyzing the keywords, where each keyword would have a different variation. Alone circled the word shrink. This reinforces the deficiency in magic. More specifically, shrinking reinforces the internal deficiency of each completed spell, causing its range to expand. Besides, shrinking also has the effect of breaking down forms and changing projected objects. Transition, state change. This is proven when executed. It will repel, breaking down forms and affecting the transition of the fired object. Regarding blue light, he noted, reinforces parallel magic, such as lightning magic, which when executed will swirl into a large sphere, discharging flashes of electrical light. In addition, the diffraction line has two major effects: penetration and critical hits. Specifically, the diffraction line grants the ability to penetrate, which translates to a critical effect that increases the ability to kill enemies, and is particularly important in keyword rules. If broken, the magic will fail. At the same time, there were a few notes. Do not use incompatible keywords. Do not repeat the same word. A maximum of 4 words can be used. Alone scratched his head with his pen. With my mana core, I can only use 1 spell per day, so it took me a lot of time to find this much. He recalled his past days of searching. According to the setting of this world, the hand seals and keywords of Babylonia have long been forgotten, so there is absolutely no information on them. There are no records whatsoever of where they were written down. Alone had read a lot of books, but found nothing. In the end, I had to research it myself, and found it to be quite interesting, even though I only learned self-defense magic. At this moment, he stood up and walked to the middle of the empty space in the garden, raising his hand to fire off bolts of lightning. All right, it's time to see the results of 2 months of testing. With one hand, Alone grabbed the index finger of his other hand, and from that finger, even more bolts of lightning condensed, spreading out into the air. They slowly swirled and then condensed into a single point in midair. He focused intensely. Remove the focal point of this manosphere and cause an imbalance to trigger the light. This weak and useless magic is the fixed enemy. Before long, a sphere appeared in the air. It continuously spun in the atmosphere. Alone silently chanted a compression spell. The sphere suddenly shrank from its large size, but its power remained extremely potent. He continued to apply his research by chanting the breakdown keywords. It begins to brew a specific purpose. Flowers bloom in March. The lightning bolts from Alone's hand gradually turned blue. They became violent. From a single sphere, it grew just like a large tree. The lightning bolts spread out like branches. Looking at the result he had just tested before him, he couldn't help but marvel. So the order matters too? Alone muttered. Because when I used breakdown first, it failed. Before he could finish his sentence, a scream rang out, interrupting his thoughts. You can't be. He was startled and immediately turned around. At this moment, 2 people were standing there, though he didn't know when they had arrived. Kalia turned pale, her face full of doubt. Origin magic? Alone looked at her in surprise. What? Why is Kalia here? The person beside her trembled. Using origin magic means he has reached the level of a 7th circle mage. The corner of his mouth twitched as he heard this. Origin is me? In the drawing room of the Palatial Count's manor, Kalia and Viankel sat in silence, waiting for Alone. Sitting there waiting, Kalia couldn't help but feel tense. Her mind was currently filled with anxious thoughts. I have 2 clear reasons for coming here. First, to confirm the intentions of Count Palacio, the one who holds the trump card that could cause severe damage to Zenonia. After all, Kalia herself is currently the main operator of Zenonia. Her father is merely a puppet she pulls the strings of. So determining Alone's intentions is now her top concern. Second, to scout the level of the organization protecting him. The organization that helped him manipulate Palacio. Although this reason isn't overly important, Kalia is genuinely curious about what mysterious organization helped Alone achieve today's success. But instead, what I found out is that I never thought I would see this arrogant mage trembling in fear. That's right. Right now, Vinkel sitting beside her is shaking so violently all over that he can't even sit still. Vinkel, a fifth circle mage expelled from the magic tower. Because of his inhumane experiments, he could easily wipe out an entire army division, even though he always maintained an arrogant attitude toward me. Even though I am his longtime patron, and he is someone who is both smart and cold-blooded enough to pull off such evil deeds successfully. Yet right now he is shivering uncontrollably, his face pale and dripping with sweat. Kalia looked at him in disbelief, thinking to herself, I can feel his fear. I've never seen him like this before. Then, her mind was troubled by a question. Was that really origin magic just now? The sound of the door opening and a deep voice rang out, cutting off the thoughts in her head. So, just by a single word to alert, Alone slowly walked into the room. Coming in front of Kalia and Vinkel, he coldly asked, What brings you to this territory? Kalia sat up straight and said cautiously and politely, Apologies for the sudden visit. I wanted to meet you so badly that, before she could finish her sentence, Alone interrupted, Politeness says I won't blame you. Lady of the house spoke. He crossed his arms and looked at her seriously, his voice casual but firm as he said, However, let me make one thing clear. What I just used was not origin magic. If you really want to classify my magical ability, I'm only at the second circle level. He spoke straight to the heart of the matter without hiding a thing. Pausing for a beat, he turned his gaze to Vinkel and said confidently, The mage beside you must have realized that magic has absolutely no effect. Meanwhile, in his heart, he was thinking regretfully, Unfortunately, that magic cannot be used for offense or defense. Hearing his words, both Kalia and Vinkel happened to share the same thought. He means, they seem to sense something from him. Vinkel darkly used sound transmission to warn Kalia, Keep your mouth shut about what you just saw. Hearing this, Kalia stiffened with tension. Vinkel trembled, stammering as he sincerely admitted his mistake to him. You are right. It seems I misjudged. Kalia turned to look at him in confusion and panic, thinking skeptically, Vinkel is actually being polite. Alone gave a slight nod to let it slide. Hearing him say that, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking, what a relief. He didn't make things any harder for them and said straightforwardly, Good. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's get to the main point. Kalia hesitated for a long time before tactfully saying, I thought I should visit you after my business is done here. Alone casually questioned her back. You don't really have any special reason? Kalia frustrarle replied. Alone lazily lowered his eyes and said suggestively, What a pity. I have things to do, so I can't sit here for long. As a smart person, Kalia quickly stood up, took a deep breath, and said politely, I understand. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. We will leave right away. Alone leaned back in his chair, his cold voice offering a half-joking, half-serious suggestion. If you need someone to talk to, I advise you to meet Duchess Altea. I think the two of you would get along well. With that, he looked straight into Kalia's eyes. Kalia's complexion worsened a bit. She understood that his words were not just a casual remark. After a few seconds of silence, she bowed. Yes, I promise, since you put it that way, I will pay her a visit. Both Alone and Evan went to the door to see the guests off. Watching the luxurious carriage drive away, Evan curiously asked Alone, Why would someone from Zenonia, a declining family from the West, come here? Alone honestly replied, I don't know. I can't even fathom the reason, but deep down, he knew this was going to be troublesome. If the false rumor about me using origin magic spreads, those who yearn to challenge the strong will start looking for trouble with me. I mean, this world is a dark fantasy world after all. Just thinking about this, he already imagined the scenario of evil forces gathering to target him. Heading back inside, Alone thought anxiously as he walked. I hope she got my meaning. Zenonia would never go meet Altea who was competing in the underworld. Then he also silently prayed in his heart, just as long as they don't come looking for me. The sky was clear as the carriage made its way back. Kalia's voice faintly drifted out. What Count Palacio used? Was it really origin magic? As she asked, she sat up straight, waiting for an answer from Vine. Vinkel's complexion still hadn't recovered as he hesitantly replied, "No, it wasn't." Hearing that, Kalia asked further, "Then what was your reaction about back then?" Being asked about that matter, Vinkel's body trembled again as he explained gravely, "Origin magic is a type of magic that draws its own laws. Upon the curtain of absolute, immutable principles, it is meant only for mages who have reached the pinnacle. However, what the Count used was different. As per your request, I used the observing eye to try and look at his magic. While Alone and Kalia were talking, he had secretly carried out his task. He had actually seen a dividing curtain emitting a gloomy aura wrapping around him. He was ripping that very curtain apart. He was distorting absolute, immutable principles. He fixed the lightning. The more Vinkel spoke, the more he lost his composure, shouting out loud. The observing eye had shown him sights that shouldn't be seen. Vinkel screamed violently again, saying, bending it and collapsing the law itself. But even after doing all that, the magic was still realized. He walked out an impossible miracle. Hearing all of this, Kalia's face darkened, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at Vinkel. Not stopping there, Vinkel continued in a hoarse voice. But what happened after that was the real, cracking ice and the gloomy, bloodshot eyes that are actually hiding deep inside Alone. That clearly belongs to the great forgotten god. Thinking of this, Vinkel slumped over in agony, his trembling arms tightly holding his head, repeatedly muttering to remind himself, I must stop thinking about it. Thinking any further will be very dangerous. As if suddenly remembering something, he lifted his face and solemnly warned Kalia. Back when I was young, I delved so deeply into ancient knowledge that I was praised for my research on the magic of the Forgotten Era. Let me make this clear. Do not oppose Count Palacio. Kalia furrowed her brows deeply and asked him back self-deprecatingly. So you mean it's pointless for a mediocre person like me to probe into his intentions? Vinkel knew that whether it was Loria or Kalia, they were both just pawns for Alone's amusement, but he couldn't say it out loud, so he briefly advised Kalia, I suggest you go see Duchess Altea. Even though he didn't say it, Kalia seemed to vaguely realize that she had already become his pawn. 5 months later, about 2 years since the kids left the orphanage at Count Palacio's manor, the moment Alone saw Evan open the door to his office, he called out, Hey, Evan. When Evan walked up to him, he kept busy handling documents while asking about his situation. Do you have any new news? If it's about the kids, even better. Evan hesitantly replied, It's not about the kids. Then he finally brought it up. But it seems the territory and the Altea Duchy have formed an alliance. Hearing this news, Alone felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He froze and asked Evan back, What? The two leading forces of the underworld have allied. Evan nodded, giving his firm assurance. Since this is an underworld treaty, outsiders can't know about it. However, I'm certain of this. Alone was completely flustered, lamenting silently in his heart. I made the sinner follow a different path. But now I have to face an alliance between two masterminds. Is the kingdom of Asteria about to collapse? Thinking this over, he thought skeptically again. Wait, could she have actually believed my words back then? Recalling their previous meeting, he himself had suggested to Kalia, If you need someone to talk to, I advise you to meet Duchess Altea. Thinking up to this point, he felt nothing but regret. Shaking the random thoughts out of his head, Alone reassured himself, Nah, it's probably just a temporary alliance. With Kalia's cold and proud personality, she would never. Still, Alone reconsidered. But at the very least, I should prepare a little. No sooner said than done. He took out a piece of paper and seriously wrote a letter to Kalia. Dear Kalia, I apologize if I seem too blunt and cold. The reason is that I am not very good with words. I hope this doesn't sound like I'm making excuses. Sunlight streamed through the glass window frame. Having finished writing the letter, he handed it to Evan and waved his hand, saying, I'm leaving this to you, Evan. Before leaving the room, Evan promised, I will send this to the lady of the territory through the mercenary guild, and I will also keep an eye on the kids. Alone was left alone in the room. Looking at the few letters in his hand, he wondered anxiously. I wonder how Raiden and Seolang are doing? I haven't heard any news from them since Yusha wrote in her letter that they had arrived. Remembering the mischievous Seolang, he couldn't help but worry and pray. I hope the little girl doesn't starve to death on the streets. Thinking about the letter he had sent to Seolang, he thought to himself with confidence, if she finds the gift I wrote about in the letter, she will become the pinnacle of all warriors. Ba Yao. From what he knew, the magical hand was the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, which increases the critical hit rate by 20% when equipped. If the arrogant sinner had obtained this item, she wouldn't have fallen and become a sinner. Instead, she would have become a great wolf beast man, and that was what was written in the item description. Alone's gaze drifted aimlessly out the window, and he wondered anxiously again. I let her know the location of the secret treasure I intended to use as an emergency fund. I mean, she's talented enough to make money on her own, so she should be fine, right? That place is the nation of warriors. The place where strength can get you the whole world is that desolate, dusty desert nation. In the star-studded night, deep inside a stone cave, Seolang skipped along the rugged dirt path heading outside. Getting outside, she stretched her arms, her voice crying out in joy. Finally, the trial is over. Looking at the magical hand treasure equipped on her hand, Seolang smiled from ear to ear in gratitude. Oh, great moon, thank you for the gift. Gesticulating wildly, she giggled and muttered in awe. I thought the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was just a legend. Turns out what Mom told me when I was a kid wasn't just a fairy tale. Thinking of this, Seolang's invincible gaze looked far into the distance. Old memories surfaced in her mind. When she was a child, she and her siblings gathered around their mother. She had asked with innocent curiosity, the essence of the Golden Maned tribe? Her mother had gently stroked her small head, her soft voice telling her, "That's right. We of the Wolf tribe are the descendants of the king of all beast men." The Golden Mane tribe. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe is a legendary treasure that has been inherited for hundreds of years. It grants us power and authority. Obtaining it is by no means an easy trial. Only those with enough capability can possess this precious treasure. And today, the fact is that I have won the essence. Seolang had to travel a rough and distant road to find this treasure. It was placed on a craggy, hanging cliff. Then, when she managed to put it on her hand, an intense, near-fatal pain racked her body as she overcame all the trials of the inner world. Enduring those two horrible things was enough to show that Seolang, having this treasure in her hand now, was undeniable. Old memories rushed back one after another into Seolang's mind. She was truly grateful to the Great Moon as her savior, the one who had saved her from death in the biological experiment. In the most desperate moment of her life, with scars on her skin and a soul ready to give up, the Great Moon was the saving light of Seolang's entire life. He had granted her the strength to take revenge on the Black Dragon, the one who murdered her parents. Therefore, Seolang strictly swore that she would have to repay this favor of his, seeming to sense her fierce will. The essence treasure in her hand erupted with a powerful surge of strength. Seolang confidently tested the treasure, telling herself with certainty, "I'm sure he doesn't want me to become a mediocre gladiator from now on." Speaking up to here, Seolang paused slightly, her eyes flashing with a magical light as streams of mana merged into her body. She silently promised herself, "Need to become the strongest gladiator, revive the Golden Mane tribe by gathering the remaining members, and kill the Black Dragon with this." Saying so, Seolang raised her hand wearing the essence treasure to the sky. This treasure will be the testament to Seolang's promise of honor. The stream of memories closed, and Seolang stood silently in the middle of the Koloni Desert late at night. Looking up at the bright moon tonight, she looked at it and remembered the Great Moon. Seolang's voice gently drifted with the cool breeze. "It's all for him. Let's begin." Having said that, Seolang burst into a bright smile and skipped forward again. Now, amidst the tranquil night space in the quiet land of Koloni, There was only the sound of Sealong's steady footsteps moving forward. This image seemed to herald the future where the great kings of the golden-maned beastman tribe would be revived under the blue moon after 500 years. Alone was intently reading a document when Evan suddenly spoke up. "Oh, that's right." He wiped his sword while saying apologetically, "The Intelligence Guild got information about the kids. I intended to tell you back at the training grounds, but I forgot." He didn't get angry but still asked calmly, "All right, what is it?" Evan recounted. "Seolang is doing very well at the settlement. She even got the nickname, the Golden Flash." Alone furrowed his brows slightly. The Golden Flash. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Anyway, hearing that she is doing well makes me happy. He nodded to himself. "That's right. In that land, as long as you have power, you can do anything." He continued to wonder, what about Raiden? I haven't heard any news from him since he said he was apprenticing in Raxus. Evan expressed, "There is some information about him, but they're still in the process of verifying its accuracy." Hearing this, Alone fell into thought. "Is that so? Oh, by the way, Evan," he shot a highly suspicious look over. "Aren't you supposed to be incredibly busy?" Looking at him, Evan broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "Why are you suddenly looking at me with those eyes?" "I've already done everything you told me to do." Alone instructed, "You need to get ready. It takes at least a month to reach the Magic Tower." Startled, Evan snapped straight up. "What? The Magic Tower? I haven't heard you say anything about it yet." Alone scratched his chin in surprise. "I didn't mention it." Evan let out a sigh. "Well, I'm used to it by now." He couldn't help but feel skeptical. But still a whole month? Reaching the 6 Magic Towers only takes about a week. Alone replied, "We are going to the Blue Magic Tower." Hearing this, Evan nodded. "I see. That place is near the Labyrinth City, so it's quite far." Finally, he stood up to leave the room. "I will begin preparations immediately." Alone nodded in tacit agreement. After Evan left, he immediately leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Having to ride a carriage for a whole month, just thinking about it makes me exhausted. But what else can I do? The item that can support my precious, tiny mana core is over there." Thinking up to this point, Alone leaned his chin on his hand. The Labyrinth City, huh? It brings back some memories. Back when I played the game, I spent a massive amount of time grinding levels there. He closed his eyes in reminiscence. The labyrinth located in the city center is a special grinding map inside Chedelia. Players can obtain higher quality items by leveling up and venturing deeper inside. However, even though countless players had been to the labyrinth, not a single person had ever reached the final point. Back then, Alone had to use cheats just to get down to the 150th floor. He couldn't even help but curse. The developers are insane. There's still more underneath. Why make extra floors when nobody can even get down there? To see us suffer. Is there any good loot on the 150th floor? However, just like in the game, achievements and artifacts were still constantly being found there. Because of this, the profession of a licensed magic appraiser became so officially popular that it guaranteed a wealthy life. Suddenly, Alone remembered Rain. She mentioned that she would soon take the appraiser exam. With her talent, it should be easy for her to pass the exam. Returning to reality, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. But maybe the gift I gave Rain was too meager compared to the others. It only has the effect of appraising equipment. If that gift isn't enough, I should send her a separate support fund. A starry evening in a labyrinth city of Larthania, a place that does not fall under anyone's rule. This is a city of adventurers and mercenaries. In a small alley, if one passes through countless shops in a corner of the Southern District, they can find a secret appraisal shop named Me, a shop quietly famous for its unique services. This place caters mostly to the nobility and A-rank adventurers. Among them is even the Lord of Larthania himself. Rain spoke up to announce, "The appraisal is complete." "My lord." He was surprised. She held up the object to explain, "This device uses mana to create fire." The Lord said happily, "Thank you as always." "Let me see." As he picked up the device, Rain guided him. "This is a relic that can be engraved." The Lord asked curiously, "What is the capability to be engraved?" She replied calmly, "Just a tiny bit of mana can maintain the flame for at least an hour." He couldn't help but burst into laughter and marvel. Its efficiency has increased significantly. Very good. Everything was settled. The lord departed. Before walking out the door, he turned back to say, as usual, "Thanks as always." From behind the counter, a soft voice echoed, "You're welcome." Waiting until the shop was completely empty, she reached up and took off her mask. Under the dim light, Rain's beautiful face was revealed, her clear emerald eyes carrying a hint of exhaustion. She then turned her face toward another item placed on the shelf, which looked something like a pair of binoculars. Rain walked over, picked it up, and muttered, "This item can also be engraved." At this point, the reason why this shop tucked away in a hidden corner is so famous can be understood as being because of the engraving. Rain brought the item along, opened the door to her room, and stepped inside. This is a gift from the Great Moon. In the room, with the moonlight casting through the window frame, its light shone fully upon a hovering, glowing object. Looking at it, she smiled faintly. "When he first told me to become an appraiser, I couldn't understand the reason." Rain thought of Alone's figure. "Your true identity is Palacio's friend from the era of the forgotten outer gods. I understand that everything up until now has been to eliminate the dark entities, but back then, she had read the letter which stated to go to the labyrinth city of Larthania and become a magic appraiser. At that time, I couldn't possibly link this command to that goal. However, Rain still followed the instructions, setting foot in the labyrinth city all by herself. Even though Rain was still full of doubts, what does becoming an appraiser have to do with killing dark entities? But everything that happened next changed her mind. The moment I saw your gift, I recognized that gift. The Stalker's Eye. It helps quickly identify items below a certain mana threshold to assist with appraisal. The moment Rain touched the eye, she suddenly realized, oh, it's a bit different from what I knew. Its essence doesn't even exist in the library. After that, the seals surrounding the eye gradually vanished, and the chains wrapped around it snapped open. It flared with light, and the single eye opened up. After the seal was broken, the engraving was unlocked. Above the eye at that time was a line of numbers, 0 out of 500. Rain told herself, to obtain the power to fight the dark entities, I must awaken this item. This is an ability and also a means to offer sacrifices. Currently, the numbers on the Stalker's Eye had changed. It displayed 248/500. She pointed the binoculars toward it. A beam of golden light immediately shot out. Before long, a sacred crest was displayed on the body of the binoculars. Rain gave a bitter smile. I still have to sacrifice 252 more items for it to fully awaken. In exchange for enhancing the relic stats, it would absorb something from the item, essentially changing this eye. There was one time when she was engraving an item that displeased the eye, and the previously accumulated sacrifice points were immediately wiped clean. Since then, Rain held certain of one thing. It only responds to specific high-level relics, and if the wrong item is sacrificed, the accumulated count will vanish. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel happy, gently rubbing her head against the eye. Accurately appraise all sacred relics and select high-level sacrifices for engraving. This is a task only I can do because I was born with the Eternal Library. Rain cherished it in her hands. It is all to kill the Dark Wolf, all according to the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, at the Blue Magic Tower, a carriage moved quietly along the cobblestone path circling the tower. Inside the tower, Phenia, the deputy tower master of the Blue Magic Tower, furrowed her brows in deep annoyance and spoke up. The tower master is currently absent. State your business clearly and leave. Seeing that Alone didn't speak, she grew even more irritated. I'm busy, so make it quick. He looked at Phenia, silently evaluating her. She is a familiar face I saw in the main storyline. Right now, she is still the deputy tower master because the main storyline hasn't started yet. In the game, she was a rare genius who reached the 8th circle at just 20 years old and became the master of this very tower. Speaking of the Blue Magic Tower, this is a magic tower that is not only powerful, but also exclusively produces certain essential goods, making their status on par with the nobility. He was a bit displeased. Even though the power of a deputy tower master who has surpassed human limits is supposed to be immense, this attitude is a bit Despite being annoyed, Alone still tried to introduce himself. I am Count Palacio, as previously announced. I came here to discuss the matter of the time gate. On the other side, Fenia was swamped with work. Right, I still have to transfer this document. But as he spoke, she still asked, "So what's the matter?" Alone said calmly, "I can remove the time gate." Fenia's hand, holding the document, froze. The time gate refers to this thing, which is a fissure connecting to a mysterious subspace, appearing in places that frequently use magic. It creates anomalies that cause severe damage, yet unpredictable, dangerously perilous monsters that no one can foresee. She used her analytical eyes to look toward him, and after examining him for a moment, she spoke with a voice full of contempt. "With that pathetic talent, what exactly do you plan to do?" Without hesitating, Fenia waved her hand to dismiss him. "Whatever, just go back." Alone was bewildered. "Wait, shouldn't it be like this? I need an answer." She irritably cut him off. "You're going to remove the time gate and take the treasure?" Right, of course you're going to do that." Fenia angrily slammed her hand on the table and yelled. "Is that so? Do you know how many people come here every day for that exact reason?" Alone tried to persuade her. "I'm telling the truth. Lead me to the time gate, and I will prove it to you." In his heart, he felt wronged. Why doesn't she believe me? She really is. Her voice suddenly dropped. "Look, I understand that you need a major achievement to overturn public opinion, because people are gradually finding out that the only reason you became a count is due to luck when your siblings die. However, that doesn't mean you can bring your drama here to cause trouble." Having said this, Fenia released a surge of power that shook the very space. Alone was startled by the scare, taking a misstep backward. Luckily, Evan caught him. He mused, "Is there such a rumor spreading? It's probably because I've been living too low profile, even though that is actually the truth." She looked like a workaholic, yet was surprisingly well-informed about outside news. Fenia's gaze at this moment seemed to emit sparks of electricity along with absolute fury. Alone instinctively trembled. She's terrifying. No joke. She put me in my place when I was getting a little annoyed." Evan gently leaned to his ear and whispered, "That's only her mana. I believe we would be snapped in half if we dare to mess with her." Alone calmly regained his resolve. "But I'm pretty desperate already." So he stepped closer to negotiate. "If I cannot eliminate the time gate, I will surrender my entire fortune to the magic tower." Fenia still didn't believe it, still spouting nonsense. "I see it." Alone's gaze was full of determination. "If you wish, I will make an oath. This isn't a bad deal for a small amount of your time. Don't you think so?" Hearing that, she hesitated for a moment, her eyes flashing with a look of uncertainty. A moment later, Fenia led him before a door. "The time gate is inside here, as promised. Your entire fortune will be mine the moment you fail." Alone was full of confidence. "That won't be happening." She leaned her head against the door, looking at him and thinking to herself, "Perfect timing. I was wondering whether he was the mastermind of the territory or just a useless guy who got lucky. After listening to him for a while, I believe he belongs to the latter category." Fenia curled her lip in contempt. She also evaluated him as being unlike the inhuman aura around him. He only has a small mana core and an energy perception ability that is barely above average, with talent that just touches the threshold of the second circle. What is he going to do with that much? Pathetic. In reality, the truth was that there was actually no need to close this gate. In 3 months, it would naturally disappear after spitting out a relic. The research would end right there, and not a single mage capable of closing a time gate would ever appear. However, the time gate at the Blue Magic Tower had continued to cause a ruckus for over 2 years. And at this moment, Alone slowly walked closer to the cracking time gate. Fenia shrugged and warned, "If you can't do anything, just walk out of the room." He didn't care about her words and began to weave his hands to form hand seals. She furrowed her brows in suspicion. "You plan to use your hands as a medium instead of staff?" Even ancient spellbooks classify that as a primitive method. It's a method that exists almost exclusively in fairy tales. Fenia couldn't help but feel contempt, wanting to stop him. "For God's sake, stop copying and get out of here." Alone ignored her and began to chant. Suddenly, the surroundings turned pitch black. She turned pale, cold sweat rolling down the bridge of her nose. I can't move. Gosh! Everything had stopped moving. Fenia quickly channeled mana into her eyes, trying to observe her surroundings. In front of her, a giant glowing red eye was tightly closed. It was only in the blink of an eye. That very eye opened up, its crimson pupil seeming as if it wanted to gouge into Fenia's soul. Fenia focused on observing those mysterious circles and pondered. Something unknown, piercing through its essence, is simple enough. That matter is not allowed to happen. Fenia raised her hand, intending to touch something, stopping her thoughts. Sever them. What has been understood is never allowed to be realized. Cut off your thoughts. Seriously, that red eye still stared intently just like that. A moment later, a giant hand gently approached close to Fenia, causing a thought to flash. Absolute command. Her eyes widened, her face now beaded with sweat from fear. That eye shrank from its size and then shut tight, leaving Fenia completely bewildered as she looked up. I understand the command. She just stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, Alone spoke up, causing Fenia to jump and startle. The gate has been closed. No sooner had he finished his sentence than he held an item in his hand and thought to himself, that was as easy as pie. All I needed was the item and the special method. Afterward, Alone said, I will take the sacred artifact that Sharon threw up. He looked toward Fenia and pondered, I need to use it a few more times, so I used a persuasion spell. I wonder if she believed it. Fenia's face was utterly panicked as she stammered, Yes, I won't tell anyone. Alone thought dejectedly. Her expression, did my fabrication fail? He walked toward Fenia. Well, I appreciate it, but there's no need to. Fearing, Fenia hurriedly backed away and replied loudly, Yes, I will keep it an absolute secret. I won't tell anyone. Out of sheer terror, she kept backing up and screamed out loud, I can keep a secret. Really, seriously. Alone still didn't understand anything, wondering blankly to himself, why is she suddenly acting like that? He turned away and called Evan. Let's go back. Before they could leave, Alone looked back upon hearing a call. Please wait a moment. Fenia immediately opened a medicine box and presented it before his eyes. This is a mana recovery potion that I made myself. Please, take it. Alone picked up a potion bottle and observed it. A potion personally crafted by the Deputy Tower Master, and it's even premium grade. Fenia quickly asked, Do you like it, my lord? Alone's face went blank as he thought. These two bottles cost as much as several low-grade bottles combined. I checked the price before and almost choked when I saw it. Afterward, Alone wondered, is she that grateful for me closing the gate? Fenia turned pale in confusion. That is what you requested, Count. I will absolutely keep silent. Seriously. Suddenly, she said foolishly again, Of course. A mana oath. Should I make a mana oath? Alone thought helplessly. Does a minor thing like this really require an oath? A moment later, he spoke up. Wait a moment. Then he told himself again. She seems to be misunderstanding something. Suddenly, countless chains dropped from out of nowhere onto the spot where they were standing, and then quickly bound them tightly. Fenia cried out again. See? I keep promises very well. Alone turned back wearily and replied, I understand. Afterward, he thought dejectedly. She shows no sign of resolving this misunderstanding. A thought flashed across. And so at the Blue Tower, he obtained the sacred artifact he wanted, 5 potions and an oath. Early the next morning, in front of a grand and magnificent tower, Evan stared intently at the item Alone wore on his hand and asked, Is this the treasure that dropped from the gate? It must have been hard to get, but it looks more primitive than I imagined. Is the efficiency good? Alone gently touched the item and replied, Ah well, regardless, this is something I absolutely need. He stared intently at the item, the seal of the irreverent. Yep, I managed to get it safely. The gem embedded on the bracelet can absorb and store mana from the air. The item worn on Alone's hand suddenly glowed, causing him to blurt out, It works well. He fell into thought again. The storage capacity isn't large, but with my mana core, it's more than enough. Afterward, Alone looked into the distance. A body with an amount of mana even less than a supporting item. He made up his resolve. Well, my goal is to research magic and protect myself, not to fight. Sitting in a corner, Alone nodded to himself. This is enough. He remembered Phenia again and wondered. By the way, what exactly did Phenia misunderstand? Alone suddenly recalled that sudden polite attitude was really bizarre. He remembered Phenia. Please come in, my lord. Alone turned to introduce himself. Let me make it clear. I am a second circle mage. Phenia replied cordially. I know you look exactly like a second circle mage. Hearing that, Alone was bewildered. Is she mocking me? Returning to reality, he sat quietly and thought. This reaction is just like Kaliya's from last time. He continued to recall the image of Kaliya. On this side, Phenia forced a smile, still feeling uneasy. Alone looked out the window, lost in thought. Anyway, I won't be seeing any of them again, so it should be fine. The bright sunlight shone down, and down below, a carriage was rolling along accompanied by a voice calling out, "The weather is wonderful." Someone replied, "Yes, it's so peaceful." On the outside, Duchess Althea was keeping extremely quiet. Loria held a teacup in her hand and said softly, "Long time no see. I hope you will have a comfortable time." Lady Phenia. Kaliya smiled and replied, "Of course, Althea, you haven't changed at all either. I'm truly happy to see you again." Loria said elegantly, "It's quite convenient that we don't need to discuss status or power with each other." Kaliya also followed up. Count Palatio's foresight has once again left people astonished. She thought of Alone. It seems that visiting Duchess Althea was a good idea. Kaliya thought. After following his advice, I quickly understood the true intention. That evening, during their conversation, both of them realized that they were both inferior to Palatio. The faces of Loria and Kaliya gasped in surprise. Whatever the reason, it is an alliance built on the orders of Count Palatio. Alone's majestic image appeared from time to time, because vying for power is meaningless when standing beneath the absolute number one. Two crests also appeared. Zenonia and Althea had become more comfortable allies. Loria wondered. The conference will take place next month. Why did you come to visit today? Kaliya immediately stated the reason. The Count sent a letter using the day of my visit as an excuse. Loria gently opened the letter. What could be inside it? The content of the letter was a conversation about noble families. In the letter, it was written that Lady Zenonia hopes she is well. Regarding your visit the other day, a few nobles have also grumbled to me about it. Therefore, there are not many nobles who suit me. Please understand, Kaliya spoke up to say. It looks just like an ordinary letter of apology. But Loria followed up. There is definitely some plot hidden inside. Kaliya agreed immediately. Right? I think we should discuss it. And just like that, the two talked together. There are not many nobles who suit me. Huh. Baron Kenya belongs to the noble faction, and Marquis Marantino is one of the key figures of the royal faction. Viscount Belanda belongs to the royal faction. Duke Faldian is a key figure of the noble faction. Among the nobles he spoke with at the ball. Finally, Loria concluded briefly. He dislikes both the noble faction and the royal faction. A terrifying thought appeared. So as to kill them all? Loria said calmly. We should draw a conclusion based on common sense. Kaliya quickly replied, I agree. Loria said thoughtfully. Then, afterwards, she emphasized, he wants to eliminate the current nobility. Upon understanding everything, both of them turned pale with fear. Loria stared and said, that is the meaning of it. Kaliya also followed up in fear and create a new administration. Loria looked up at the sky in dissatisfaction. This is why Althea needs its reputation and Feng Bing as Duke. The atmosphere at this moment was a bit strained. If the hegemon of the West is by his side, then surely, Kaliya affirmed, it seems to be that way. The two of them then said, shall we discuss the plan? Meanwhile, at the Blue Tower, a voice rang out. Count Palatio, you mean he's similar to the gate? Phenia sprawled out exhaustedly on the table. Yes. Tower Master Raiden said curiously, tell me the details. She lifted her face and sighed. And just like that, the pieces of the puzzle were randomly created, moving chaotically and fitting into their positions. On this side, Evan asked anxiously, are you all right, my lord? Alone put his hand to his mouth and replied, I suddenly choked on a sweet potato. He still said calmly, but it's still delicious. Evan brought over water and said, "Here is the water, sire." Alon immediately took it and thanked him. He wore a sad, gloomy face. "I want to go home so quickly." Afterward, he thought, it's also almost time for Yusha's letter to arrive. The sky gradually grew dark, and beneath a statue of a goddess, Yusha stood there silently. Afterward, she smiled softly with a shy look on her face. Cut to the blue tower now. A voice rings out, "Oh, my dear Phenia, my disciple, I'm back." The moment he returns, he looks around suspiciously. How strange. I can no longer sense the presence of the time gate. The master of the blue tower, 8-ring grand mage Selene Micardo. Seeing her like this, he asks curiously, "Did something happen while I was away?" "Tower master, you finally returned. I have completed every task you entrusted to me." Phenia, Selene stands frozen in shock. Is it really that serious? She didn't fly into a rage at me like she usually does. What on earth happened? Since Phenia had assumed the position of deputy tower master at a young age due to her innate talent, her ego and arrogance had skyrocketed to the heavens. She probably just made another rookie burst into tears. This is already the 77th time this has happened. Even so, I never intended to correct that personality of hers because her passion for magic is incredibly pure. Once she reaches the 7-ring level, she will realize on her own that her achievements all this time amount to very little, and she will naturally learn humility. That's exactly why the current situation looks so bizarre. Selene steps forward to comfort her. "Look, my dispatch to the north lasted quite a while this time. Did the backlog of work in my absence push you past your limit?" She turns to look at him with eyes pleading for help. Only then does she recount the story to him. "So the Count has sealed the time gate, but because you made an oath, you can't reveal the exact method he used. Anyway, there aren't many details to tell about the process of closing the gate, so that's all you can present. Could the thing that forced Phenia to become humble be an inexplicable type of magic? Or to be more precise, is it actually origin magic? She's so terrified that she doesn't even bother to resist when I touch her." "Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom, you say? Very interesting. This is a man I need to keep my eyes on. 1 month since leaving the Blue Tower, after seizing the seal of the Irreverent One, I have begun to delve deep into researching the ciphers in earnest. This is because my daily usage limit for magic has now been increased. Crucial note, the rules when operating ciphers. Magic will shatter if the following criteria are not met. Do not use illogical magic. Do not repeat the same element. And you're only allowed to use a maximum of 4 types of magic. The combination of similar phrases can create a resonance effect for new discoveries, which makes it seem that a certain cipher needs to be scientifically arranged in advance. I guess so, and thanks to that, I've grasped another operational rule of the polymorphic cipher clusters. This might be related to the technique and the position where I set up the operational magic. However, I'm still not entirely certain. Evan happens to walk past just then, and he approaches to check in. "Every time I witness it, I find your magic growing stronger than before." "Is that so, Count?" Alone sighs wearily at this. "Before, it didn't look like the level of second-ring magic at all, but it seems that now it's on a completely different scale compared to a few months ago. I think deploying a regular gravity spell couldn't possibly create a deep crater like this. Gravity is inherently just a second-ring spell, so even if it's pushed to its maximum output, it wouldn't have the power to crush an entity to that extent. I used to think that I was just gradually getting stronger, but it turns out that wasn't a mistaken sensation, was it? Your magic is truly fascinating, Count. If there really is a specific reason for this sudden surge in power, it's definitely not due to mastery or the ciphers. After all, improving your magic proficiency only helps increase accuracy and practical execution. As for the ciphers, they merely act as trigger keywords to alter properties. I spent months analyzing the cipher matrix for gravity, and recently I've been substituting nearly identical phrases for one another. Ultimately, I realized that the power only advances when you find the optimal arrangement. It's not exactly just an illusion. Otherwise, this makes no sense. There's no basis for the destructive power of magic to suddenly spike like this. Perhaps my physical condition has just been at its peak lately. I stopped by to deliver Yusha's letter to you. It was just delivered. Thanks, Evan. I'll go back to my room and look it over when I have some free time. Oh, are you planning on heading straight to the study? Yes. I've exhausted all 3 of my magic deployments for today. What is the root cause behind my sudden surge in strength? Could it be a benefit received from a curse? That curse is a type of ancient ritual from the East, where the caster accepts sacrificing themselves to harm others or even themselves. When bearing a curse, the target suffers damage but simultaneously receives a portion of power as compensation. There's no one around here who understands Eastern secret arts, so that possibility is ruled out. Or could it be the power of faith? But for account of a minor nation that has been forgotten by the underworld. That sounds completely absurd. Well, sometimes I should just put all my worries aside and get on with my life. After all, nothing bad has come out of it, right? The Holy Kingdom of Rosario, the capital Rional, a pristine city where the residents worship Chironia, the goddess of moonlight and tranquility. The Eastern Chapel. Yusha is praying here. Greetings, sister. A knight approaches with a respectful tone. Greetings, Knight Gale. Is everything well? Gale thinks to himself at this moment. She's a nun whose rank is even lower than a holy knight, and she doesn't even have the right to wear the ribbon of holy grace. However, I still need to maintain a respectful attitude. Yes, during this operation, we successfully rescued 8 children and 25 civilians from a remote village located right on the border between the East and the West. This achievement is entirely thanks to your efforts, sister. That's not true. You're the one who performed those noble deeds. And you are also the person who enlightened an ignorant soul like me. I will always keep that close to my heart. For 20 long years, I was sunk in despair because I couldn't sense even a shred of divine power. I almost gave up on everything. If there is something you desire that desperately, try placing your absolute faith in the moon. The moon, Gale asks in doubtful despair. You will understand many things after you actually do it. Back then, I was so desperate that I was willing to try any method. I sincerely prayed to the moon for days, exactly as she instructed. And then, I was miraculously able to use divine power. I was incredibly happy because of that, but that's also why I succumbed to a momentary temptation, placing my faith in the moon instead of the goddess Chironia. I used to fear that I was treading the path of heresy. However, all sources of power borrowed from the gods are inherently the same. In fact, even the holy relics blessed in the name of the goddess still shine in a human-like form when I touch them. That is clear proof of the divine power I now possess. But why did the sister advise me to believe in the moon? Because faith inherently stems from an invisible belief and takes a lot of time to manifest. It will always be easier when you seek what you need from things that actually exist right before your eyes. Yusha suddenly stops. That moonlight will always watch over you and be by your side to support you. I understand now, since the goddess herself is also the symbol of the moon. This is the way for people full of doubts to find an absolutely reliable anchor for their deepest desires. Gale bows his head in gratitude. Sister, I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you wish to show your gratitude, let's perform the prayer ritual together. I am willing to do that as many times as it takes. You arrived just in time. The ceremony is about to begin, and everyone is gathered. Yusha leads Gale into the sanctuary, where countless people have already sought refuge. She calmly walks toward the center of the sanctuary. Meanwhile, Gale also finds a place to sit. Now, let us pray together. The moonlight tonight is clearer than ever before. Everyone, let's turn our gaze toward the great moon. Back to the main character. Alone holds the letter sent by Yusha and lets out a completely dejected sigh. From today on, there's nothing special either. Mostly just daily life updates. That also means everyone is doing just fine. That's a good thing. Yeah, but the fact that no one writes to me except Yusha, even though everyone is doing fine, still makes me a little sad. If I think about it from their perspective, it's understandable though. To them, I'm just a strange middle-aged guy they've never met. So maybe I'm just a kind passing face to them. Anyway, I achieved my goal of guiding them down the right path so they wouldn't destroy the world. So there's no reason to be sad. No reason at all. Absolutely no reason. Alone's inner thoughts waver slightly at this moment. Yusha must be incredibly busy, yet she still writes to me regularly. I raised 5 kids, but in the end, only the oldest one recognizes my effort. Right when Alone is crying silently inside, His buddy Evan suddenly speaks up. "Count, are you busy?" Evan unexpectedly turns to ask, making Alone jump and startle. "Oh, Cough, you're still here?" Without needing to head back, he pulls out a piece of paper while saying, yes, I just received some news about the kids from the Information Guild. So, I wanted to report it to you right away. Regarding Raiden, the one you asked about last time, he has become a pirate now. This information leaves the male lead completely bewildered. A few seconds later, he stammers in a low voice. "Can you elaborate on that?" Just like that, the two of them head to the table to sit and have a drink. The guard, Evan, slowly recounts the information he gathered. First of all, the ones with the most rumors are Siolang and Zhuz, who have achieved a 32-game winning streak out of 100 matches. This is a mandatory condition for her to become a Belanda. Hearing this, Alone suddenly snaps back and asks, "A 32-game winning streak? Wait, the fighter with the longest winning streak is..." Before he can finish his sentence, Evan nods. The Lion King with a 41-game winning streak. At this point, Alone can't help but admire her in his heart. The Lion King is an incredibly powerful character who joined the player's party for a short time. This colony relies heavily on powerful individuals to flaunt its military might, and she's about to surpass even the top figure of the colony. Unaware of his thoughts, Evan continues to report further. As for Deus, his order has executed one of the 8 Manjika leaders of the Snow region, the leader of those who transform into monsters through rituals. You know them, right? For the male lead, there's no way he doesn't know this storyline. He thinks to himself, "I know them all too well. Back when I was in the game, I had to fight the barbarian tribe and destroy their god, Ultaurus. Luckily, I don't have to face them now, because Ultaurus only appears when the 5 great sins gather in full, a brutally difficult stage to clear." Thinking up to this point, Alone acts nonchalant again. "Oh, Cough. Well, it seems I don't need to worry about Deus anymore either." Evan happily chimes in. With this, he is now considered on par with Reinhardt, the #1 sword. Learning that the kid he sponsored has become that powerful, Alone starts calculating a way to ride his coattails. "Maybe I really should go see him. That should benefit me greatly." Ignoring the male lead's delusions, Evan adds, "As for Rain, she has become an appraiser and can now engrave black patterns onto artifacts to enhance their stats. Something like that exists? That's really interesting. Maybe she's also living quite well in her own way." Alone nods in response, but at this moment, his tone begins to shift. So, the bottom line is, Raiden has really become a pirate? Realizing they've hit the core issue, Evan's expression grows a bit more serious. Regarding that, you've heard of the 7 islands off the coast of Raxus, right? At the 7 islands where the great pirates reside. He has become the captain of the first island, the largest island. At this point, Alone's entire body seems to slump in disappointment. No way. An online post I once laughed off has now become my own reality. I didn't send him to Raxus for that reason. Raiden is excellent at spotting enemies. Furthermore, being a rare sea deity, he can move freely underwater. The Raxus Sea also contains many precious holy relics. That's why I advised him to become a treasure hunter, a career with a promising future. I also used to specialize in spotting enemies. On this side, seeing Alone looking so utterly despondent, Evan gives him a bit of encouragement. The captain of a great pirate crew is actually pretty much synonymous with the lord of that island. He has become an incredibly important figure now. I suppose so. Alone replies, but his despairing face doesn't ease up one bit. In his heart, he keeps wondering, how on earth did Raiden eliminate the captain of the first island? All the captains are highly skilled individuals, and they have never lost a naval battle to anyone. Perhaps he just salvaged truly valuable items from among the relics of the old era. I also used one to acquire a top-tier holy relic, which is why I had to grind so many hours as a treasure hunter. So he armed himself just to seize the captain position. I know this world doesn't always work out the way you want, but this is truly a bitter pill to swallow. Is this what it feels like to have a kid who turns into a pirate? Thinking about that, Alone turns completely pale, looking like he could drop dead at any moment, scaring the absolute crap out of Evan. "Count, are you alright?" Cut to the heart of the Duchy of Kokia, the massive port city of Raxus. On the other side of the city's coast lies the 7 heavens of pirates, and the largest among them is the first island. The great pirate, the Red Butcher, used to be the captain of this place. The one who used wealth to trade for the protection of the Heavenly King. And this is the person who defeated him to become the new captain of the first island. Raiden shows an extremely annoyed expression at this moment. I just don't get it. What exactly is the Great Moon? I never cared before, so I never really gave any deep thought. At first, he was just someone I felt grateful to. I was supposed to die like a slave, waiting to be dissected. But thanks to him, I met Yusha and awakened my abilities. To be honest, I feel like I'm just following Yusha's orders while working as the Blue Moon. So when I received a direct order from the Great Moon, I really couldn't comprehend this order. What's the point of becoming a treasure hunter anyway? It even evokes a sense of disgust in me. I have to start my revenge as soon as possible. Those black things, they massacred an entire tribe. We were originally living peacefully on an island that no one even knew about. On the continent, we were lucky enough to escape to. Those damn hunters killed my parents when they were exhausted and sold me off like a slave. I don't see how becoming a treasure hunter and that gift have anything to do with my vow of revenge. On the very day Raiden first stepped foot in this place, it looks like I at least have to act like I'm following orders. Why is it so noisy over there? Raiden notices a nearby ship. Wanted posters now appear on the board behind him. He immediately uses his ability to investigate. The ones who once destroyed everything of Raiden's are all right here. A man with a scarred face says mockingly, "Only the chosen great pirates can receive the protection of the Heavenly King through wealth. The selected captains of the 7 islands are eternal." At this point, Raiden can no longer suppress his killing intent. I found the bastards who murder my parents. They finally gain power, huh? The Heavenly King is intentionally spreading lies. Only through a sacred ritual using parts from the body of the sea god can one receive the power bestowed by the sea god Klee. And every captain of the 7 islands once held that power. They are celebrating, unaware of the impending disaster. Those cursed hunters, they tore my parents' bodies into 7 or 8 pieces. Raiden's fury erupted. During the evening fireworks display, Raiden stood high up on the ship, staring gloomily at the scenery. As the waves crashed repeatedly, he darkly asked himself, how on earth did he know? Raiden moved his lips, whispering, even though I've never told him about it. He looked out at the beautiful ship over there and silently marveled. It's almost as if the Great Moon is fulfilling a promise, arranging a chance for revenge at such a perfect moment. Raiden clenched his fists, trembling as he thought. But with our current strength, I'm afraid we're no match for them right now. He recalled that group of people, for they were the ones who possessed the power of the sea god. Reminiscing up to this point, Raiden suddenly paused and pondered if everything was part of the plan from the very beginning. Raiden raised his necklace high up and muttered, then this gift must have a purpose of its own. Raiden held the necklace high under the moonlight, overlooking the ship. The Great Moon had already arranged everything, and he tightly grasped the necklace with both hands in deep reverence. Raiden always understood that the chessboard and the foundation for his revenge had already been cleared. Then, the young man placed the pendant against his forehead with eyes full of resentment. A deep determination ignited in his heart. The next day, the sea rustled with lush green waves, and the small islands were covered in thriving vegetation with towering coconut trees. The feet of a youth sprinted across the grassy shore of a small island. Raiden plunged straight down into the sea from a high cliff without a moment of hesitation. His entire body fell directly into the engulfing waters. Raiden's eyes suddenly lit up when he spotted that object. The necklace was fitted perfectly around the young man's neck. A gift from the Great Moon. That exposed orange lens, Raiden recalled. The orange lens helps me easily find artifacts submerged deeper on the ocean floor, and a few relics retrieved from there will be enough to make up for the power I lack. Raiden swam and dove deeper down toward the treasure on the seabed. That day, as dusk fell over the sea, Raiden fastened the items he found underwater around his ankles. As he walked, Raiden muttered to himself, was it just a simple thank you? I really am a fool. Raiden clutched the treasure chest and looked up high. The Great Moon had kept its promise. He thought back on everything that had happened. Not only did he bring the targets of my revenge right in front of me, but he also granted me the power to exact that revenge. Raiden muttered, I finally fully understand the mission in that letter. Your true intention is. Raiden brushed his hair up with an imposing aura, repeating his master's intent to carry out the revenge and annex the 7 islands. Elsewhere, Yusha sat there talking aimlessly. Am I right or what? Then don't forget it. All of those things, O supreme being of Raiden's realm. He continued the sentence. Because for the great moon is that very phrase, right? The phrase that once seemed so meaningless was gradually becoming the light of faith. Raiden recited to himself. Everything is deeply engraved in my heart for the great moon. Raiden stood by the seashore, clutching the treasure chest, as the moonlight gradually faded behind the horizon. 3 months later, the sweltering heat began to dissipate, and autumn arrived, bringing with it the biennial Asteria Grand Festival. Alone, Palacio sat inside the carriage, thinking to himself, and I was dragged along against my will. He asked his companions, compulsory attendance once every 4 years? What a massive pain. The carriages lined up one after another, speeding forward. Sitting opposite him, Evan answered Alone Palacio. According to the schedule, the carriages of the crawled and adorned families have already arrived to join our convoy. He nodded in response. Ah, is that so? Alone Palacio thought to himself. Merging into a massive convoy just out of fear of bandits. What kind of bizarre, bothersome culture is this? Annoying as hell. Time flew by, and the day was almost over in a flash. Alone Palacio sat inside an inn, holding a mug of beer. But it wasn't until evening that I noticed 2 annoying nobles running over to talk nonsense to him. Lord Count Palacio, having only a single guard with you is a bit much, don't you think? Did you run out of funds because you stumbled into your title by pure luck? Alone Palacio stared dejectedly at this scene. The issue isn't bandits, it's these damn nobles. He hid his helpless face behind a plate. You guys sure love talking trash. Why don't you take it somewhere else and badmouth me behind my back so we can be done with it? Honestly, this kind of thing wasn't anything new to Alone Palacio. Because I was originally a legendary bastard whose Palacio power once ruled the entire eastern underworld, built upon a mountain of money plundered from that very underworld. Alone Palacio silently recalled his own background. But since I became content with my current life, I washed my hands of it, retired, and am now living perfectly fine. It's not like it's a struggle or anything. The underworld is full of dangerous business. I'm not getting involved anymore. Alone Palacio looked at the scheming nobles as if they were nothing but hunting hounds. Because of that, the eastern underworld has now become a gold mine for small-time bottom feeders to squabble over. And the rumor that I became a count through luck rather than actual capability. Alone Palacio tilted his head and thought it had practically become accepted as a fact by now. The groundless rumors about a backer for the Count's house began to die down, degrading me to a lucky brat, which I knew all too well. And those 2 nobles ran up to boast right in front of him. Oh, how pitiful. Your pockets must be completely empty, aren't they? Ah, just say the word, and I'm always happy to throw some charity your way. Alone Palacio asked himself helplessly, but to think they'd dare mock me right to my face, they're fully grown adults acting like toddlers. These lunatics. Alone Palacio looked at those 2 nobles, feeling slightly puzzled. But this seems to be crossing the line a bit. But at this exact moment, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Ah, is today a reunion festival for Palacio's victims? Alone Palacio recalled those ranks. Palacio, Sildson, Child, and Son, the ones Palacio used to order around like walking wallets. And looking at the current reality, they were venting all the built-up frustration they had once endured, furiously unleashing their anger completely out of control. Alone Palacio sat there asking himself helplessly, when I wasn't even the one who ordered them around in the first place? Alone Palacio just sat there sighing and taking the heat, feeling like he was dealing with internet trolls who live to mock others, thinking he should probably just block them all. Just then, Evan walked outside and asked in surprise, "Oh, they're still not done mocking you?" Impressive dedication. He shook his head and let it go. The best way is to just ignore them and live your life. Evan, where did you go off to? He replied in surprise. Ah, they were handing these out in the kitchen. Evan held out the items cradled in his arms and said, "It's grilled corn." Alone Palacio marveled. "Oh, looks delicious." Sitting next to Evan and munching on the grilled corn, he thought to himself. This survival food is an absolute favorite of mine, especially on a freezing night like this. It hits the spot perfect. Thinking back on a massive underworld army of the past, I guess I couldn't afford to feed them all, so they were entirely disbanded. Huh? The carriage doesn't seem to be well maintained either, but whatever. Forget it. Looking back at those two nobles, that actually sounds pretty tempting. Are they planning to team up? Alone Palacio and Evan sat eating the grilled corn, praising it thoroughly. Delicious. If only there was a bit of butter spread on top, it would be absolutely perfect. At that moment, in the Northern Realm, the land of eternal frost annexed by the barbarian tribes, it looked as though no living creature could exist, leaving only a cursed gray ash enveloping everything. The armless man tried to drag his body across the pristine white snow. As he struggled to move, he left mottled trails of blood on the snow. Cursing furiously in both pain and rage, those wretched Caliban bastards have absolutely no concept of honor. He was Great Khan, one of the 8 grand chieftains of the barbarian tribe. And for the barbarians who revered combat, dying on a battlefield was the ultimate glory and the highest dignity. But this time was different because I fell into the trap of that Caliban knight who challenged me back then, suffering defeat under his cowardly sneak attack. The chieftain coughed up a mouthful of tainted blood. He lay sprawled out, coughing weakly. The chieftain lay on the white snow, groaning helplessly. If things go on like this, what will become of the Snow Plains station? The snow kept falling relentlessly amidst the freezing northern realm. The chieftain was buried deeper and deeper under the cold snow. Lying there, he cried out with his final dying breaths. I am far too ashamed, to the point where I cannot close my eyes in peace at death's door. The cold snow continued to fall heavily. Blood poured incessantly from his eye sockets. Oh, my flesh and blood. Amidst the freezing northern realm, a call echoed. Call my name. That voice rang out all around the chieftain. Chant my great title. The sound said, the title you have always worshipped from the past until now. The chieftain groaned, calling out the name. He whispered the name, Lord Ultaurus. The chieftain's body grew weaker and weaker. He cried out, whispering to the snow, Great Lord. His remaining hand strained to push himself up. The grand chieftain directed his body upward and shouted aloud, My supreme deity, Lord Ultaurus. He turned toward Lord Ultaurus, begging, I dare to call upon your name. Lord Ultaurus smiled and praised him. Very well. If that is the case, I shall grant your desire. The convoy carrying Alone Palacio continued its journey toward the grand banquet of the Roteger family. While on the way to the social venue, his sweet middle-aged life continued. Even with other families joining, the mockery never ceased. The 2 drunk nobles crawled and adorned, threw their arms around Alone Palacio's neck, dancing and singing. What? Just that is enough to become a topic of gossip. It's so pathetic it makes me want to cry. Alone Palacio merely said to himself calmly, We just need to ignore them. Don't feed them. This is the bare minimum etiquette for a gamer. Oh, scored a juicy target here. The convoy traveled a bit further before stopping. Let's rest here for the night. Victory belonged to the one who ignored the trolls, trying desperately to mock him. The 2 nobles, crawled and adorned, were furious, cursing, Why does that bastard keep ignoring us? Unbelievable. The 2 nobles, crawled and adorned, thought of something and turned to ask each other, By the way, what's the status of the reinforced escort? I checked with an item. It's just that brat and that thug knight. How dare he sit at the same table as nobility? Alone Palacio, who was munching on corn, cried out, Ah, so hot. Evan called out worriedly, Let me blow on it for you. The other 2 sighed and accepted it. Looks like the rumors of them being a bunch of useless hacks are true. The 2 nobles, crawled and adorned, discussed with each other. In that case, we can deploy the plan to attack the underworld now. There's no need to show any respect to the Palacios anymore. Both laughed sinisterly and told each other, Massive wealth and power are circulating in the underworld. We will finally get to taste it ourselves. If we take over the underworld, we should give him a gift too, shouldn't we? The 2 nobles, crawled and adorned, excitedly painted a picture of the future. Teach him a thorough lesson about the cruel taste of this world. Haha, you're actually quite kind-hearted. As the 2 were laughing, they heard a rustling sound, and when they turned around to look toward the noise, they shrieked at the top of their lungs. The two nobles crawled, and Adorn pointed in that direction, trembling as they said, "Monsters!" Some ran inside, while others rushed out to fight. The mages guarded the front. A mage fired a flare into the sky, signaling danger to the entire convoy. The warning flare, carrying weapons and signals, illuminated the monsters and the attackers. The members of the convoy recognized goblins. They breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, what's that? Is it just goblins?" This is a weak type of monster commonly found in the forest, but they suddenly froze as they realized something else. What if their numbers are enough to sweep through everything? The entire convoy stared blankly at this sight. The monsters marched forward, carrying heavy weapons. The convoy heading to the grand banquet frowned with difficulty and cried out, "Damn it, the scouts outside are all dead. What the hell is going on?" Many members stammered, "I've never seen a goblin that looks like this before. The size is completely different. Is it some new mutation? Furthermore, for it to be packed with mana like that means..." Both sides braced themselves, preparing to enter combat stances. But there was a disparity in strength. Its physical build was completely different from anything we had ever known. The monsters attacked continuously without showing any fatigue, smashing down at the humans, making the earth and rocks shatter violently, while the human side retaliated immediately without holding back. The monsters crawled and scrambled wildly across the ground, gathering their strength. They stopped, looked around, and shrieked, "Kiki, attack!" The monsters had now gathered in a single spot. The mages and knights discussed among themselves. A third ring stone wall spell and a second ring citadel shield spell. Is there another mage? Who could it be? Right at this moment, a lone Palatio appeared and commanded, "Enhance." The knights and mages turned to look at the person who had just launched the attack, as light focused on a single point and then continuously spiraled forward. Alone Palatio extended his arm and delivered a punch. Pressure. The struck monsters wailed in pain, shrieking. They couldn't escape from that enhancement circle. Sounds of crunching emitted continuously alongside their shrieks. An entire massive horde of monsters was trapped inside the enhancement sphere. The group of humans also retreated, aggravated by the thick mist. Alone, Palatio casually walked up toward the sphere. He clenched both fists tightly and squeezed hard, creating a vacuum. Light radiated with high intensity from between Alone Palatio's hands. Earth, rocks, and blocks of light began to detonate, scattering everywhere. Alone Palatio chanted an additional primordial command. The rings on Alone Palatio's arm lit up tier by tier like a representative power bar. The enhancement sphere then exploded violently, blasting the monsters to pieces. Alone Palatio still stood peacefully at his position, observing everything. The two nobles, Crawled and Adorn, stared wide-eyed at this sight, completely unable to believe what was happening. The mages and knights were also astounded, unable to process it. Alone Palatio turned back to remind everyone, "Don't just stand there, get ready." Everyone snapped out of it immediately after, regaining their composure to fight off the monsters rushing in. Both sides, humans and monsters, clashed in a fierce brawl. Alone Palatio swung his hands to provide backup for the mage group. Countless slashes from his hands were delivered directly to the monsters. Those slashes were so precise that they didn't affect the humans at all. Evan, who was in the middle of fighting, also looked over in awe. Time continued to pass for a while longer. The brave humans continued to fight on without taking a single step back. Neither side stopped until morning had broken. Once things quieted down, those who had hidden in safe places ran out, shouting joyfully, "It's over! It has finally ended!" The mages and knights gasped for air, completely exhausted but filled with a deep sense of relief and pride. Everyone looked toward Alone Palatio, the same thought crossing their minds. That man, staring at Alone Palatio in his armor. They all wondered, who in the world is he? But none of them knew that behind his visor, his face had gone completely pale. "I almost died for real just now. This is bad." Alone Palatio looked down at the special ring on his hand. Even though the daily limit for using magic has increased, it's still only 3 or 4 times. Once I enter a real fight, I'm just an ordinary guy with a tiny mana core. Evan ran over to check on him. "Count, are you hurt anywhere?" Alone Palatio nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. Alone Palatio's face remained pale as he thought to himself. Even with Evan around, losing the ability to protect myself is honestly terrifying. Sensing something off, Evan asked to confirm. Are you really okay, sir? He replied, I'm fine. Alone Palatio secretly thought. I was so annoyed at first that I planned to go alone, but thank goodness I chose to travel with a noble convoy. But this purple netherstone is the biggest issue. How on earth did it appear here? The Advent Crystal is a bizarre phenomenon that occurs right before an evil god descends. Monsters affected by it become far more ferocious, and their physical strength increases significantly. Alone Palatio pondered as he moved. How did it come to this? This wasn't supposed to happen yet. He was still deeply confused by a few things. This was clearly only supposed to happen once the 5 deadly sins were born. Has the laws of the world collapsed so much that those evil gods are already appearing? And this signals that it won't be long before they fully descend upon this land. Alone Palatio held his head in frustration as his thoughts reached this point. The kids haven't even awakened the power of the 5 deadly sins yet. So why? What the hell is actually going on? That very day, Alone Palatio decided to push everything else aside. He resolved that the moment they arrived, his top priority would be to gather information first. He glanced back to observe the group. If this kind of situation keeps happening, sooner or later all our heads are going to roll. The 2 nobles behind him were still in complete shock, clutching their heads, faces pale and utterly speechless. The next day, at the estate of Duke Roteger, drained by the long journey, Alone Palatio let out a tired groan in a gloomy mood. We're finally here. Because this banquet convoy had faced one disaster after another, the curtain on the grand social gala was finally being lifted. Evan sat behind Alone Palatio, massaging his neck and shoulders. The Count complained, I just want to go home and sleep for a whole day. The grand social banquet inside gathered countless nobles, all looking elegant and sophisticated, but it was nothing more than a carefully painted facade. Alone Palatio looked around, assessing the Lauder family's party. Wow, is that all gold decoration? That must have cost a fortune, huh? Sipping his wine, Evan criticized it out of sheer boredom. They're just flexing their wealth. Honestly, if someone stole a piece, nobody would even notice, right? It's so expensive that it actually looks tacky and gaudy. While Alone Palatio was lost in his thoughts, he heard voices from a distance. Oh my, Duke Lauder is truly extraordinary. The noble from the Lauder house laughed in amusement and replied, It's just that my little bird refuses to leave me alone, you see? The other nobles chuckled and advised, My Duke, you really must take care of your health. The more Alone Palatio watched these scenes, the more disgusted he felt. He thought to himself, mingle with these nobles brings absolutely no good. I don't want to get involved at all. It's better to back away a bit. But right at that moment, someone targeted him. Over there, Alone Palatio found his luck unbelievably terrible. He had just intended to stay away from trouble. 2 nobles, Krold and Adorn, approached him with flattering smiles. Ho ho ho, Count Palatio. Could you spare a moment of your time, sir? The 2 of them presented a tribute right in front of him. This is premium meat for my territory. Would you like to try some? I plan to support your territory. What do you think, sir? Alone Palatio tilted his head in confusion. What is this? Why the sudden generosity? Seeing his expression, Krold and Adorn trembled with anxiety. The Count's expression, they cried inwardly with fear. We're doomed. Krold and Adorn tried to reassure each other, telling themselves not to panic like this. Flashing back to the previous day, right after the battle with the goblins. Did you see that just now? It was magic. Krold and Adorn looked toward Alone Palatio and Evan, clutching their heads in utter confusion. One turned to ask the man next to him, Did you see what happened just now? That was magic. Krold and Adorn ran over and called out, Baron Cayman, please let us borrow your mage for a second. We have a question and need to bother them briefly. The person who was suddenly dragged away was the 3rd circle mage that Baron Cayman had brought along to show off his status. The 3rd circle mage held her wand in confusion and asked, What's going on? The 2 nobles asked frantically, That surge of mana just now. They couldn't help but shudder with fear, remembering the terrifying power they had witnessed. They asked hesitantly, while trembling, That was only around the 2nd circle, right? The third circle mage pondered. Huh? Second circle? Then she denied it, leaving the two men completely stunned. How could that be second circle? Absolutely not. He is on a completely different level from me. Does that mean he's at the third circle, or even higher? Tears welled up and crawled in Adorn's eyes as they questioned themselves. Becoming Count Palacio just through luck? Yeah, right. The two of them had witnessed that power, which required no guards whatsoever. The look in Alone Palacio's eyes when he turned around during that magical battle still haunted them. They believed that he was intentionally hiding his true, cold-blooded, and ruthless nature. That was exactly why they were now trying to save their own skins through bribery. There's no other choice. It has come to this. Crawled and Adorn decided they had no choice but to bow their heads. I willingly admit I was disrespectful to Lord Palacio. I was so caught up in foolish delusions that I lost my mind. Both pleaded together, please show us mercy. Evan walked up to Alone Palacio's side, looking bewildered, and asked, what is this? Did they follow us all the way here just to say this? Exhausted, the Count asked himself, what on earth is going on? I still don't get the whole story. Evan placed a hand on his shoulder and offered, should I take care of them, sir? He shook his head. Making a scene is just a waste of energy. He sighed, recalling the situation. But honestly, no matter how progressive this kingdom is, this has crossed the line of what can be ignored. Alone Palacio answered Evan, I'll handle it myself. He thought, even though I don't actually have that kind of power, whatever, let's just bluff as hard as I can. Then, Alone Palacio glared at them, trying his best to play the villain. Terrified, Crawled and Adorn dropped to their knees on the banquet hall floor. They held hands, weeping bitterly. We're finished. This is no different from a fate worse than death. Afterward, the banquet continued in its superficial and lively manner. Alone Palacio looked around, having already sent Evan to the Intelligence Guild. Well, let me try digging up some dirt on those new nobles myself. Alone Palacio picked up a pastry, snacking on it while listening to the nobles' gossip. Oh ho! Those two over there seem to be discussing something secret, huh? Two nearby nobles were standing in a corner, talking quietly. Alone Palacio tried to eavesdrop, thinking that if he used mana to enhance his hearing, he could gauge the situation, though that was a separate matter. Over there, a noble asked, have you heard the news? The story about Duke Cameron and Count Chironia. Hearing this, Alone Palacio was shocked. Of course. I heard they are about to form an alliance, right? Wow. Just the fact that they're aligning is strange enough. Eating his pastry, he pondered, wait, what's there to worry about? There's no need to stress over that. Alone Palacio looked at the two men and clicked his tongue. Anyway, the families backing those two have never liked each other, so that alliance probably won't last long. With that, he enjoyed a bite of his favorite tart. Alone Palacio praised it instantly. The tea is amazing, and this tart shop is absolute perfection. But wait, there's even more shocking news. Don't let your jaw drop when you hear this. The two nobles continue their conversation. Their leader isn't either of those two. Then who on earth is it? They whispered while Alone Palacio remained completely absorbed in his pastry. It turned out that when he heard the name those two mentioned, it hit him like a bolt of lightning out of nowhere. Because the name the two nobles muttered was Palacio. Hearing this, Alone Palacio dropped his piece of tart right then and there. Their leader is... He looked over at them in absolute panic. Alone Palacio felt like he was losing his mind when he heard them say, word is, it's actually Count Palacio. He secretly analyzed his life up to this point. What kind of nonsense are they talking about? As for Duke Cameron, I only met her once back when she was just a young lady. And regarding Lady Chironia, I've only crossed paths with her a handful of times. Alone Palacio held his head in despair. The current Count Chironia hasn't even met me yet. How on earth did such a ridiculous rumor get started? No matter how you look at it, it's just idle gossip. Just then, another person ran over and called out, Count Palacio? Alone Palacio asked himself wearily, why are so many people trying to talk to me today? This is making me really anxious. The noble approached to introduce himself. I am Cayman, the third young master of the Duke Ashudalin family from the kingdom of Asteria. It is an honor to meet you. He finally understood the situation a bit. So because it's such a massive event, nobles from our allied kingdom came as well. Alone Palacio nodded politely. Yes, Nice to meet you. I am Count Palacio. Came in suddenly snapped and picked a fight with Alone Palacio. I heard you only became a count out of pure luck? Huh? I was so jealous that I had to come see your face myself. Do you have some special secret? At this point, he got a little annoyed and cursed inwardly. Wow, nowadays, even a taro ice cream cone thinks it can talk. Right at that moment, other nobles stepped in to confront the idiot Cayman. What did you just say? They shielded and defended Alone Palacio. Are you openly disrespecting and insulting the nobility of our Asteria kingdom right now? Terrified, Cayman tried frantically to explain. No, that's not what I meant at all. What is this? Wasn't he supposed to be a harmless punching bag to vent on? This fool will now introduce himself. I am Cayman Ashudalin, a romantic and elegant gentleman. I have traveled a long way just to marry the youngest lady of the Duke Lauder family. Will my fiancé care to try this exquisite tart I brought along? There's no such thing as a perfect woman in every single aspect in this world. While walking with his fiancée, Cayman glanced at two young ladies passing by. He immediately switched into a judgmental, petty mode. That lady should definitely watch her figure a bit. Cayman kept blabbering right next to the young lady of the Lauder house. Wow, the girl next to her has a bit of an upturned nose, doesn't she? Then he turned back to flatter his fiancée again. But luckily, Lady Lauder takes after her mother and is truly beautiful. Now is the perfect time to flirt. Disgusted, Lady Lauder stated coldly, regarding our engagement, please allow me to reconsider. Shocked, Cayman cried out, what? He sat there, reaching out after her. My lady, Lady Lauder. For some unknown reason, the engagement between Lady Lauder and him had completely fallen apart. Now, that same Cayman walked into the main banquet hall, completely infuriated. I traveled all this way. This is seriously infuriating. Just then, Cayman spotted Alone Palacio standing alone, munching on a pastry. Cayman sized Alone Palacio up from head to toe, black hair and a cold face. Is that him? Count Palacio. I heard he's just a lucky punk who doesn't know anything and has zero back. At that moment, he saw the Count as someone incredibly easy to bully, a perfect target to vent his anger on. Back to the present. The Baron's and Count's question Cayman. Hey, didn't you bring any manners with you? The Kingdom of Asteria is our long-standing ally. Cayman stammered like a cornered mouse, trying to explain himself. No, that's not it. It's just because, watching this play out, Alone Palacio couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Just how unlucky do you have to be to make these three specific people step up together? Wait, why does this scene of nobles teaming up to pressure someone look so familiar? They watched as Cayman Ashudalin bowed deeply and cried, I'm sorry. The three high-ranking nobles scolded him like strict military officers. Hey now, do you think a simple apology just ends everything? Terrified as he faced his punishment, he cried out, I said I'm sorry, but the three men wouldn't let him off the hook. I'm asking if you honestly think an apology solves this. Alone Palacio finally remembered what this scene looked like. This brings back so many memories of my mandatory military service. Cayman sobbed, crying as he threw a tantrum and ran away. Sobi, I committed a grave disrespect, deserve to die. Duke Lauder, Marquis Mardanio, and Count Balan walked over to him and asked, Are you all right, Count Palacio? He quickly waved his hands and replied, I'm fine. Afterward, Alone Palacio kept his thoughts to himself. But seriously, what is wrong with everyone today? It's starting to creep me out. From what he noticed, they had already begun moving. This proved that the rumor was actually being taken as a fact. And if Althea and Zenonia entered politics seriously, then Palacio's power as their leader would become absolutely massive. Alone Palacio wondered, is it all because of that rumor? At this rate, it's going to be a huge pain. It's probably better to clarify that it's just a rumor. Marquis Mardanio stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Come to think of it, I've never had the chance to chat with you before, Count. Duke Lauder chimed in. You must be incredibly busy, I understand completely. Caught off guard, Alone Palacio spoke up. Actually, Marquis Mardanio rubbed his hands together and asked, I heard that Count Palacio has been busy researching magic lately. Coincidentally, I recently acquired some pretty decent artifacts. He continued, so I would like to gift you these holy relics capable of storing mana. What do you think? Duke Lotter and Count Balan also stepped forward with their own offers. What a coincidence. I prepared a gift as well. Count, please accept this small token of our sincerity. Hearing this, Alone Palacio felt completely dizzy, knowing he absolutely had to clarify it was just a rumor. However, Alone couldn't resist the temptation, so he chose to stay quiet, accepting 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana recovery potions. Dawn at the villa of Duke Lotter. In the villa's drawing room, a mysterious woman asked Marquis Mardanio, "How did it go?" He replied, "Fortunately, he happily accepted the gifts. Small tokens among nobles are just etiquette, but valuable items like holy relics carry a completely different meaning. Those who wish to join a faction offer precious treasures to their leader." "That means," the woman remarked, "as long as he accepted them, that's already a relief." Marquis Mardanio burst out laughing. "This is all thanks to Duke Cameron's generosity." She raised her hand and spoke excitedly. "Welcome, Marquis Mardanio." Duke Cameron smiled and cheerfully declared, "From now on, we are officially on the same side." He replied, "This is truly an immense privilege." Everyone was completely ready and willing to agree. He thought to himself, Duke Althea has always been a private person who rarely confronts others directly. Yet this time, she came here personally and chose to meet only a select few individuals. It's highly likely she already selected the necessary pawns for her hand. She subtly used money and power to bypass all standard protocols. Even though the rumors seemed to pop up randomly without a clear source, it was actually a very transparent political move. The opportunity is right in front of us. We absolutely must seize it. Duke Althea then spoke up, breaking the silence. "All right, it's time for us to make our move." This was the 4th day since the opening of the banquet gala, and for some reason, the number of gifts kept piling up day by day. It was definitely because of that ridiculous rumor about his relationship with Althea and Zenonia that everyone was rushing to flatter him like this. A sly look flashed across his face. "Since I've already accepted them, they probably won't ask for them back, right? I'll gather all of this stuff and find a way to slip away out of sight." But then, a voice called out from behind, startling him slightly. Evan spoke up, "Count." Seeing him jump, Evan asked in confusion, "Why do you look so startled, sir?" "I have returned." Alone let out a soft sigh of relief. "I was just lost in a train of thought." Afterward, the two of them headed back to their room. Hearing the news from Evan made him gasp in shock. "To the north? Has the evil god really descended upon the northern region?" He replied, "Yes, the situation in Caliban is currently in utter chaos. Based on ancient texts, there's a chance Medist is also involved with this evil force." Rubbing his forehead, he asked further, "What about the additional information I requested?" He answered, "The individual you are looking for currently resides in that village, located in the northern part of the Ashudalan kingdom." Hearing this, he nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. It works out since it's on our way. We will set off for Caliban immediately." This sudden decision caught Evan off guard. "Why such a rush, sir? Why must the destination be Caliban? Are you really decided on heading north?" He replied, "We will discuss all the specific details thoroughly on the way. Get ready to depart right now." He nodded to confirm, "Understood." After Evan left, Alone leaned back in his chair, holding his head in frustration. Honestly, he hadn't wanted this scenario to happen at all. That was the presence of disaster-level entities that could rival the 5 deadly sins, the evil gods. Because of the influence of the Advent Crystal, it was impossible to predict which evil god would use a mortal vessel to descend here. That was the reason he had worked so hard to gather information to stop early on. He just didn't expect everything to crash down upon them this quickly. From my experience playing the game and witnessing hundreds of scenarios that could arise, the end of this world played out in my mind with extreme clarity. The alliance between the kingdoms will fracture and completely collapse, leading to a meaningless war on land polluted by otherworldly power and ending in utter destruction. If that happens, my current life will also vanish into thin air in an instant. Although I've built a contingency plan, after the evil god descends, there will be a temporary period of peace lasting a few months before he fully awakens and becomes the all-knowing god. During that transitional phase, his power in the form of a divine soul won't have reached its perfect state yet. Seizing the opportunity at that specific moment is probably the most viable option. Nothing is guaranteed, but I have to take a gamble anyway, because this is the only path left. I wonder what kind of items that child would like. Cutting to a week later, a man rushed inside to report, "Commander." He took the letter and began to review it. Suddenly, a look of slight surprise flashed in his eyes. He immediately called for the vice commander, who replied, "Yes, sir." He ordered, "Go spread the word that our plan to head north this time will be delayed for another 2 weeks. On the fields outside Parkurin village, located in the northern part of the Ashudalan kingdom." By this time, he had arrived at the location. His eyes were slightly vacant as he thought to himself, what a surprise to cross paths right at this moment. A young boy then stepped up in front of the two of them and spoke, "Hello, sir." He continued to think, he truly has a very striking appearance. This kid is Eleben, the main character of the RPG game Psychedelia, the one the player controls. No matter what, a protagonist's aura is just something else entirely. This face looks exactly like what I used to see in the game. Is that a boy, though? He's honestly far too exceptional. He looked down at the boy and asked, "Do you know who I am?" The boy scratched his head and replied, "No, sir. I'm just really excited because it's my first time meeting strangers. My name is Eleben." Looking at the boy, he continued to think, let's see how much this real world differs from the game. The concept of a main character is definitely spot on. Sooner or later, he will become famous and possess overwhelming power. Standing in front of the character I used to control feels incredibly surreal. Breaking from his thoughts, he spoke, "What a bright and incredibly polite boy." Then he handed over a small pouch, placing it in the boy's hand. "Here, take this." Opening the pouch, he pulled out a gold coin. The boy asked in confusion, "Oh, isn't this gold currency, sir?" Ignoring the boy, he turned back to call for Evan. Evan immediately pulled out a briefcase and opened it. Inside were several mana potions. This left the young boy utterly astonished. Afterward, Evan brought out countless more gift boxes. In just an instant, a mountain of gifts piled up behind them. Pointing to the area behind him, he confidently declared, "All of this belongs to you now." The boy's eyes went wide with shock. Is all of this really mine?" Then he asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly giving me so much money, sir?" He replied, "Just consider this an investment for me." He thought to himself, I've already fully equipped the protagonist with everything needed for his early game development. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, his voice firm, "Because in the future, you will definitely become someone far greater than this." He continued to think, "So grow up quickly and wipe out those evil gods for me, okay?" Afterward, he turned to leave, thinking, spending this much should be enough to count as thorough care, right? At the very least, you have to use material goods to win people over. Then he suddenly turned back around and introduced himself. "Forgive me, my introduction is a bit belated. I am Count Palacio. Remember this name well. That is the benefactor who sponsored your future success." The boy quickly chased after him. "Thank you, sir, Count. I will definitely never forget your kindness." Sitting inside the carriage, he looked out, thinking, wait a minute, was he always this energetic? A dark fantasy game shouldn't have such a bright atmosphere like this. Beside him, Evan spoke up, "Count, I think I generally understand what you're doing. But is it really all right to just leave like that without explaining anything clearly?" He replied, "He's a smart kid by nature. He'll definitely figure everything out on his own." He continued to think, the current situation directly involves lives and is extremely urgent. I can't just linger around to grind favorability points forever. To be absolutely safe, I even activated the protagonist's auto-progression mode. The power of pay-to-win is truly overpowered, Evan assessed. In any case, this child seems to possess an innate talent. A dense, powerful mana is surging within him, completely contrasting with his rather simple clothing. It looks like he's carrying some kind of magical artifact on him. He chimed in, "Even I can feel that surge of magic." He drifted into thought again. Normally, in the phase before starting the journey, the character only has basic stats, but looking at him, this is definitely another deviation from the original game. It's likely a butterfly effect that I couldn't possibly predict. For a protagonist, this change is even more pronounced. But whatever, Who cares? As long as my plan to enjoy a peaceful life isn't affected, it's fine. Then he replied, the stronger he gets, the more I benefit. This investment will definitely yield a rewarding return. After all, Elaban is one of the few rare individuals who possesses a kind heart in this brutal world. So there's probably nothing to worry about. Wait a minute, a kind heart. He turned to Evan to ask about the matter. That guy Delis, will he actually agree to meet with me? He secretly thought. He was so terrified that he never stepped foot in the orphanage even once. I didn't expect things to come to this. Evan replied, I think he'll probably agree to meet you, sir. He sighed, I suppose so. Time flew by, and soon it was 10 days later. The capital of Caliban, Kedom. Right now, in front of the North Gate, convoys were lined up neatly, waiting for their turn to enter. Inside the carriage, Alone was yawning nonstop, completely exhausted. Even though he was tired, Alone had to admit that long-distance travel is bound to wear a person out. At least it didn't cause any trouble. If it weren't for that bizarre labyrinth at the very end, I definitely could have wrapped things up sooner. However, Alone no longer had the energy to discuss this work. Oh well. Alone looked at the chain in his hand, filled with contemplation. A father's heart wanting to give everything away. And there was the gift too. I wonder if working will be enjoyable. Even looking outside to assess the situation made it instantly clear. They've arranged things for us like that. As he stepped down, he didn't forget to announce. The check at the Capitol surely only requires identity verification. I'll go check it out for a moment. But Alone gave a lazy reply in return. All right. He comfortably leaned back against the cushions in the carriage, feeling that things here were quick and efficient anyway. Suddenly, a noise echoed, catching Alone's attention. It turned out Evan had returned to report. Count, a slight issue has arisen. Hearing this, Alone looked a bit doubtful. An issue? Suddenly forcing us to step aside and ignore this. What's going on? He was repeatedly unsure of how to resolve it. I've already finished verifying our identities. But right at that moment, a man walked up. Are you Count Palacio? The man introduced himself. I am the fourth sword, Brian, the direct disciple of the great knight Fiola. Evan silently observed the man in front of him. Fiola was a highly sensitive person, so please establish a display of annoyance. No wonder. I could see it right in his eyes. Alone spoke up. Bringing knights along like this. What on earth is going on here? Brian stepped forward to state his reason. My contact in the Ashudalan kingdom sent a magic signal letting me know he owes me a favor. Ignoring it, Alone reacted, there's no way. However, something suddenly clicked in his mind. Could it be? Alone hesitantly muttered a name. Cayman. Hearing this, Brian smirked slyly. It seems you left quite a terrible impression on him. Earlier, because Cayman couldn't draw from this area, he warned me. How dare he lose face for me to that extent? Brian just silently listened to his words. He heard that the bastard was on his way to Caliban. Beat him up for me. Cayman smiled uncomfortably, looking like he understood completely. Don't you still need extra lightweight objects to increase your power? And it turned out exactly like that. He did as Cayman said. Since I owe that man a favor, I have to make a real show of returning it. All the soldiers surrounded Alone and his group. Alone didn't let out his anger, thinking to himself, they were the ones who picked a fight first and then ran away. Yet now they're acting tough, and seeing him standing perfectly still there made them even more smug. What's the matter? If you know what's good for you and hand over all the valuables in the carriage, maybe I'll go easy on you. Brian got even more arrogant as he stepped closer to Alone. The thing I was asked and entrusted to do is exactly this job. Brian secretly felt thrilled, thinking he had nothing to lose anyway. This guy came from the Ashudalan kingdom, where platinum held a lot of weight in the alliance, so beating him wouldn't cause any friction with Caliban. He was just a noble in name only. I've adjusted everything. But what Brian failed to notice was that Alone's face was growing increasingly darker. Birds of a feather flocked together, indeed. He was silently building up his own power. Brian was also so reckless that he raised his sword to strike Alone without a shred of caution. Even if things went slightly off track, it didn't matter. His master would step in and smooth things over. Out of nowhere, a hand gripped the back of Brian's neck tightly. Brian didn't have an ounce of strength left to resist, and he was lifted high into the air just like that. His entire body shook violently, and it was with great difficulty that he managed to squeeze out a voice. "Who are you?" Alone and his group couldn't help but look at this spectacle in sheer amazement. Deus's cold voice rang out. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Standing nearby, Alone tensely watched everything unfold. Deus's face looked absolutely terrifying right now. How dare they point a sword at my benefactor? Brian was hoisted up like that, completely unable to fight back. Unfortunately, there was a crucial truth that Brian knew nothing about. And then he was thrown down mercilessly just like that. Count Palacio, and it didn't stop there. He also gave Brian a painful stomp straight to the face. This was the man who had triumphed in the decisive war against the Kruta of the frozen tundra. Naturally, Brian was beaten to a pulp without even knowing why, barely managing to voice his words. "Wait, Lord Deus," Brian repeatedly warned. "Hypothetically, you can't treat me like this." But the boy was only focused on seeking unfamiliar voices. No one here could have guessed that Alone's double was so unique. This was Deus's benefactor. Suddenly, his eyes swept over those standing nearby. Anyone who moves, all the soldiers froze upon hearing him speak, won't be returning home in one piece. Still unsatisfied, Deus delivered a kick to Brian, effortlessly sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Only then did Alone react slightly. That night was the current Deus, and without letting Brian rest for even a second, he rushed back over, radiating pure bloodlust. "Otherwise, be grateful that the current situation prevents me from killing you." He showed no mercy, dealing Brian an earth-shattering blow. By now, the hero's face looked like a swollen pig's head, entirely stripped of any capacity to resist. Deus didn't back down, continuing to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks to vent his rage. Even he couldn't completely suppress the impact of those precise strikes. However, Alone's expression didn't look too good. Just now, it turned out he was recalling Deus's furious face upon waking. A smear campaign against my benefactor? For a brief moment, a wave of emotion surged inside him, leaving even those nearby completely speechless. I was just called a benefactor, right? He just thought about being grateful for what he came up with as a child. An insignificant person like me would actually be welcomed. Yet, I haven't even replied to him once. At this moment, he also noticed Alone's distraction. It felt like all the effort put into raising him for so long had finally paid off. He's all grown up, all grown up. Look at how the boy from back then now has the handsome appearance of a fine young man. Alone hid his massive grin. I guess this is exactly how it feels to watch your own child grow into a fine adult, isn't it? I'm proud of you, son. Even Evan, standing right beside him, quickly nudged him. "Hey, Pops, do you realize that the son you're praising is currently beating that guy to a pulp?" Even Evan, standing right beside him, quickly nudged him. "Hey, Pops, do you realize that the son you're praising is currently beating that guy to a pulp?" Yet, when he saw the style that appeared on the ground, a single hair finally reacted slightly. But isn't this a bit overkill? Inadvertently, stifling memories flooded back into his mind. Deus walked over, blazing with a fiery aura. Alone felt a bit apprehensive, remembering that Deus used to be one of the 5 deadly sins, but the next second, the boy bowed with utmost respect. Deus made a proposal that left all the nearby soldiers slack-jawed. "I request permission to serve as your bodyguard, sir." At that moment, somewhere else, the clashing of weapons echoed all around. A man stood tall, looking down at the soldiers strewn across the ground. The man shouted loudly. One of the 8 great Kulkan chieftains and his entire tribe had been completely annihilated. And that man was none other than Delman, the 3rd holy sword of Caliban and the commander of the Scarlet Flame Knights. All the soldiers behind him cheered with joy. "Victory belongs to the Scarlet Flame Knights," Delman quickly ordered. "All troops withdraw to the outpost and pack your gear." Without a moment's delay, his subordinates responded in unison. "Understood, Commander." Delman's face darkened as he thought to himself, "With such an illustrious achievement, I won't be overshadowed by that bastard who became a master knight anymore. Even if it required resorting to torturous methods that no one would ever discover, all of this had its roots in ancient times. For a long time, Caliban and the barbarian tribes had always maintained wars that respected each other's honor. However, I deceived Kulkan, and together with a covert infiltration force, I eliminated him when he was entirely alone. It was only at the very end that Culkin realized he had been painfully tricked. Why would a despicable man like Delman pass up such a rare opportunity? Pressing the advantage, we successfully wiped out the entire tribe. Since that bastard had sent news of victory claiming he destroyed the Kega of the White Snow Fields, I needed a definitive result for this expedition. I don't know if the barbarians hit it, but Culkin's corpse vanished during the battle. However, Delman had an even more foolproof plan. Even if he still had a breath of life left in him, the deadly poison had already taken effect, so he was bound to die. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. After all that was left was to return to Caliban and report the achievement. Suddenly, Delman's footsteps halted. He seemed to have sensed something. What is this? A figure stood, blocking the path ahead, putting them instantly on high alert. That silhouette made Delman shudder slightly with fear. Culkin's familiar face loomed clearly before his eyes, accompanied by a bizarre aura. Witnessing this scene, Delman couldn't help but find it bizarre. What kind of monstrous energy is this? He was clearly dead. However, at that moment, the face of old Tultis manifested beneath Culkin's silhouette. How dare you defile a sacred and great duel that was wagered with absolute honor? His entire body exuded an aura that struck terror into the opponent. Fear consumed even a superhuman who could take hundreds of lives with a single swing of his sword. Delman's forehead dripped with sweat continuously at the sight. You are not Culkin. Who are you? He raised his sword, forcing his voice to sound threatening to intimidate the opponent. Answer me, quickly. Delman flew into a rage, unleashing an earth-shattering strike as a warning. Isn't the mistake on the one who actually believed in the concept of a duel right on the battlefield? Altultus only silently looked down at the destruction Delman left on the ground. He glanced at Delman coldly and proposed, "O strong one who has reached a high realm compared to humans, this is your final chance. Duel with me." Delman didn't hold back either, shouting out to rally his men. All troops, prepare for battle. Altultus was truly provoked this time, and showing no more leniency, he began to deploy his technique, truly immortal without a shred of honor. With such a savage creature, there is no reason to grant an honorable death. At that moment, the corpses on the ground slowly began to stand up. Seeing this, the soldiers' faces turned completely pale, drained of all color. Those figures stood up in a twisted manner, their mouths continuously letting out sorrowful wails. It hurts so much, it hurts so bad. Kill me, just kill me, please." Seizing that moment, old Tultis vanished into a flash, relentlessly attacking the soldiers. Fresh red blood splattered everywhere, making the scene look absolutely wretched. Every single one of old Tultis's strikes caused the space to shake, even fracturing the ground beneath them. The soldiers who couldn't flee in time were sent flying far away, just like that. Old Tultis didn't stop there, delivering yet another heavy kick. Everyone was scattered in all directions, slamming the soldiers who failed to dodge directly into the cliffside. This time, old Tultis faced Delman directly. By now, blood was spilling from the corner of Delman's mouth as he growled out a question. "What the hell are you?" But before receiving an answer, Delman met his end in agonizing pain. It hurts so much, kill me. Please just kill me. It hurts so bad." After dealing with Delman, old Tultis spoke in a slow, deep tone to all the savages in this place. The remaining soldiers stood holding their swords on guard, watching the twisted corpses step forward, created from souls stripped of their deaths. "Welcome to the blood-drenched arena." Old Tultis then flashed a highly cunning smile. "The god of all savage tribes, the father of duels. Old Tultis will grant you an honorable death." He added, "Prove that you're not savages with a duel." Returning to Alone's side, Deus bowed respectfully and said, "I will escort you, my lord." The soldiers nearby were completely shocked. Did he actually just bow his head? Was that really the Bladeless, given how deeply Deus was respected in this place? In Caliban, the prestige of the Bladeless Deus Michaelian was sky-high. His influence was so massive that even if he beat the second prince to within an inch of his life for teasing his little sister, no disciplinary action would ever be taken, except for the royal family, He had never shown such courtesy to anyone else. Therefore, the fact that he bowed his head to a count from another nation was absolutely astonishing. Everyone was relentlessly speculating who exactly this Count Palacio was to make the bladeless bow like that. Very quickly, a sleek, shiny car appeared before them. Deus spoke up considerately. "Let's go." Alone looked at the scene, briefly a loss for words. This was definitely drawing a crowd, but Evan hadn't tagged along this time. "Please go ahead, Count. I'll follow right behind." After what felt like forever, Alone slowly stepped out of the car. He looked at the massive estate before him, unable to hide his internal amazement. Is this massive place Deus's mansion? I guess he really made it big. Without saying a word, Alone silently walked inside, following Deus's lead. But very quickly, Alone grew uncomfortable with the atmosphere, which was quiet to the point of suffocation. Even though I'm really touched that he's looking out for me, I guess I'm acting a bit awkward. He let out a sigh and quietly made up his mind. He would just state his intentions directly first, as that was the proper way to show respect and consideration for the other person. After a moment of hesitation, Alone finally spoke up. "Deus, wait up. It's nothing major, but I came to find you because I have a favor to ask." Deus looked visibly caught off guard. "A favor." Alone nodded in confirmation. That's right. He still hadn't fully processed it. So that was it. It was a favor. Deus thought to himself, it wasn't a command. Even so, Deus maintained a cold expression. Is there something strange about that, then? Hearing this, Alone's heart ached terribly. "Do you still think I'm completely shameless?" Deus coldly turned around, inviting him to sit down so they could talk. However, Alone suddenly found it odd. Normally, shouldn't the host sit in the master chair? "I'm glad you see me as a father figure, though." Alone didn't waste any more time and got straight to the point. "I have two requests that might make things a bit awkward for you. I have some business up north, so would you be able to come with me?" To his surprise, Deus answered immediately without a second thought. "I will do so." Alone was completely shocked. "Huh, you're agreeing just like that?" Deus then added an explanation. "Coincidentally, I was already planning an expedition up north." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief. Deu silente vachid, a zalon spock. Then, he thought to himself, this truly is a difficult request. Alone's voice grew serious. Would it be possible to borrow the ring of the arrogant from the Caliban royal treasury? Just then, someone walked up to report. "Vice Commander, I have returned from the escort mission." Leonard nodded with deep satisfaction. "Good job." He thought to himself that since the commander went in person, there was no need to worry. Before that, Deus had said, "I will personally escort him here." Just then, someone walked up to report, "Vice Commander, I have returned from the escort mission." Leonard nodded with deep satisfaction. "Good job." He thought to himself that since the commander went in person, there was no need to worry. Before that, Deus had said, "I will personally escort him here." He gave strict instructions beforehand. Inform them that the schedule in the north will be delayed by 2 weeks. Leonard curiously inquired, "May I boldly ask the reason why?" Deus's eyes back then were full of anticipation. "Because my benefactor is about to arrive." Remembering that scene, Leonard thought to himself, I've never seen him show an expression like that before. After a moment, he finally replied, "Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom has arrived." Silly's jaw dropped in absolute shock the moment she heard the news. Meanwhile, back at Deus's mansion, Alone spoke up cautiously. "Would it be possible for me to borrow the ring of the madman from the Caliban treasury?" Alone wasn't very confident about his own request, because he knew it was unreasonable and would put him in debt to the royal family. But the ring of the madman was an absolute necessity for this plan. To his surprise, Deus agreed without any hesitation. Right at that moment, Evan finally arrived. "I deeply apologize for being late." In his heart, Alone breathed a sigh of relief. "Evan, perfect timing." "Right, let's lighten the mood first. Maybe you'll like my gifts," Alone immediately suggested. "You came at the perfect time, Evan. You brought that thing, right?" Evan caught on instantly. "Of course, I'll bring them out right away." Before long, a pile of gifts was spread all over the living room. Deus hesitated, at a loss for words. Alone quickly moved to introduce them. "These are a few gifts I prepared. I highly recommend this slim tie. I heard it's a very popular item." He thought to himself, this is the way to break the ice. I picked this after careful consideration, so I hope he likes it. However, Deus's attitude remained entirely cold. Thank you, my lord. Alone felt a bit suspicious at this. Aren't you going to open the gifts and take a look? But to his surprise, Deus shyly turned his face away. Doing so would be rude, so I will open it when I'm alone. Seeing this reaction, Alone grew even more bewildered. There's no need to go that far. Could it be that he doesn't like my gifts? Or is he truly just trying to respect me? He remembered how Deus had bluntly declared before. Anyone who dares to harm my benefactor, Alone said with a bit of awkwardness. Anyway, if my request puts you at a disadvantage, I can compensate. To his surprise, before he could even finish his sentence, Deus cut him off. I will bring the ring of the madman immediately. Alone couldn't believe his ears and asked again to confirm. Didn't you hear me about its current location? Deus was completely nonchalant. The Caliban treasury, right? Hearing that, he couldn't help but find it bizarre. So wouldn't that be incredibly difficult? At this, Deus suddenly hesitated. Normally, it would take about a week, but while he was focused on thinking, Alone and the others were tensely waiting for an answer. Deus finally spoke up. Dealing with the king will be the most annoying part, but I only need to handle about 50 people to get it done. Alone was dumbfounded after hearing that. Huh, is he really planning to go that far? He looks so serious, but he turns out to be quite a jokester. However, Deus's expression was deadly serious. Should I get started right now? Alone couldn't believe it at this point. Isn't that way too much? You don't have to go to that extreme. Deus nodded in response. I understand. Then I will obtain it as quickly as possible. Alone quietly evaluated Deus at this moment. Is he trying to get it from me at all costs? I'm really grateful that he seems to care about me. But isn't this a bit overkill? After finishing their discussion, just as everyone was heading out of the room, the elegant figure of Silly happily walked up to greet them. Silly, long time no see. Silly also showed clear delight. Brother Evan. The two of them just held hands, completely overjoyed. Alone recalled right then that this little girl was the sister he had ordered Evan to go save. Back when he was in the game, her death was only briefly glossed over. Right now, Silly seemed incredibly happy. Alone was entirely absorbed in watching her, completely missing the look on Deus's face beside him. Seeing her in person like this, she looked exactly like Deus. Finally, he couldn't help but say coldly, Silly. Deus didn't show an ounce of friendliness as he pulled his sister back. This man isn't your brother. He's just an old uncle. Alone wasn't surprised at all to see this dynamic. He knew Deus always carried a sense of loss and emptiness regarding family. But Evan was a completely different story. An old uncle. Well, that's not wrong. After everything, Alone realized, it seemed he cherished the girl even more than he had thought. Deus was radiating pure, murderous intent. Shut up, uncle. Don't go striking up conversations with her. Evan looked incredibly pitiful right then. Hey, I was just saying hello. Right at that moment, Alone suddenly had an epiphany. Wait, I get it now. I finally understand why Deus has been so good to me. It's simply because I saved Silly. I was so focused on the fact that he hadn't become a sin yet that I never even considered this. Good grief. Is he really willing to help me with absolutely anything at this point? Maybe I'm letting my imagination run wild. Surely not, right? Silly stepped up timidly and asked softly, Excuse me, you must be Count Palacio, right? Alone nodded in confirmation. That's right. Silly asked further. I heard you ordered Brother Evan to come save me. Alone didn't take credit for it and quickly replied. The truth is, Evan is the one who saved you. I only did what I had to do. Because if you had died, your brother would have turned into a killing machine. I even had to make sure you two met at the right time, since even that much might not have been enough. Silly gratefully took Alone's hand. Thank you so much, sincerely. In that split second, Alone froze up a bit. Even though it was for a different motive, receiving someone's genuine gratitude felt pretty great. In that split second, Alone froze up a bit. Even though it was for a different motive, receiving someone's genuine gratitude felt pretty great. But to his surprise, Deus had already completed the task in no time. He spoke up to confirm, I've brought the ring back. Alone couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. Huh, it's only been a single day. Alone couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. Huh, it's only been a single day. He brought the news immediately. I just heard something incredibly bizarre. Alone instantly shot back. What happened? Evan leaned in and whispered. Deus caused a massive ruckus at the palace, demanding the ring at all costs. The second prince, who always scrutinizes him, got slapped a few times by Deus. Alone was completely dumbfounded after hearing that. Thinking of the mental image of Tyrion getting slapped by Deus, he found it even harder to believe. Very quickly, they set off. And so, after 3 days of preparation, I joined the Eclipse Knights in the Northern Expedition. 2 weeks later, terrible news began to pour in from Caliban's northern frontier outpost. First it was Delman, then Kiriana. Ultaltis was slaughtering everyone across the land. In a certain military camp, a panicked voice cried out, "Are you saying we should retreat, sir? Are you telling us to turn our backs on those savages?" A heated argument broke out. "But you saw it yourself, Viscount. The soldiers are severely wounded." "That's right. The first swordsman has gone into seclusion, so we stand absolutely no chance of defeating them." Yet, right at the peak of the tension, a single clap shattered the atmosphere. Everyone went dead silent, not daring to make a single sound. At this moment, a person stood up and said, "Everyone's opinions have merit. Let's make a decision after we've calmed down." That person was none other than Fiola, the fourth sword of Caliban and the knight commander of the guard. After settling the soldiers down, Deus and Fiola went outside to discuss the situation. "So that foreign god is completely wiping out our bases using his hordes of undead. The third sword, Delman, has fallen at the eastern base. The second sword, Kiriana, has been critically injured at the western base." Deus spoke up coldly. "From right here, I can already see it." Fiola nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's completely enveloped in a terrifying mana, an eerie shade of red. Only those who have reached the realm and opened their inner eye can perceive this horrifying display of man." Fiola felt deeply uncomfortable. That ominous aura keeps drawing my gaze. Maybe pulling back really is the best option. Deus was also full of suspicion, looking over in that direction. Right at that moment, over by a cooking stove, the refracting smoke and fire condensed. Deus couldn't hide his surprise when he saw Alone sitting there, happily eating. Sweet potatoes? Where on earth did he get those? As for Alone, he was completely hyper-focused on his food. Just then, a loud argument broke out, catching Deus's attention. "I already told you no. You absolute idiots." The girl kept struggling violently. "I already said the treatment is done, and there's nothing more I can do. I only came here to investigate the rituals of the savages." Two nearby, soldiers repeatedly tried to stop her. "But human lives should be more important than an investigation. Don't you think so? Just one more time." Deus silently observed the scene playing out before him. The King's Grace Knights under the second sword, and the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower. Phineas stormed off in a rage. "All you guys can do now is just stand there and watch him." She turned around and barked at Deus. "Hey you, get out of my way." However, very quickly, Phineas' facial expression completely changed. "Wait, why is he?" Right at that moment, Alone suddenly cheered out with excitement. "Vice Commander, I heard you were here. Looks like the rumors weren't wrong. Come over here." Right at that moment, Alone suddenly cheered out with excitement. "Vice Commander, I heard you were here. Looks like the rumors weren't wrong. Come over here. The medicine you just mentioned is currently out of stock. Brewing it takes quite a bit of time, and since I'm pretty busy right now." Alone began to adopt a self-blaming tone. "I really hope you could help me, but I get it, I guess I'm asking for too much." Phineas quickly corrected him in a state of panic. "What I meant to say is that I can absolutely make it right away." Hearing that, Alone was inwardly taken aback. "Come again." He then said nonchalantly, "My budget is a bit tight at the moment, so payment might be delayed a little." But Phineas didn't seem to care about that issue at all. "Not a problem. A single gold coin is more than enough." Alone nodded, reluctantly agreeing. "I can't possibly turn down such a generous offer." The two subordinates were utterly stunned to see Phineas smiling. The vice commander is smiling? She even got swindled out of hundreds of gold coins before. Has she completely lost her mind? Phineas didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately got to work. "All right, I'll brew it right away and bring it to you the moment it's finished. The two nearby subordinates' jaws dropped in sheer amazement. That was seriously impressive. They were looking alone like a god now. However, danger was looming close to them. Fiola perceptively noticed. Do you feel that surge of energy? Deus raised his guard the moment he heard that. We're under attack. Now, soldiers with twisted, contorted postures were closing in. In a mere instant, the situation turned into absolute chaos. Now, soldiers with twisted, contorted postures were closing in. In a mere instant, the situation turned into absolute chaos. The enemy soldiers were being relentlessly wiped out in a short span of time. Phinia also began to unleash her power. Glacial Blizzard. With just a single attack, all the soldiers were frozen solid on the spot, then crumbled into dust. Over on this side, Deus was also continuously landing blows. With just a single swing of his sword, he sliced a crowd of soldiers clean in half. Deus seemed to spot something. He's over there. Hearing this, Phinia instantly snapped her head up to look. A bolt of lightning shot straight down from the sky onto the ground. The kind of pure despair that only overwhelming power could manifest. Altultus's shrill voice echoed. You savages do not tarnish the sin of those who have lost their honor. But the moment Altultus finished speaking, a flash of a blade rushed in. It turned out Fiola had launched a surprise attack. Fiola's attack failed to even touch Altultus. Did even the Godspeed blade have absolutely no effect on him? Altultus blew Fiola far away with just a single strike. Those who have abandoned the nobility of their souls shall not be granted a glorious death. Fiola's state at that moment was utterly disastrous. The soldiers nearby stood frozen, completely speechless. Lady Fiola. Just then, a silhouette slowly stepped forward. O Altultus, the great god of dueling. That person was none other than Alone. In accordance with the oath of Caninia, I, Alan Palacio, present myself to fulfill this sacred promise. I demand a Babylonia duel. However, Altultus wasn't intimidated at all. Instead, he burst into a gleeful laugh. His laughter echoed throughout the entire space. Someone who understands the oath of our era. Quite surprising, but rather entertaining. At the same time, the malevolent miasma grew increasingly dense, enveloping the entire area. All those fallen soldiers rose to life once more. Altultus's spine-chilling voice rang out. Noble opponent, welcome to my blood-drenched arena. Just like that, Alone was isolated within an independent boundary set by Altultus, where absolutely no one could interfere. By the Great Covenant, I, Altultus, accept this sacred Babylonia duel. Alone's entire body was trembling uncontrollably right now. His mere presence alone was too horrific. I was completely wrong. I didn't expect him to be this close to a physical manifestation. The closer an outer god is to full possession, the more power they wield, nearly rivaling the 5 great sins. Alone was incredibly anxious. If I hadn't taken that absolute elixir just a moment ago, I probably would have fainted a long time ago. This truly is my absolute last chance before his physical manifestation process is complete. Suppressing his anxiety, he said internally, let's begin this match. Altultus agreed instantly. Yes, let's begin. The two of them rushed in a clash. The Great Babylonia duel is strictly turn-based. Rule 1. The one who is challenged claims the right to attack first. Right now, Altultus was still incredibly smug. Let me play you the melody of destruction. The surrounding people immediately backed away. Everyone fall back. The surrounding people immediately backed away. Everyone fall back. That brought up Rule 2. The defender cannot move outside of their turn. If bound by a prohibition decree, they will be left completely immobile. Altultus was highly appreciative. Alone, magnificent. You truly are a man of honor. And finally, Rule 3. A single turn consists of 1 attack and 1 defense. The opponents swap roles after each turn. Alone began to deploy his power. It was now the defensive turn. However, basic defensive tricks would be completely useless against this type of power. Immobilize, condense, fortify, deepen. Alone quietly resolved himself. Even if I have to burn through every last drop of my mana today, just to block this single strike, a massive torrent of power shot straight toward Alone. but he remained standing firm to endure it. Even so, the destructive force of that attack was absolutely monstrous. An earth-shattering explosion erupted immediately after. A massive crater opened up on the ground. The onlookers stood frozen, watching the dust and smoke gradually clear away. Phineas spoke up hesitantly. Is he still alive? At that moment, right where Alone stood, a beam of light radiated outward. The necklace he wore remained completely intact. It seemed to have shielded its master. Despite being injured, Alone still held tightly onto the item in his hand. Before that, Phineas had happily introduced them. You must have heard of it. This is the absolute elixir and Remington medicinal herb, which will soothe even your most excruciating pain. At that time, she was still a bit skeptical, but what do you plan on using them? Alone looked at the vial in his hand with a tremor. Its effects were truly astonishing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep standing until now. And fortunately, everything had gone exactly according to plan. Alone began to pour the medicine over his body. I won't recover right away, but since it's a high-grade medicinal herb, I'll still be able to move. His gaze turned icy. I have met all the conditions to enter the rage state. Alone slipped the ring onto his finger, summoning the restriction. The moment for the long-awaited attack had finally arrived. Altultus had previously reminded him, "O Wild One, prove your honor through this great Babylonia duel." The rules: fight, flee. It is highly recommended to read the combat rules carefully before beginning. In order to restrict the outer god's movements with these rules, I voluntarily accepted his challenge. Altultus was incredibly thrilled and demanded a sacred Babylonia duel. However, I was extremely fortunate thanks to the reincarnation pendant that prevented my death and the recovery medicine. I barely escaped death after his attack. At the very moment he was on the brink of death, he activated and summoned the restriction more than anyone else. Alone understood perfectly well that to activate the Ring of Radiance, the user must stand on the edge of death. Alone felt a surge of excitement in his heart right now. Here it is. The enforcement magic has been activated, and since this is a sacred duel, no defense or counterattack is permitted. Alone wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the game, I only needed to endure the first hit, and that was it. On top of that, the enhancement effect isn't limited by turns, but operates in real time. It's different here. There is no time. Alone only smirked with utter disdain, lightly shaking the ring in his hand. The first restriction: when magic is executed on snowy terrain, I can bend the rules of this world just a little bit. The sky by now had changed abnormally, turning red then blue again. Alone unleashed his diffraction technique at this moment. And next was the second restriction. When magic is used at the threshold of death, I can bend the rules of this world a little bit further. Primal point. Finally, a brilliant beam of energy was unleashed and condensed, and that was precisely the third absolute annihilation restriction. When fighting against a god, I can bend the rules of this world even deeper. However, things didn't just stop there. A silent front, a blinding flash of light appeared. The fourth restriction: when magic is used against the great god of dueling, Altultus, I can bend the rules of this world one more time. An explosion rang out, sounding even more earth-shattering this time than the last. Alone was filled with immense anxiety in his heart. Please let this succeed. He must be destroyed in just a single blow. However, it seemed things weren't going to be that easy. An outer god does not simply vanish just because their physical vessel is struck, even if it's a shot straight through the heart. Altultus flashed a sly smile. Not bad. Alone's entire body froze right at the finishing blow. He couldn't believe the reality before his eyes. Did I fail? I even drained every last drop of mana stored within the bracelet. Altultus's shrill laughter kept echoing. Could you truly be the heir to his will? To think you were actually able to achieve that much. Alone stood there dazed, completely unable to grasp what was happening. Altultus casually sat down. What an admirable duel, noble warrior. Alone perceptively realized right then. Is he fading away? Altultus stroked his chin and spoke up. I'm very curious to see how things will play out between black and blue, since I have lost the duel. At this moment, an item was presented. I bestow this gift upon you along with all of its power. Noble warrior, you have remembered the rituals and secrets of the great forgotten god, and are a pursuer of his will. When those usurpers break free from their chains, call my name. Not that disgraceful name riddled with lies, but my true name, the trickster. The moment Ultultus finished speaking, he vanished as well. After the battle, everyone began to handle the remaining tasks. Once the outer god had disappeared, the army commenced the task of burying the deceased. They were finally laid to rest before making the journey back to Caliban. The carriage moved slowly along the snow-covered road. Inside the carriage, Alone spoke up at this time. All right, next question. Evan happily claimed the right to answer. Yes, you are a second-rate mage. He quickly corrected him. Ahem. Third-rate. Hearing this, Evan looked a bit embarrassed. Right, third-rate, I don't know where my head is at. Alone then inquired further. Do you know anything about the blue thing and the black thing? Evan helplessly shook his head repeatedly. I don't know anything at all. I've never seen anything black or blue. That's the absolute truth. I swear I'm telling the truth. Alone was thoroughly disheartened. All right then. The moment she heard that, Evan happily dashed off. Thank you, my lord. Goodbye. Alone could only watch her departing figure in silence. I hadn't even told her she could leave yet. If everyone keeps thanking me for little things like this, I'm going to start believing I'm some sort of dangerous criminal. He let out a dejected sigh. But why did he vanish even though my attack had failed? His parting words left me with even more questions. In this belt, I had seen it before in the game. It was precisely the Belt of the Forgotten, the reward obtained for defeating Ultultus. Doubles both damage dealt and damage received. Engraved upon it was a line of text. O heir to his will, let your footsteps guide you to Kahala. This is the first time I've ever seen this line. Could there be something for me to discover in Kahala? Just then, Alone caught sight of Deus's silhouette outside and was a bit surprised. Deus, what's the matter? He spoke up coldly. That female mage dared to leave without sending you off properly. Deus's eyes radiated pure murderous intent. Do you want me to kill her, my lord? Seeing this, Alone hurriedly stopped him. That won't be necessary. Aren't you going a little overboard? Phenia, who was nearby, also felt a sudden chill run down her spine. That sends shivers down my neck. Time flew by quickly. 2 weeks later, at Carmine, the capital of Caliban, Deus arrived at the castle to deliver his report, officially bringing the northern expedition to an end. He also took this opportunity to return the Ring of Radiance. Alone finally had to say his goodbyes. All right, see you next time. However, he had an extra attachment following behind him. I even received a whole mountain of gifts from the king of Caliban. I was completely broke just trying to survive, so this truly helps out a massive amount. Deus suddenly spoke up. Me too. Would it be possible for me to become stronger? Alone was utterly dumbfounded by this question. What is he talking about? The youngest sword master? Did my magic manage to impress him? It's true that I fought pretty aggressively this time around, even without the descent of a god or the manifestation of the 5 sins. The innate potential of these kids is still incredibly powerful. Deus excels beautifully in swordsmanship, so his attainment of the strength he desires is merely a matter of time. Alone still nodded in confirmation. Of course, if you put in the effort, you'll become as strong as you want to be. Deus asked again in disbelief. Really? He immediately replied. Really? After all, you've been blessed with this talent since birth. I'm actually quite envious myself. Then he turned around to board the carriage. Don't worry too much. Well then, I'm off. However, Deus still refused to give up. Why do you always ask for favors instead of giving me commands, my lord? Alone's answer left Deus completely struck with awe. Who on earth goes around giving commands to a member of their own family? He just stood there in silence, watching Alone's departing figure. The nearby soldiers all raised their hands in a respectful salute to send him off. At this moment, Alone sat all alone in the carriage, feeling utterly gloomy. Does he still think that my sponsorship had an underlying motive? It's true that I wanted to prevent the appearance of the 5 sins, but I paid for everything out of pure goodwill. What's the point of raising kids anyway? That evening, back at Deus's mansion, he just sat there all by himself. Deus let out a sigh as he looked at the pile of gifts on the table. I followed him because I felt indebted, but now he has bestowed yet another favor upon me. Suddenly, he glanced down at his fingers, then tried waving his hand around, silent front. Deus kept experimenting relentlessly without stopping. A thought popped in his head right then. I wish I could wield magic the way he does. Me, a member of his family, alone looked at the familiar scenery, incredibly thrilled after being away from home for so long. Finally back home. Sweet home, dear. He was enthusiastically throwing open his room door. It's been about 3 months, hasn't it? Talk about absolute exhaustion. I need to lie down and rest for a bit. However, what welcomed him inside was a literal mountain of documents. Alone saw that they had been waiting for him for a very long time. Welcome to the lair of overdue work. Please step inside. Unable to take it, he screamed out in absolute disgust. Alone didn't hesitate to slam the room door shut. For a split second, I actually thought that was my room. Let's get out of here right now. Yet he stood there thinking for a moment. In the end, Alone still had to accept reality and began tackling the paperwork. Fine, once I clear this backlog of work, I am absolutely going on a vacation no matter what. After all, I'm the only one who has to do this. The destiny of an overworked employee. When on Earth am I going to get to enjoy a peaceful, noble lifestyle? And so Alone decided that he would take a week off afterward as a reward to himself. A slice of perfectly golden brown toast and 2 fluffy, delicious slices. What could possibly be better than peace and abundance? After an unknown amount of time, Alone began to feel dejected again. The nature of a workaholic left him feeling completely drained. I've only been on vacation for a single week, and I'm already feeling stressed out. Thoughts kept popping up inside Alone's head endlessly. Thinking it over and over. The ritual movements and the mysteries of the great forgotten god. The energy required to execute that. Black, blue, the god of chaos, the heir to his will. I'll have to start by solving the problems that old Tultis left behind. Oh, you who remembers the ritual movements and mysteries of the great forgotten god. It's true that I've heard about the ritual movements and mysteries of the god of chaos, but that's about the extent of it. How did old Tultis end up with a forgotten name, much like the Eastern gods? Plus, this is the first time I've ever seen someone evaporate like that. Alone found it highly confusing. How on earth did that outer god manage to appear in the first place? Here lies the problem. If he could make it through, then others could potentially appear as well. Right now, he was in a complete state of confusion. Of course, this is far less troublesome than the 5 great sins. At least the gods give a warning beforehand. I really want to pay a visit to Kahala, but even though I know where it is, I can't actually go. Alone then flipped open his notebook on Cedia, so he wouldn't forget a single detail. O heir to his will, let your footsteps guide you to Kahala, the city of ancient gods, historical ruins, and the secret dungeon of Koloni. According to the storyline, it was discovered 3 years before the protagonist left the village, 3 years before the game starts. Is it this year? That city hasn't even been discovered by adventurers yet. If I rashly barge in, it will only complicate things further. Right at that moment, Evan's voice rang out. Count, it's strangely freezing in here. Could it be due to magic? Alone looked at the surrounding space, quietly assessing it. It seems the situation is progressing nicely. The research I did during my vacation is paying off. Evan broke the news right then, saying, Guess what? An hidden city has just been discovered in Koloni. Alone was quite surprised upon receiving this piece of information. In a different location, Yusha spoke up to conclude, That will be all for today. The semi-annual Blue Moon Conference via Crystal Ball. Most of these meetings wrapped up in less than 10 minutes. Suddenly, Seo Lang spoke up to ask, I heard the Great Moon paid a visit to Caliban. How did it feel to meet him in person, Deus? And normally, Deus would maintain his silence. However, this time was entirely different. Coincidentally, I was also meaning to talk to everyone about that matter. Everyone was completely caught off guard upon hearing this. Is Deus actually about to speak up? Seriously? It seemed they rejoiced far too soon. The story began like this. While everyone was plunged into utter despair and gripped by paralyzing fear, the Great Moon stood up all by himself and challenged him to a duel. Looking back, I believe he foresaw this event and prepared a countermeasure. Wait, how did he know about the duel? He must truly know absolutely everything. After 50 minutes, Sealong's face turned completely pale. Hold on, that's getting a bit out of hand. Deus still refused to stop. And now for the most critical part. Absolutely no one could have anticipated the finishing blow except for the Great Moon. It's truly unbelievable. And then he commenced his offensive turn. In his heart, Seolang kept crying out to Yusha for rescue. To his surprise, Yusha actually joined in. The Great Moon is truly extraordinary. Seolang was completely bursting with hopelessness this time. Time just kept ticking away. 2 hours later, Deus lightly cleared his throat. I've talked a bit too much. See you all again in 6 months. Yusha wasn't annoyed in the slightest. That was actually highly entertaining. And so the meeting dragged on for over 3 hours, setting an unprecedented record. Meanwhile, back at Alone's mansion, he looked at the countless gifts filling the room, unable to hide his bewilderment. What is the meaning of all these gifts? Evan very quickly recognized an artifact from the deep layers of the labyrinth. You could purchase an entire estate with this item. Alone found it highly perplexing. I don't know a single noble among the people who sent this pile. The letters were also quite impressive. The rumors must have spread far and wide by now. To Count Palacio, the savior of the Sword Master. You have sent shockwaves through both the north and the region of Caliban. I hope you still remember me. I am Baron Farima. Are all these gifts coming from a single connection? However, Alone thought differently in his heart. One thing that every employee of a small business learns very quickly. Thank them for their generosity, which means you must accept everything that is given. I'll store this away in my secret chest. Tom just kept passing by. A week later, Evan was still carrying gifts inside. More gifts. It's been a whole week, and it still hasn't stopped. Alone was highly surprised at this point. How unexpected. It's truly amazing how much stuff you can receive simply by knowing a sword master. Deus, you truly are a good child. I'll overlook the fact that you never even bothered to contact me a single time. However, by the time a month had passed, Alone was no longer quite so happy. This stuff never stops. Maybe I should send back these flamboyant gifts. I'm starting to feel quite embarrassed. But this situation gradually subsided by the beginning of summer, as the arrival of gifts began to thin out. Now, over at Kalia, the capital of the Altea Kingdom, at the Grand Assembly, hurried footsteps echoed. Alone's expression was looking incredibly grim. I didn't expect to be late for my very first Grand Assembly. See you later. I don't want to draw any attention to myself because of this at all. Evan even laughed at this point, remarking, it's rare to see him walking so fast. He must be in a massive hurry. But very quickly he noticed. Evan saw that the crowd was all walking behind Alone. It seemed as though they all began to follow along behind the count. Alone gently stepped inside and opened the door. However, he was highly taken aback by the emptiness. I'm not late. The royal faction on the left and the noble faction on the right. I looked into this before coming. So the middle section must be the neutrals. In the end, Alone chose a modest spot. Sitting all the way in the back was the best option. But the moment he turned around, Alone broke out into a cold sweat. What? Weren't they just outside a moment ago? Are they staring at me because they want to sit in the back row? In that case, I guess I'll sit in the middle row instead. That crowd of people just stood there silently staring. What are you doing, my lord? And so Alone bashfully walked up to the front and took a seat. The entire room gradually fell dead silent. Alone seemed to realize right then that they were waiting for him to enter because nobody wanted to sit in the very front row. Serious? Is that actually how it works? What good does it do to sit right next to the faction leaders anyway? Just then, the signal was given. Let us commence this grand assembly. First of all, I would like to announce that a new political party has received voting rights. Count Palacio, the leader of Culpa. In Alone's heart at that very moment, he only wished for an early conclusion. So suddenly hearing his name called left him entirely dazed. Excuse me? What on earth is Culpa? Could it be that I'm the only person who is completely left in the dark about this? Seeing Carmine and the others sitting together, Alone grew even more bewildered. What is wrong with them? Why on earth are they sitting together? Did the alliance between Zenonia and Altea form a new party? But what in the world is this? And they named it Culpa. I thought their relationship wouldn't last very long. This is driving me absolutely insane. At this moment, right out in some windswept and snowy place, a silhouette stood there silently. That person smirked and marveled. How fascinating. Let's see just how far he can go. Returning to the assembly, the question rang out once more. Do you have anything you wish to say as the representative? Alone couldn't believe the reality before his eyes. Are you serious right now? How on earth did I end up becoming the scheming leader of the villain faction overnight? Is that even possible? What is this? Some kind of web novel. Alone looked completely soulless by this point. It seems he has nothing he wishes to say, so we shall move forward. He just sat there dejectedly amidst everyone's congratulations. Congratulations on the establishment of the Culpa faction. We are deeply honored to be here with you on this wonderful day. Count, you are truly the main character of tonight. Right then, a thought crossed Alone's mind. Am I really just a mere figurehead? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you enjoying the banquet, my lord? It turned out to be Kalia and her group. How do you find it? I believe everything is close to absolute perfection. Everything played out exactly as you desired. Alone felt a genuine headache coming on right now. The Duchess of Altea and the daughter of, no, Countess Shutro, who only recently inherited her title. If I remember correctly, I've only spoken a few words to them several years ago. Could it be that I actually have a split personality and my alter ego did all of this without me knowing a single thing about it? Lion bashfully stated, I'm very glad to be able to repay you for saving my life. However, Alone began to speculate what on earth that phrase was supposed to mean. And so, according to the information gathered through conversing with them, after Alone Palacio, issued the order, these two formed an alliance. The Culpa faction was established through the directives sent over to Zenonia. A few nobles have complained to me. Because of that, there aren't many nobles I can get along with. I hope you understand. And by sending gifts to me, the faction leader, they were accepted into the faction. And honest to God, I never told them to do anything like that. Alone's face darkened. He thought they were just sending some sort of apology letter. To Kalia, I'm sorry if I offended you or seemed cold. I've always been a straightforward person, and I'm not good with words. Only now did Alone remember, having wondered why some of the letters were so confusing. I look forward to working with you. Count, you know I think the world of you, right? Yikes, this is a bit. He was completely flustered right now. This misunderstanding was probably impossible to clear up. In his experience, people who operated in the shadows tended to have pretty eccentric personalities. If Alone spoke up, he'd probably be taken care of on the spot. A misunderstanding? After accepting that entire mountain of gifts? You should just go die. If Alone spoke up, he'd probably be taken care of on the spot. A misunderstanding? After accepting that entire mountain of gifts? You should just go die. Alone ultimately had no choice but to accept that he would temporarily hold this position for a while and then pull out at the right time. Noticing the massive amount of gifts, Lion suddenly asked, So, what do you plan to do from now on? He couldn't help but feel anxious. I don't know a single thing about politics. What should I say to sound as badass as possible right now? After a moment, Alone gave his answer. First, I will start by cleaning up the underworld. I have business to take care of. Farewell. He walked away in a total panic. I have to get out of here before they start asking questions. I don't know anything myself. Evan was quite surprised to see Alone walking out. Count? Alone asked again. Evan, you sent the letters, right? Evan was still caught off guard. Yes, I believe so. Wasn't that supposed to be a banquet? You're back early. Yet Alone kept urging him on. Don't look back there. Let's head to the territory right now. Inside, Kalia and the others continued to discuss among themselves. As expected, he vanished right after saying what needed to be said. But I've held control over the underworld in my area for a long time now. Unifying the underworld, huh? Lion also got excited. Sounds interesting. The two of them raised their glasses together. I look forward to seeing what kind of world he will show us from now on. Meanwhile, on Alone's way back, someone was quietly watching from above. Found you, Count Palacio. Killing you here would be easy, but it'll be a hassle once that swordmaster makes a move. However, that person is very obedient, and even the leader said to try not to make enemies with someone too powerful, even if the reward is massive. That's the rule. The agent only smirked. But even he will understand once he hears about this mission. At the southern part of the Ashudalan kingdom, the estate of Duke Comelon, the person inside seemed to be waiting. You must be the agent, right? If so, you must know me very well. The agent replied calmly. Because you were involved with the Seeker. He was the agent, A hitman from an organization within the Federal Kingdom with skills at the Swordmaster level. Before even finishing the sentence, the agent launched an attack. However, there was no room for cowardly rats during a mission. Carmine smiled slyly. You're strong, just as expected. Carmine smiled slyly. You're strong, just as expected. That person even guaranteed that as long as the payment was right, there would be no failure, even if the target was royalty. The agent felt a bit hesitant. But I'm not sure if you can afford it, Lord Carmine. Carmine quickly pulled out the items. These 4. The agent was somewhat taken aback. Abyss essences? They aren't even item orbs. The Abyss essence was an item distributed in extremely small quantities on the black market by Duke Comelon. Unlike Abyss orbs, which merely boost physical capabilities, an essence can grant special powers. It was traded at astronomical prices. The agent thought to himself, thanks to the leader, I've experienced it once before. Just how powerful will I become if I use that? That was one of the reasons the agent held his ground. He didn't give an answer right away. I will get back to you as soon as possible. Carmine smiled triumphantly. Palacio, did you really think you could live in peace after looking down on me like that? Dream on. By now, the sky outside had turned pitch black. The agent asked for the mysterious person's opinion once more. Is it possible, Seeker? That person was Duke Comelon, the head of the Ashudalan Kingdom's nobility and the force behind the Federal Kingdom's underworld. Comelon questioned suspiciously. I was wondering what my useless son was plotting after stealing the Abyss essences. Despite his dissatisfaction, the agent didn't dare show it. Although the compensation was tempting, the leader said never to go against the ducal family under any circumstances. So Comelon waved his hand to dismiss him. I haven't heard a thing. Now get out. The agent found it incredibly baffling. He's going to turn a blind eye? Nice, he further asked. Would you like me to pass along your regards to our leader? Comelon nodded in satisfaction. A good excuse for this sudden visit. Do as you please. After finishing the mission, the agent departed. Comelon then discussed with another person. So you're saying it's impossible to exert any influence on the Altea Kingdom? The person nodded. That's right, Seeker, because the Culpa faction, led by Count Palacio, is expanding more and more. That person was Shutro, a figure from the underworld of the Ashudalan Kingdom. Comelon said coldly. Taking action myself will cause trouble for me. Right at that moment, while Alone was on his way back, the agent made up his mind, thinking about how the Abyss essence would soon be his. Don't hold a grudge, Count Palacio. However, just as he was about to attack, he was ambushed. The agent was caught off guard for a moment, but a split second later, he took a painful hit. Groans of agony echoed everywhere as the agent lay on the ground, looking miserable. The stranger raised a hand, gesturing. You're just wasting your energy. You won't be able to move anymore anyway. He gave a light flick of his wrist. The stranger smiled cheerfully as he left. Don't hold a grudge. He just walked away like that, finally stopping on a nearby tree branch. The stranger said regretfully, if your target hadn't been the Count, you wouldn't have had to die at my hands. The night passed by in complete silence. At this time, Alone's group was traveling under the sweltering heat, their lungs feeling like they were on fire. He sighed wearily. It's been 5 days and I'm still not used to this heat. Evan, standing beside him, felt like he was about to melt too. If only we had an ice crystal. They're insanely expensive, though. But Count, don't you want to practice magic? That strange circle you always draw at home. Alone replied listlessly, not really, not at all. Evan hurriedly advised him. Anyway, it can't be worse than being roasted alive. Evan also thought that joining up with the merchants was a good idea after all. Alone agreed. We don't know anything about this desert. However, the girl sitting in the carriage next to them spoke up. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? You just stayed silent, not saying a word. The girl said coldly, do you enjoy snooping on people? That person was Lyanna Gulls, the daughter of the master of red magic, a 4th-tier mage. Alone replied indifferently, not at all. Lion barked angrily. Stop playing dumb. That's exactly the kind of attitude I always see from the Blue Tower. Alone thought to himself wearily. Can't I just get 1 minute of peace here? Evan only noticed it now. See that? She has ice crystals hanging all over her carriage. He couldn't help but feel worried. The master of red magic is a total psycho. It's best not to get close to his daughter. Just keep your distance. Before that, they had been ambushed, and their subordinates were being taken down left and right. They were absolutely furious. Ambush. One guy restrained Lion and growled. Listen up, you lot. For your own safety, I suggest you cooperate nicely. The subordinates were a bit wary. That emblem belonged to the Blood Desert Bandits. They had even managed to capture young Lady Lion before she could do anything. The leader grew increasingly smug. They said, I'm the daughter of the Tower Master here, and I've found it. Do you want special treatment, girl? Lion said in fear. Who are you? In her heart, she was extremely anxious due to the trauma, and she couldn't breathe. However, at that moment, a wave of cold air suddenly appeared, leaving the bandit bewildered. What? Lion also felt a bit better now. It's so cold, I can breathe again. Turns out it was all because of Alone. Lion was incredibly shocked. Count Palacio? No way. That was when Alone unleashed the move that defeated the opponent, Snow-Covered Land. The reason Lion reacted that way was due to the pressure of being the Tower Master's daughter. After all the hardships she had endured, she had developed an aversion to lies. That was why, even though she was only a 4th-tier mage, she was exceptionally sensitive to energy. Because of this, Lion's personality became highly suspicious. He only has just enough mana to reach tier 2, right? It's much cooler now that night has fallen. It's hard to believe he played a key role in the battle against the Outer God, too. People say he's the benefactor of that master swordsman, but it seems like he's just taking credit for it. Lion couldn't help but feel a sense of dislike for Count Palacio the moment she saw him. Lion was still quite surprised by Alone's true strength. At least that's what I thought. But he's capable of using composite magic. He linked at least 3 spells. She knew very well that the success rate of composite magic, which requires linking multiple spells that each have a distinct structure, decreases exponentially with each additional spell. But you have to be at least tier 5 to master that technique. How can he do it? At this moment, the bandit let go of Lion to attack, but Alone settled it with just a snap of his fingers. One round of freezing, then he clapped his hands, crushing them. Alone looked up coldly. These bandits usually scatter the moment their leader is taken out. I'll give you one chance. Scram! The bandits stood dazed for a moment, and the second they snapped out of it, they ran for their lives. Hurry up, let's get out of here. Lion still found it hard to believe even now. So those rumors were actually true? After driving off the bandits, everyone threw a grand party. The head of the merchant caravan treated Alone with utmost care. How do you like this fine wine, Count? It pairs incredibly well with the ham. Thank you. Don't mention it. I'm the one who owes you my life. This is the least I can do. They also greeted him cheerfully. Have a wonderful evening, sir. Alone also felt somewhat relieved. Luckily, everything went according to plan. It seems that easing the binding restrictions was a good idea. The snow-covered land magic that I designed during my vacation simultaneously utilizes space magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic, even though its only effect is turning the surrounding area into a polar zone. When magic is used in snowy terrain, X leads to a decrease in magic power. When magic is used at death's door, X leads to a decrease in magic power. When fighting against a god, X leads to a decrease in magic power. And finally, when magic is used against the grand dueling god Ultultus, X leads to a decrease in magic power. It allows me to limit the penalties I have to bear for life down to just 3, yet Alone had to recalculate. However, combining 3 spells only lasts for a mere minute? Inefficient. I'll have to study this further. Regardless, the composite magic and snow-covered land worked well. Thanks to the belt, my power has increased. Now it's just a matter of resolving this penalty issue. At this moment, Lion suddenly came to find Count. She bowed sincerely. I misunderstood you. I'm truly sorry. If it's not too much trouble, I would like to discuss magic with you. Would you be willing? Yet Alone didn't hold a grudge over this. She was picking fights with me the whole way. Why the sudden change of heart? Whatever. He cleared his throat and said seriously, All right, I accept your apology. I am a forgiving man. That is so noble of you, Count. Lion was visibly overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Just like that. The conversation lasted until they reached Colony, turning out to be quite interesting. So you're defining that magic sequence yourself? Linking shouldn't break the chain. But if you try rotating it, even for me, someone who uses incantations to bend the rules of magic. Now, at Colony, Lion expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you for everything you've taught me. Count, will you be attending the conference? Alone replied honestly, I don't belong to any magic society, so I wasn't invited. Lion made an offer. In that case, how about joining Red Magic? I really enjoyed our conversation. Alone just politely declined. Thank you for your kindness. And so Lion took her leave. See you later then. However, Alone still felt a bit of regret. Actually, I do need a few things from the conference tower, so this is quite convenient. At this time, Evan also returned. All right, I've taken care of the carriage and luggage. But before he could even finish his sentence, an explosion went off behind them. Cries and trembling bodies appeared everywhere. Evan was still a bit dazed. What? Another attack came, and this time the explosion was even bigger. While they were still frozen from the continuous attacks, a girl appeared. With just a single kick, the kid took care of the opponent. Evan anxiously shielded Alone behind him. Count stepped back, but unexpectedly, a figure hugged Alone tightly from behind. Hey there, Godfather. When he turned around, he finally saw the opponent clearly. Siolang. Siolang kept nagging. You should have let me know you were coming, Dad. This place is crawling with obnoxious thugs. Evan was also dazed at this point. Siolang. Siolang said confidently. But don't worry, I've cleaned up those brats who were eyeing your stuff. Siolang the Golden Flash, one of the 4 Byagas of Colony. The kid also happily pulled Alone along. I've been looking forward to your arrival ever since I got your letter. The others were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Is that the Golden Flash over there? But who on earth is this guy to be treated so nicely by that crazy wildcat? Even Alone was bewildered. This kid didn't actually kill those guys just now, did she? Siolang excitedly introduced. This is my guild. They're all my kin. The kid happily ran inside ahead of him. Everyone was also very friendly. Hello, sir. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Boss is back. You're back, sir. Boss Siolang suddenly turned around and called out. Ralga, did anything happen? Ralga dropped to one knee, replying respectfully. No, boss. Everything is fine. He stood up, showing enthusiasm. These must be the distinguished guests you mentioned, boss, right? Welcome, everyone. Then Ralga added some minor details. Boss has been looking forward to seeing you all. She sat waiting at the gate every single day. A moment later, Alone slammed the table seriously. Siolang, sit down. He had long grown used to this mischievous behavior. It seems you take good care of your guild members, seeing how restless you are. The kid replied innocently, because we're family, though I don't really need the other brats. Siolang suddenly panicked, as if she had just remembered something. The kid furrowed her brows in deep thought. Why doesn't Alone pay much attention to Yusha? After family, then Yusha. Even if it's Yusha, it's not like she shares the same bloodline. He rubbed his chin, calculating silently. And she's the third person I've never had a proper conversation with a pretty high position. How should I start the conversation now? Alone looked to his side. If that's the case, then it really must be that. Is it ready? Just one look is enough to understand. Of course it's ready, sir. A moment later, the gift boxes were piled up like a mountain. The kid's eyes lit up like stars the moment she saw it. Gifts. Siolang was extremely proactive. All right, I'll lend a hand. He replied with a bit of helplessness. Right away? Did you listen carefully to what I just said? The kid immediately went back on her word. Even if they're not family, it's for Alone. Siolang held out her hand, and the kid came up with a plausible reason. Thanks to you, we were able to gather our race. Alone's face was expressionless. Do we finish building up the favorability this time, too? The information board also popped up. Essence of the Golden Mane Tribe. When equipped, critical rate increases by 20%. If not for the sin of pride, you wouldn't have fallen into a sinner but become a great king instead. He silently marveled. It seems there really is something to it, just like the description says. Alone rubbed his nose a bit shyly. Anyway, since everyone is willing to help, I really did a fantastic job raising my kids. Siolang couldn't wait any longer and just carried him away. Alone must be tired after traveling from so far away. Rest up quickly. Let me show you to your room. Not long after, he was set free. The kid didn't forget to ask, how was the desert? It's all just sand. So it's boring, right? Alone looked at the person next to him, and Evan got the hint. Speaking up first, coming back was probably a bit worrying. Seolang asked back in confusion. What do you mean? He replied bluntly. Because it was too hot, and there were also a few ambushes. Suddenly the kid froze. Ambushes? Only then did he speak up to recount the story. We were ambushed by the Blood Desert Bandits. I heard this happens quite often to merchant caravans. I don't ever want to cross paths with them again. Seolong's lively expression was instantly overshadowed by murderous intent. Elsewhere, a ragged figure was being beaten to a pulp. This was the hideout of the Blood Desert Bandits, a massive criminal syndicate. The kid's voice was completely casual, as if asking what was for dinner today. Hiding over there? In the blink of an eye, two large, burly men were pinned down by Seolang. The kid brutally hurled them aside, her voice dropping to a whisper. Hey, you're the leader, aren't you? He raised his sword with trembling hands. I'm Kalman's little brother. I'm under the protection of a grand wizard. You really want to cross my big bro? The kid lightly raised her hand. But you guys are the ones who messed with my benefactor first. Plus, I don't really like being yelled at. A thunderous explosion went off, as if it was about to tear the whole building apart. A thunderous explosion went off, as if it was about to tear the whole building apart. Seolang bragged with utter pride. If they vanish, we'll never have to see them again. Problem solved. I'm an absolute genius. He could only scream internally. What the hell happened in just one night? The kid jumped into his arms, begging for a reward. I did it all by myself, so you better praise only me. Alone thought to himself with a hint of helplessness. The Blood Desert Bandits have hundreds of members, and every single one of them is at the night level. In the game, this was a pretty annoying quest. He played along and patted Seolong's head. I always knew the title of Beaga was formidable, but this just makes it clearer that she's destined to become the center of pride. An arena stood tall, right in the middle of the vast desert. This was the Colosseum, Cologne's famous landmark, a place soaked in the blood of gladiators and the frenzy of the crowd, where the strong received tens of thousands of cheers. Kalman was one of the 4 Beagas of Cologne, and also the gladiator who had held onto that position the longest. The hyped voice of the announcer echoed across the arena. And for this match, the winner is still Kalman. Kalman looked down on those people with sheer contempt. There sure are a lot of idiots left. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. I second that. To his surprise, the person was Ralga. Did they really think a few hundred guys could take down a Beaga? The two of them acted like old acquaintances. Long time no see, Ralga. He casually walked over. The Blood Desert Bandits had been completely wiped out by the Snow Wolf. He didn't seem surprised at all. I know, Ralga asked with a bit of curiosity. Wasn't that your brother? Kalman explained with a smirk. I just spread that rumor. The only reason I kept him around was because I needed him to pacify the underworld. He scratched his head, flashing a grin. I thought using that as an excuse would be perfect, but it totally missed my expectations. He suddenly said, No, that's not it. It's just that I couldn't use an official match between Beagas, so I had to swallow my pride. Kalman's expression gradually shifted. I still find that dog causing trouble all over Cologne and eyesore. A brother's death and a quest for revenge? That's the perfect excuse for the crowd to swallow. He spoke nonchalantly under Ralga's sly gaze. You came find me? That means you're finally ready, right? Kalman handed over an item without a moment's hesitation. Take it, he questioned doubtfully, asking bluntly. This is... The guy naturally didn't hide it either. A gift from the Seeker, the father of all people. You'll gain power when you use it. Kalman flashed a gruesome smile. Just split that head open. After swallowing Cologne's underworld, we can even nibble on the royal throne. He was deeply looking forward to this play. Shall we begin the experiment then? I can't wait to see how long you'll last. 2 days later, under the guild's escort and guidance, we set off for Kahala, the city of the ancient god. Someone in the caravan shouted, We've reached the ruins. Alone spoke politely before heading out. Thanks, I'll be back in a bit. Seolang didn't complain and was actually very obedient. Yes, please be careful, sir. Both of them stepped into the ruins together. Not long after, Evan looked off in another direction. He leaned over to peer through. There's light over there. Looks like that's the spot. The moment they stepped inside, A magnificent city revealed itself. This was the city of the ancient god, Kahala. Suddenly, an unidentifiable voice echoed from out of nowhere. Mage? Startled, he touched his ear. This voice is... The mysterious voice continued to ring out. If you can hear my words, come to the tower. Alone didn't hesitate to tell the person beside him. Evan, it looks like I have to climb up by myself, so I'll be back in a bit. Evan didn't think much of it. Oh, really? Then I'll wait down here, sir. A moment later, he set foot inside the place alone. The central tower? I couldn't even enter this place in the game. Kahala seemed surprised. Welcome. Can you actually hear my voice? He smiled in approval. At least you have a bit of qualification. Alone couldn't help but feel anxious before this bizarre entity. I followed the words of the strange power chaos god to find this place. Kahala approached with interest. You even know my true name? He must have thought this was an opportunity worth betting on. But he turned away quickly. However, since you don't possess the corresponding dignity yet, I have nothing to teach you. He couldn't take it anymore and asked straight out. The strange power chaos god mentioned that too. What the hell is this so-called dignity anyway? Kahala answered bluntly. It is the standard that the world uses to judge you. He suddenly changed his tone. A new outer god is about to descend. Go deal with it. Alone casually followed up. And then what? Kahala replied easily. Only then will you be qualified for a dialogue. He rubbed his chin and rambled on. It's rare for someone better than those idiots who only know how to mimic magic to come here. Want me to let you in on something interesting? Magic is simply the laws that mages have established for this world. Then the other person demonstrated himself. The magic of this world. Phrases align with reason to realize the essence. Words flow naturally like water and clouds. After the phrase comes the word, and only then comes the alignment with reason, which is nature. Use phrases to materialize it, then deploy it according to the natural laws. You have to remember the name for it to be true magic. Alone fell into deep thought. Alignment with reason? This is the first time I've heard of it. Suddenly Kahala approached again. Even if I say that, don't you know nothing? So regarding the natural laws, I will show you what real magic is. By this time, the sun was blazing outside. Siolang didn't know the situation inside, so she was extremely worried. What's taking my benefactor so long? I wonder if something happened. Suddenly, someone emerged from the desert as fast as the wind. Kalman flashed a sinister smile. Caught you. In the blink of an eye, he slaughtered several people behind the kid. Realizing something was wrong, Siolang quickly turned around. Kalman ruthlessly used people as toys. Not bad. The kid screamed in rage. Kalman, seeing her kin harmed, Siolang's anger instantly flared up. How can you even show your face here? You shameless bastard. He fired back with disdain. Who are you to talk to me? On the surface, Kalman was still smiling. You also just wiped out the blood desert bandits. I'm talking about my lovely little brother. So he lunged forward before the kid could react. I'm just getting revenge for my family. Siolang quickly rushed to the rescue. Don't you dare touch my family. But halfway there, she was ambushed by Kalman. He laughed gleefully, looking like he knew it all along. The kid was thoroughly enraged. Don't you mock me. What do you know anyway? Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced through Siolang from behind. That familiar voice suddenly sounded foreign. The kid turned around. Didn't I tell you already? Rauga's smile was filled with joy, gloating, and most importantly, mockery. Our leader is just way too predictable. Even at this point, Siolang still asked, Rauga, are you betraying me? No way. Memories from a long time ago suddenly rushed back. Siolang had always held a deep affection for her own kind. Everyone used to respect the kid deeply. The leader always treats me well. Yeah, she's the best. Back then, Siolang would always smile and say, that's because we're family. Ever since leaving the orphanage, she had always cherished the memories of the happy times when the descendants of the Golden Mane tribe lived together. She dreamed of taking revenge on the Black Dragon, the one who destroyed everything, and gathering her kind to find that lost happiness again. As the leader of the mixed blood races, the Golden Mane tribe held immense prestige in the eyes of their descendants. But that wasn't the absolute truth. Siolang stepped back, trembling. How? How could you guys? Rauga, however, didn't care. Just drop this happy family act. Kalman couldn't wait any longer and lunged forward, Ralga, stop beating around the bush. Just kill her already. Two massive surges of power collided with each other, creating two opposing factions. He kept spewing nasty words. Die, you venomous snake. Kalman had already calculated this in advance. But because Ralga had multiplied his power by using the Abyss piece, even though she was at a disadvantage, the kid still stubbornly held her ground. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and then lunged forward to attack. Not wanting to be outdone, Seolang quickly blended into the air as well. The two auras clashed in mid-air once again. Taking this chance, Ralga drew his sword again and slashed forward. So this time we will definitely win. He laughed like he hit the jackpot. Goodbye, leader. This time it would be hard for the kid to dodge. Who knows if some hero would jump out to save her. Yet Seolang utilized her flexible body to use Kalman as a stepping stone, successfully dodging the move. But Ralga didn't give the kid any time to breathe and pressed on with the attack. Let's see how much longer you can last. He bragged with extreme arrogance. After all, I've already received unimaginable power. Watching the two of them fight fiercely, Kalman also prepared to join in. He took advantage of the moment Seolang wasn't paying attention to launch a sneak attack, but the kid was still able to strike back at Kalman. Ralga was a bit annoyed. Even with this thing, I still haven't reached her level. Getting a painful hit, he flew into a rage. You brat. Suddenly, Kalman was drawn to something. He tried to use his brain cells to remember this guy's name. Finally, Kalman squeezed out a bit of memory. He's the guy she calls her benefactor, right? Kalman didn't care about Alone at all, thinking this was his chance. Perfect for my plan. I'll use him as a hostage before finishing him off. On the other side, Seolang, who was fighting fiercely, suddenly froze. Ralga smiled and took a few steps back to ensure a safe distance. It seems the poison is finally starting to take effect. He started rambling on again. The sword I stabbed you with earlier was coated in poison. You won't be able to move for at least the next hour. Looking at Ralga's face right now, it was incredibly punchable. You just asked why, right? Do you really think all the descendants are excited to play the happy family game with you? He grabbed the kid's hand and casually told the story. Yeah, we followed you because you possess the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Thanks to that, you have a bit of authority. But do you know how ridiculous you look flaunting power you only got out of pure luck? Seolang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I am indeed very strong. But the kid suddenly remembered those brief moments. That's right. Initially, they followed her for her strength, but after spending time together, they had truly become a family, just like the old days. Ralga waved his hand with a mocking tone. What? You still believe in that stupid dream? Take a look at how much they hate you yourself. Everyone who had just arrived was someone the kid loved and protected. Seolang suddenly felt like she had fallen into an ice pit, completely consumed by despair. You guys, are all of you traitors too? He looked at the kid's agony with joy in his heart. The essence should belong to someone who actually deserves it. Don't you think so? Thanks for the gift, leader. Suddenly, an unusually large surge of power intervened, forcing everyone into silence. Ralga stared blankly to his side. Kalman had been finished off in just one move. Before he could even snap out of it, Evan charged forward. He delivered a powerful slash toward Ralga. Seeing that power, he panicked. What the hell is this? It was as if Alone had two eyes, symbolizing two bizarre powers on his body. He sighed, mentally figuring out which case Ralga fell into. This black magic smoke. Did he use an Abyss essence? How is that possible? The Abyss essences appeared in the middle of the plot. Does the Abyss essence want to become a god? Absorb enough of me and you, and it will surely achieve that. What on earth is this thing? Looks like an item used to max out the difficulty, right? An overly overpowered monster. Yeah, it's a monster that spews black smoke, and because of its vague description, it became the subject of much speculation. Alone picked Seolang up by the collar. It seems her guild has betrayed her. He didn't forget to explain. This is a high-grade recovery potion. You'll be able to move soon. Seeing the kid like that, Alone couldn't help but offer a few words of comfort. Don't worry, they're probably the only traitors. Seolang felt a bit of self-doubt. Do you really think so, sir? He replied as if it were obvious. Of course. The comrades you introduced to me looked genuinely happy. Warmed by his words, the kid turned to look at Alone. Seolang lowered her head as if struggling internally. Very quickly, The kid regained her composure. I get it. He stopped asking and changed the subject. Can you hold him off while I cast a spell? The kid no longer had any hang-ups and acted very decisively. All right, my family is waiting for me. In the blink of an eye, Seolang took care of all the traitors. Meanwhile, Alone focused on manifesting the spell. I can only use magic one more time. He closed his eyes, putting all his concentration into this one move. Tiny specks of ice and snow appeared. Then they gradually grew larger and more numerous bit by bit. Kahala had taught Alone that you must know a few incantations, but you also need to know how to construct magic logic. Incantations allow you to bend the rules, while logic is the key to understanding them. But after centuries of being forgotten, look at them, slaughtering this great heritage with ridiculous shortcuts. He silently chanted in his heart, the glory of the snowy peaks. In the blink of an eye, a massive block of ice materialized, but it wasn't done yet. Alone continued, the death of the blind. An ice arrow gradually appeared. Kahala's words echoed again. Ice Spear, its true name, the thing that has been forgotten by these clowns. He followed up on the other's words, is the Ice Crystal Spear. Mountains of ice formed out of midair, a power that no one could block. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ice arrow tore through the wind and shot forward. Everywhere it passed was frozen solid. By this time, the kid had used all her strength to hold Ralga back, causing him to miss the best opportunity. Unsurprisingly, Ralga was hit by the move. Despite trying his best to dodge, the ice arrow still pursued him. Ultimately, Ralga was struck down by this single move. Seolang also quickly dodged to the side to avoid any unnecessary injuries. The moment the kid moved away, a sharp row of ice shot up like a mountain. Standing before this scene, even Evan couldn't help but be startled. Now, that magic took over a massive space, looking both magnificent and dangerous. The moment the ice appeared was also the moment everyone lost their chance to resist. A terrifying chill lingered in the air as Ralga and the traders were all impaled right on the cold ice spikes. Suddenly, everything fell into silence. No matter how arrogant he was before, standing before absolute power, he could only endure it. Waking up at some unknown point, Ralga threw all caution to the wind, like a fool who only knew how to fight. I just need to kill you. But what Ralga didn't expect was that Alone had noticed he was still holding onto his delusions. If I can lay hands on the core essence, I'll be able to start all over again. The sharp dagger was blocked by him instead of Seolang. Ralga really didn't expect the opponent to be able to protect the kid, even in a situation like this. Seolang was startled out of her wits. Benefactor, Alone spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes remained unusually bright. The kid had her sore spot touched by him one too many times, her voice hissing through her teeth. You, oblivious to her injuries, Seolang threw a kick forward. Not long after, everything was taken care of. Evan asked anxiously, Are you really okay, sir? He trembled and thought to himself, I wasn't actually that badly injured. Remembering that time, the knife only lightly grazed me. The reason I'm coughing up blood is because my mana is completely depleted. Alone reached up to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was certainly powerful, but I didn't think it would drain me to the point of causing internal injuries like this. When Kalman closed in, he even said, You know what? Shutro told me that father considers you a thorn in his side. He let Evan help him up. What was that all about? Anyway, it was a huge relief. Alone thought back to that thing again, when facing the enemy who had absorbed the abyssal entity. Abyssal entity, do you want to become a god? If absorbed by the right person, they can achieve divinity. Another memory flashed by, the third restriction. When magic is used against a god, it can bend the laws of the world. He asserted with absolute certainty that when facing a god, he would be stronger. Alone looked at his kid, contemplating whether he should try to soothe her first. I can't let her sink so deep into negative emotions that she turns into a deadly sin. Seolang suddenly spoke up. Why didn't you dodge? He was aiming right at you. It's all my fault. He calmly replied. You said you could block him. The young girl raised her head, eyes welling with tears, and asked, You believe in me? He only dared to think to himself. More accurately, I couldn't dodge, so please just block it. But Seolang anxiously pressed on. Then why did you save me? You got hurt. Alone avoided those sparkling, shimmering eyes. Well, seeing the daughter I've raised for so many years about to die, I guess it was just a reflex. I didn't even know that dagger would reach me. He tried to squeeze out a few lies. I don't need a reason to save family. The girl shot back immediately, but my family is my tribe. Alone scratched his head, realizing too late. Oh right, I misspoke. Siolang bashfully put her hands behind her back. Even so, benefactor, I want to become family with. He automatically translated it for himself. This is exactly like when an adoptive father isn't accepted for years. Hang in there, Dad. Siolang was finally called Dad. A second later, the girl hugged Alone. But not in that way. I belong to the Golden Fur tribe, and you are a human. So, Siolang slowly uttered a shocking sentence. Please marry me. Both he and Evan were frozen stiff with shock. Why? Alone screamed internally. Why is she bringing up marriage at a time like this? But the girl was incredibly enthusiastic. What is your answer? 5 days later, the news of Kalman's crimes spread throughout the colony. Most people were horrified by Beaga, as despicable as Kalman. Meanwhile, Siolang received enough support to become the first Beaga. Yet right now, the girl was still acting spoiled. Just marry me. Siolang didn't seem to know the meaning of quitting. Well, he could only stay silent and tell himself, I don't even have a skip button for this like in a game. Alone thought back to how she looked. At first, he had actually found it a bit endearing. The girl had once said that Siolang would grow up super fast and marry Papa, which was ultra cute. He pushed the mischievous girl away. This is the 19th time already. I think of you as family. But Siolang was not satisfied. Oh my goodness, benefactor, if we get married, we really will become family. The girl was fiercely determined. I will definitely make you happy. Benefactor, I'm serious. Alone was truly helpless. I'd be plenty happy with sweet potatoes and a leisurely noble life. Right up until they were about to leave, the girl was still rambling. You better give me an answer next time. He gave a half-hearted reply just to get by. Sure. She'll eventually give up if I just ignore it. Right? Siolang happily waved at the carriage as it drifted further away. Very quickly after that, the girl's expression dropped. How boring. After that, Siolang's faction changed to better fit her ideals. All the tribesmen were incredibly furious and anxious after the betrayal of Vice Commander Alga. When it came to matters like this, Siolang was deadly serious. Just gathering the tribe together isn't what happiness is about. The girl bitterly recalled that day. Even in a life-or-death situation, my ideal family would be a place where we trust each other. Siolang seemed to have matured over the span of just one short day. I have to be more careful. She promised herself that she had to build an army that could protect her benefactor. The sunlight cast a warm glow over Siolang's face. That's how we could be a happy family forever. On the other side, Evan was delivering a serious report. After confirming with the Information Guild, there are no suspicious individuals other than Rauga's people. I've asked them to keep monitoring and report back to us. Alone didn't forget to praise him. Good job. I can't let anything happen to her after raising her so properly. He thought of that other person. He had been told to handle the other outer gods for the things to come. Only he knew about divinity, but surely that wasn't it. Or is there something else? Thinking up to this point gave Alone another headache. The reasons too? More and more questions were piling up. Before leaving, Kahala had once said, ultimately beneath the base of the Seeking Tower on the far eastern side of the fortress. Recalling the time before when he stood in front of Kahala on the far eastern side of the fortress. Is this a record from the past? Alone seriously racked his brain. This was the first time he had seen this thing, but how could he understand it? The one who values honor, the one who seeks a forgotten death, the one who digs deep into the mysteries of magic, one of many hands, the one who devours his own greed and envy. Just like in a game, the gods were being referred to through metaphors. Hand and greed definitely referred to the 5 deadly sins. Looking at these lines, he discovered that what he knew didn't match up with what was here. Was that just to be expected since the events in Psychedias take place in the future? Alone posed another question. But why are God and outer God being used interchangeably? Outer gods were gods from human faiths or other worlds, while God referred to the 5 deadly sins that had existed since the dawn of time. This stone tablet recorded the 5 deadly sins as outer gods, and it just kept bugging him. Right at that moment, Evan spoke up again. All right, I have more news about the kids. They say Deus defeated the first sword. He was a bit startled to hear that name. Ren? His strength was already on a whole different level, even in the game. But Alone was incredibly shocked by this achievement. He had gotten this strong in just half a year. Just how massive was his talent? Back then, the guy had asked, "Can I get stronger too?" He continued his story. Ren has become a member of the Triumvirate Council, which decides Latania's policies. In terms of power, he was a bit surprised. A position of total authority, the kid actually pulled it off. Evan scratched his head as he brought up the next name. As for Raiden, I heard he united the 5 archipelagos and became the Pirate King. They say he has a bounty of millions of gold, just like the very first Pirate King. Alone wiped his sweat, imagining how the guy went from a level 99 Somali pirate to a Somali Pirate King. Before he could even finish digesting that, he kept going. And Yusha, on the other side, Seolang was happily showing off. "I'm going to marry the Great Moon." All 3 of them were completely dazed by this statement. Everyone had the exact same thought. Is she planning to declare war straight on the boss? As for Yusha, she immediately flew into a rage. What? She tried to compose herself. Seolang really did have a habit of exaggerating things. I get it. He's a great man, so of course you develop feelings for him. But the girl didn't catch on. Exactly, I'm going to marry him. I'm sure I'll make an amazing wife. Deus could tell at a single glance that she was trying to hold it in. Raiden shared the same thought and was desperately holding back. Brian agreed too. She was suppressing herself. Yusha still tried to talk her out of it. However, Seolang, that's impossible. We are shadows. Seolang rubbed her chin and said, but shadows can get married too, right? A second later, Yusha couldn't hold it back anymore and growled. As a shadows, we cannot stand as his equals by his side. You understand that, right? Even though the girl was scared, she still tried to argue back. But what Alone thinks is what matters most, right? Yusha didn't want to back down either. You think he'd choose you? Seolang proudly bragged. He told me I'm not bad myself. Back then, the girl had asked, Benefactor, do you really, really hate me? Alone hadn't dared to be blunt, so he just brushed it off. It's not like that. The moment Yusha heard that, she gasped. What? By this point, Deus spoke up too. Seolang, what happened? After rambling on for a bit, the girl finally wrapped up her story. And that's everything that happened. He nodded in understanding. I see. This reminds me of his majestic presence that I witnessed half a year ago. His calm demeanor. It's as if he's walked through hell countless times. Hearing this, Seolang got excited too. Right? You think so too, don't you? Deus clenched his fist, truly failing to recognize that the person from just now and the person right now were the same individual. Yes. However, I failed to gauge his strength, and even doubted him after sensing the enemy's mana. But he actually reassured me, someone who had fallen into doubt. He's the most admirable man. And now I've made up my mind, I must get stronger so that after taking revenge on that dark entity, I can become his sword. The girl totally agreed. Yes, I completely understand. Before long, 2 hours had passed. He blushed and changed the subject. We've been talking for quite a while. I mean, Yusha lost her patience and said bluntly, either way, you can't marry him. Seolang refused to back down and shot back. Yes, I can. Yusha didn't yield either. No. The girl argued. Yes. Yusha remained incredibly stubborn. No. Honestly, Seolang wasn't any better. Yes. Raiden rubbed his face, veins popping from sheer exhaustion. He could only take notes in utter helplessness. Never asked Deus anything related to Alone. He still raised his hand to speak. But I'm not finished yet. As for Yusha, if it involved Alone, she was dead set against it. No means no. She would throw a tantrum just like a child. He groaned tiredly. I don't know anything about this stuff. On another side, in a back alley of the capital of the Kingdom of Australia, a deep voice echoed. So you mean we should form an alliance? Marquis Philboy was not pleased with this idea. To bring down the Kalia faction, all those lunatics. But then he changed his mind. Their presence is a concern for both sides. So I agree. Do you have a plan yet? The leader of the noble faction, Marquis Philboy Rimgrave, lifted his wine glass. We will drag the Holy Kingdom of Rosario into this and use the Reformation letter. The leader of the royalist faction, Duke Rimgrave, explained. The Reformation letter? As the religious center, the Holy Kingdom of Rosario can send this letter across borders to anyone suspected of heresy. For the letter to be sent, it requires the backing of multiple cardinals. This gives the letter immense power. Philboy really liked this move. That would be a perfect excuse. As for your demand, he didn't hide much. They say it requires the consent of at least 2 cardinals, so I demand half of the bribe money. The 2 reached an agreement and clinked their glasses. Then I must return the favor accordingly. The person next to him was also satisfied. I've already finished discussions with these cardinals, so it won't take long. Leave the remaining steps to them, while we just raise a glass to celebrate. On another side, Sergius sat alone in the middle of an empty space. He suddenly flashed a smile and said to someone, "Even though there are 8 people under the Saintus and the Pope, since we're quite busy, I believe this is only the 2nd time we've met." Sergius stood up and turned around. "Even so, it's an honor to meet you, Cardinal." The other party cooperatively greeted him. "Indeed it is, Cardinal Sergius." He didn't hide his purpose and was completely upfront. "Allow me to be frank. I want you to lend me your name to send a Reformation letter to Earl Palacio. I believe this is a decent offer for you." Sergius seemed to know what she was thinking. "Don't be afraid. I can easily fabricate an excuse for his heresy. He's that kind of person anyway." He lowered his voice as if seeking her opinion. "So what do you think, Cardinal Yusha?" Yusha flashed a gentle yet eerie smile. "A Reformation letter to Barry Earl, alone Palacio. And you want to use my name?" Sergius seriously explained. "For this case, we will focus on the suspicious death of Cardinal Brian Kahala. I'm sure someone of your standing will understand." He didn't forget to do the math. "This way, I'll be able to pocket the entire bribe." Sergius happily thought of hot girls. The gates of heaven were opening right before his eyes. Suddenly, he was blasted backward by a massive force. Murderous intent flooded the room. "What did you just tell me to do?" Yusha's expression right now could only be described as terrifying. "You want to kill the man I worship?" A piercing scream echoed from inside the shrine, but the knights outside were still yawning, seemingly hearing nothing. No matter how loud the scream grew, it didn't change this reality. She raised her finger and leisurely said, "Go ahead and scream all you want." With a lift of her hand, a surge of dark energy enveloped everything. "No one is coming." In agony, Sergius could only beg, "Please, just kill me." Yusha showed no mercy. "I've told you a dozen times that I can't do that." His entire body fell as if it were being snapped apart, the pain crashing into his brain like a tidal wave. Sergius trembled, clasping his hands in prayer. "No, please, no more." He was in so much pain that he no longer cared about his life. "I beg you, please just take my life." Yusha spoke softly again, as if granting him a chance. "I won't do that. There is something you must do for me." But a second later, she tore through her own lie. "Then again, you dared to plot against him, so you must be punished. Repent, so that you may be forgiven." On another side, "Sir, the preparations are almost complete, a month after returning from the desert." Alone nodded wearily. "Got it. I'm starting to prepare to head out for the magic conference again." Even though he didn't want to, he understood perfectly well that he was the leader, so he probably had to go. "Even though I still need to investigate the abyssal entities and the outer gods. Man, I really don't want to go at all." Alone raised the object in his hand again. That was what he usually thought. Evan asked suspiciously, "Are you still keeping that letter?" "It arrived 2 weeks ago." He actually seemed to like it, seeing it helped calm my mind. Alone thought about his bright future, a certification validating his status as a faction leader and a legal salary, an amount far greater than what he could have hoped for. Before getting paid, why does everyone try so hard to cling to a position that's nothing but heavy labor? You're about to become a slave to capitalism, or so I think, until the money helped me realize. With great power comes great responsibility. After receiving his salary, Alone clutched the letter tightly to his chest. "I don't know how this faction is structured to make this much money, but considering my territory's financial situation, this is amazing news. My precious." He looked ready to cry. It truly was the perfect remedy for him right now. "Back pay?" Small company? Forget about it. My poor wounded soul is being healed. Is this the true magical nature of capitalism? At the conference venue, Marquis Vitram's estate, alone walked around while observing his surroundings. I heard there are a lot of famous individuals attending this conference, but it really is diverse. Merchants, even warriors and priests. The moment Callia saw him, she greeted him, "Earl, you've arrived." Loria was also delighted to see Alone. "How have you been?" He could only give a forced nod to brush it off. Inside the banquet, a lot of pastries were laid out. While enjoying the food, Alone thought, "I've gotten onto the same boat as two big shots of the underworld, but thanks to this misunderstanding, I'm shaking a bit. If you're done greeting me, please just leave me be." "Sir." Right at that moment, Evan appeared to save the day again. "I just got some breaking news." He nudged closer and whispered, "I heard the leader of the Royalist faction received a reformation letter and was dragged off to the Holy Kingdom." He leisurely stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth. "Is that so? I guess I won't have to see him again. What a relief. Next I'll go try the financier cake." Suddenly, a trembling man walked over, catching Callia's attention. She stepped forward to block him. "Excuse me, do you have business here?" Philboy shook so hard he could barely speak. He seemed to have suffered a massive blow. "I lost, please." Throwing away all dignity, Philboy bowed. "Please spare my life." Everyone was a bit surprised and frightened. Even Callia didn't expect this situation. A man at the peak of politics, the leader of the noble faction, Marquis Philboy, was bowing his head. Even though everyone was staring at him, he only felt the terror of death. Unlike the underworld, the political sphere operates on logic and legitimacy. Bowing to someone else was equivalent to surrendering one's authority to them. The corner of her mouth twitched up slightly. "I knew it. He's extraordinary." Callia deeply admired that cold demeanor. Even now, he remained calm, as if he had anticipated everything. He recalled receiving a mysterious letter a few days ago, and it looked incredibly identical to a conversion letter. The accompanying magic orb contained a 5-second message. Inside were the terrified, miserable screams of someone. "AAA, I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. The person who must read this letter. The person who must look up. Yes, Holy Moon. AAA, we made a mistake." This showed that Duke Rimgrave had also received a conversion letter. Looking at the crystal ball in front of him, he trembled as he read the letter. "Why the Duke? We just wanted to finish off his political career." Receiving a conversion letter meant the end of one's political life. But as long as one wasn't actually a heretical sinner, their life wouldn't be threatened. However, Duke Rimgrave had absolutely nothing to do with heretics, yet he still suffered the same fate. He held his head in terror. That bastard Palacio must be the one behind all of this. How could he have a wider network than us? No, the real problem is, I'm next. He knelt on the ground, hanging his head, his voice shaking with sheer terror. "I just want to live out the rest of my life in peace. I will give up politics. So please, make everything stop with the conversion letter." He still didn't understand what was going on, thinking to himself, "Why is he telling me all of this?" Then he glanced over at the two girls next to him. Right now, they were flashing amused smiles. What kind of plot did those two cook up this time? They really were starting to show their true colors as the masterminds behind Asteria. They looked at him with eyes full of deep admiration. "Our Earl is truly amazing." And just like that, the suspicions that Altea and Zenonia had used to put Lady Asteria at the head of the Callia faction were completely cleared up. 3 days after the conference began, we set off toward the east to attend the magic conference. On the way, he turned to Evan and said, "I heard Marquis Philboy also received a conversion letter and left for Rosario. So they finally made a move on him." Hearing this, Evan was a bit surprised. "Aren't you the one who sent that letter, sir?" He immediately denied it. "How could I ever do something like that?" This made Evan even more surprised. But Evan recalled the words he had once said, "I'll try to raise my hand a bit more." He reminded him, "You clearly said that, sir." He was a bit depressed. He actually interpreted it that way. Contrary to what Evan thought, his mind was simple. He just wanted to get himself out of that awkward situation. That was all. Scene changed to Lartanya, the Labyrinth City. This city, holding endless potential for exploration, is home to the 5 great guilds. Right now, a party was heading down to the lower floors of the labyrinth. The blond youth excitedly asked. He took down 1,000 guys all by himself? The youth in front replied, in this line of work, kid, those who go up against guild leaders are basically all superhumans. Another person laughed out loud. Haha, stop daydreaming. That's not happening this time. This person was from one of the 5 great guilds, the leader of the Iron Blood Guild, Alderic. The female mage in the back wondered. We need to catch a monster on the 20th floor, right? Alderic replied. I only agreed because they paid a massive amount up front. He thought to himself, well, even if it's a trap, it's no big deal for me. I've already explored over 50 floors. But usually floors that are multiples of 5 are safe zones, so this is really strange. Thinking this over, he replied, whatever. Even if we fail, the deposit is non-refundable. It's all clearly written in the contract. After traveling for a while, they had now arrived at the 20th floor of the labyrinth. The female mage scanned the surroundings as if she had just noticed something. She pointed toward a man standing all by himself and asked in confusion, Hey, leader, what is that? The blindfolded youth replied, That's a goblin, right? It's the weakest kind of monster we could possibly run into. They laughed mockingly. We just need to kill this ugly thing to pocket the rest of the gold. That's a gold egg goblin. Haha, what kind of outfit is that? Is he from the east or something? The goblin turned around at this point and snorted coldly. You guys are making too much noise, you filthy cockroaches. As he spoke, he swung his arm out. Instantly, the party members were wiped out in a flash, leaving only the leader. Terrified, the leader tightly gripped the axe behind his back. He immediately pulled out his weapon and charged straight at the goblin, getting ready to attack. But his end was exactly the same as the others. With just a simple point of a finger, he was obliterated by the goblin. The arrogant king of those ravenous undead began his scornful ascension toward the surface. Back with Alone, they had now arrived at the central tower. Looking up at the skyscraper, Evan was awestruck. Wow, it's absolutely massive. He was also a bit surprised. The central tower was abnormally tall. It was even taller than the Eiffel Tower. It was wild seeing game graphics appear in real life. While they were still standing there dazed, a familiar voice rang out. Hello, Earl. Long time no see. This person was none other than Lion. She flashed an amused smile upon meeting him again. She introduced. The official conference starts tomorrow, so feel free to look around. He happily replied, Thank you, Lion. Could you show me where the library is? I'm looking for a book. The girl enthusiastically pointed the way. It's this way. Afterward, the group parted ways, saying they'd see each other later. Evan wasn't allowed inside, so he went to the lounge. Walking along the hallway, Lion continued. Tomorrow, the 6 magic towers will present a new theory, and the friendly matches will. Just as she said this, a loud shout echoed from ahead. Enough. Cut it out with that romantic nonsense right now. If you can't understand that, you're just an idiot. What else do you want me to say? This voice caught his attention. Beside him, Lion sighed and explained, Ha! Another argument with the deputy tower master of the Blue Tower. He turned to her, a bit curious. The deputy tower master of the Blue Tower? Lion nodded in confirmation. Yes. Her arrogance knows no bounds. A mage pointed at Fenia, challenging her. Say that one more time. Fenia didn't back down either. Even if 20 tier 5 mages like you showed up, you wouldn't be able to do a damn thing. This made him mad enough to lose his mind. The day will come when you're the one apologizing. Just you wait. As she walked outside, she accidentally ran into Alone and Lion. She said sarcastically, Well, look who it is. Isn't this our rookie mage girl who got crushed last year? Did you bring along your friend? The moment she saw his face, Fenia gasped in shock. The instant she recognized him, she immediately lowered her voice and bowed deeply. Hello, Earl. He asked gently. It's been about 6 months, hasn't it, Fenia? How have you been lately? The girl stammered in reply. Why, yes, sir. Seeing her repeatedly use honorifics, he reminded her. There's no need to be so distant. The girl looked a bit flustered. Do you want me to speak to you casually? He replied. Just do whatever makes you comfortable. This made her stammer even more. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Witnessing that scene left the mages in the back unable to believe their eyes. Huh, is this some kind of illusion magic? The image of Fenia looking like a wild beast just a moment ago had now turned into an obedient little pet, catching them completely off guard. He then stepped in to settle things between them. I know this is none of my business, but shouldn't mages live in harmony with each other? The moment he finished speaking, she immediately rushed over to those mages from earlier and bowed her head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's be friends. Her sudden action surprised him too. Well then, I'll see you later. The girl immediately spun around and saluted. Yes, sir. Afterward, she shyly used her lightning step to bolt out of there instantly. Watching her quirky behavior, he thought to himself, every time I meet her, things just get weirder. What the hell was that nitric punchline supposed to be anyway? Then, the sound of weapons clattering onto the ground caught his attention. The three mages in the back had completely frozen like statues at the scene. This made him feel even more awkward. What? Did I do something wrong? Once that was sorted out, the two of them continued toward the library. Walking beside him, Lion laughed in amusement. Haha, when you're around, that crazy woman actually knows how to act polite. He turned to her in confusion. Are you calling Fenia a crazy woman? Once that was sorted out, the two of them continued toward the library. Walking beside him, Lion laughed in amusement. Haha, when you're around, that crazy woman actually knows how to act polite. He turned to her in confusion. Are you calling Fenia a crazy woman? Right then, two people stepped out from the elevator ahead. The blonde youth looked toward them and let out a soft exclamation. My beloved Lion, did you come here just to see me? She immediately pouted and shot back. Definitely not. He walked over, acting overly familiar. And who's this walking with you? He doesn't look like much. She slapped his hand away. This is Earl Palacio. Don't be disrespectful. Now get lost. He gave a slight bow, his face looking obnoxious. Ah, so you're the one from the rumors? Pleasure to meet you. I am Barrack, son of the Purple Tower Master. He replied politely. Nice to meet you. I've never seen that guy before in my life. After the greetings, he turned to leave, placing a hand on Lion's shoulder as a reminder. Lion, you'll see. You'll grow to love me soon enough. See you later, then. She ignored him and immediately turned back to Alone, explaining, don't even bother talking to him. He's only a tier 4 mage, but loves stealing other people's research results just to pay off his debts to them. He nodded in response. Watching him walk away, he thought to himself, hitting tier 4 at that age means he's definitely a genius. I'm actually a little jealous. Every tier makes a massive difference, and the higher you go, the more pronounced that gap becomes. The difference between a tier 7 and a tier 8 mage is something you can't even comprehend. Just thinking about it is enough to make me sick. Reaching the elevator door, they parted ways. From there, she said goodbye. The library you're looking for is on the 38th floor. I'll see you at the presentation. He replied, thank you for showing me the way. After that, he took the elevator up to the 38th floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, the system chimed, you have arrived at the 38th floor. Looking at the massive space with countless magic books floating in midair took him by surprise. Seeing it with his own eyes really felt different. And now I have two things to do here. First, I'm going to reset all the clock hands to 12 o'clock. That way, I'll only need to come back tomorrow when the full moon appears. Next, he looked at the books floating in the air and began searching for what he needed. After fumbling around for a bit, he found the book he was looking for. Found it. I have to find this untitled black cover book with no author name and look inside its secret compartment to get the Ring of Radiance. Right after that, he opened it up and reached his hand inside to start exploring. Let's see. After feeling around for a while, he finally found what he was looking for. Here it is. The Ring of Radiance. Cut to the next day, after the presentation ended, at the Friendly Match Arena. While he was standing there resting, an announcement blasted over the loudspeaker. Earl Palacio, Mr. Barrack is challenging you to a duel. Do you accept this challenge? He gasped in shock, thinking to himself, what the hell is going on? The last thing Alone wanted was more drama, but troubles seemed to have a way of finding him. Looking over at Lion, he sighed. What kind of mess was it this time? Because Barrack had been constantly hitting on Lion and bringing up marriage. Seeing him get close to her had probably made him the guy's new target. Barrack stepped up to the dueling platform with an imposing posture. Count Palacio. I'd like to get some pointers from the great archmage who helped defeat the outer god. He spoke in mocking tone, while Alone just stood there, unimpressed. With a smirk, Barrick thought to himself, I need more influence than just being the Tower Master's son. I just caught a big fish. He continued his internal monologue about taking credit for helping defeat the outer god, handling the Baba Yaga ambush, and the rumors that even Fenia had knelt before him. The Count's reputation in the magic community had skyrocketed, but Barrick's arrogance knew no bounds. It was all just hype from fools who couldn't judge an opponent's skills. He smirked, touching the special ring on his finger. He scoffed. Even if he's only third rank, a mage hiding behind arrogant lies makes the perfect stepping stone for me. He laughed scornfully, trying to provoke Alone. Oh, come on. You're not shaking in your boots, are you? It's just a friendly match. But all he got in return was a death stare from Alone, who had clearly reached his limit with this bullshit. A vein popped on his forehead. Alone thought, they say if someone pisses you off for no reason, you should give them one. In a cold, calm voice, he said, I accept. The match was set. The announcer clearly stated the rules. Lethal magic was strictly forbidden. Now get ready. Begin. Wasting no time, Barrick unleashed a stream of crackling purple energy. He thought, intending to end it quickly, better finish this before his pathetic skills are exposed. That way, I can crush his reputation and climb to the top. But something was wrong. A sudden, bone-chilling cold spread through the air. Barrick looked up, confused. Cold? Why are my legs so heavy? He looked down in horror to see his feet and shins quickly being covered by a rapidly spreading layer of solid ice. Before he could process what was happening, a burst of crystal ice exploded from Alone. It was a massive, beautiful, and terrifying display of absolute power. And at the center of it all was Alone, holding the patterned black dagger he had taken from the library. But now, it was wrapped in terrifying tendrils of dark energy. Let's rewind time to right before the match. Outside the arena, rumors were spreading like wildfire. Fenia had apologized. The master of the Blue Tower asked back in disbelief. He grabbed him by the collar, shaking him hard. My disciple, have you finally gone crazy from studying too much? But the student insisted it was true. I'm telling the truth, sir. She did it the exact moment she saw Count Palacio. The mages whispered. There were already so many wild rumors about that count. Really? The Tower Master narrowed his eyes. I wonder who that man really is. I must see for myself. Based on his aura, his rank doesn't seem very high, he commented. The elder agreed. HM. His mana pool was small to begin with. From their vantage point, they saw Alone standing calmly. The three Tower Masters concluded. He must have spread those fake rumors himself. Looks like everything will be exposed starting today. Oh, how wrong they were. Suddenly, a blast of freezing air swept through the entire arena. The whispering Tower Masters went completely silent, their jaws dropping to the floor as they witnessed the sheer scale of the magic being cast. Alone stood completely unfazed, the center of a raging blizzard, while Barrick's purple magic became utterly useless against the overwhelming frost. The spectators were in a state of shock. One of them, a fifth-rank mage, stammered, a perfect execution of a three-tier composite magic, even for a fifth rank. I wouldn't be confident in materializing it to that extent. How the hell did he do that? Alone swung the blade ring, the name of a spell echoing in his mind. Glory of the Snowy Mountains. Barrick was tossed around like a rag doll in the blizzard, his face a mask of pure terror and disbelief. In a desperate final attempt, he gathered his remaining mana. I have to do something, he screamed, preparing his strongest spell. The mages in the crowd recognized it instantly. Is that Kalen? Isn't that the Violet Tower's execution spell? But it was too little, too late. Alone's spell, Crystal Rotation, rained down beautifully patterned snowflakes that easily shattered Barrick's magic. It completely overwhelmed him as his desperate attack was snuffed out before it could even form. The Tower Master and Fenia could only watch in utter amazement and horror. The rest of the crowd fared no better. They were completely stunned into silence by the one-sided beatdown. In a final decisive move, the ice converged, trapping Barrick in a massive, jagged crystal coffin, frozen in a posture of sheer agony. Alone landed gracefully, not a single hair out of place. The announcer, trembling, declared the winner. The winner is Alone Palacio. Our boy Alone had just sent a message to the entire Mage Tower. After the match, mages swarmed him. Their previous skepticism was replaced by awestruck admiration. Amazing. How did you arrange that matrix? Sorry if I'm asking about proprietary magic. I think I saw a catalyst based on hand movements and ancient texts. One person mused, trying to analyze his technique. Alone looked a bit sweaty and overwhelmed, telling them he was only third rank. The praise continued. Did you just say third rank? Oh man, no need to be so modest. Third rank? That's impossible. Poor Alone. His honest efforts only made him look more mysterious. You've had enough. You have things to do, he muttered before fleeing in chibi style. Time to get out of here, he thought, dashing away from the adoring crowd. He finally found an empty hallway and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, some quiet. He checked the blade ring. This thing is actually useful. A system window popped up, identifying the item. Memory of the Black Eye. It was a memory booster. It could store one of the user's spells and materialize it with amplified power. A chibi game guide explained the mechanics. His ultimate ice spell, Glory of the Snowy Mountains, usually consumed 3 out of his 5 daily magic slots due to the restrictions of the frozen land. But using the blade ring, combined with his black box ability, provided a massive amplification, allowing him to use all 5 slots as he pleased. Talk about a broken combo. Walking down the sunlit hallway, Alone reflected on his new understanding. He finally understood the glory of the snowy mountains. It wasn't just about freezing things. It was the effect of freezing the surrounding air the exact moment it materialized. It was a fundamental alteration of the environment itself. This triggered a vision of the shadow demon in the Grand Library. The words were the key to accessing those laws. The demon's words echoed in his head. Now you understand. If you understand and use the words correctly, it allows you to interfere with the laws themselves instead of just changing properties. Before, he had only chanted it as a mana booster, but now a whole new world of magic was opening up before his eyes. The more he studies, the more he wants to explore, he thought with a determined look. Good. He'll rest up and then go grab what he prepared tonight. With that, he headed toward his next goal. Later that night, Alone returned to the 38th floor. The doors opened to the library bathed in magical moonlight. As books floated gently in the air, a mysterious, ethereal voice rang out. Since you arrived right on time, it seems you have solved the riddle. Alone looked around unflinchingly. I came to solve more, he said calmly. The voice from a sphere of light seemed amused. Oh, you don't panic even after hearing my voice. Fascinating. Strands of light swirled and converged as the voice introduced itself with a string of legendary titles. The stir of fear and reverence in those who disturb the world. The Slayer, eternal terror, known to mages as the Cup of the Primordial. The light revealed the shimmering silhouette of a woman, an existence of massive magical power. Alone's eyes widened in recognition. He knew exactly who and what he was facing. The voice revealed her final, most famous title. The first human to reach the 8th rank since the era of the Forgotten Gods, Archmage Heinkel. And there she was in all her glory, a young girl with long blue hair, floating gracefully in the air, wearing a witch hat so massive it was ridiculous. Alone instantly tensed up. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. One mistake, and it's game over. He thought he remembered this encounter well from the game. Honestly, players called Heinkel the replay witch. To get the item, you had to choose the right dialogue options. A game-like interface appeared. Heinkel floated down, remarking, "Oh, you've grown up quite a bit, haven't you?" The game offered 3 choices. His cursor hovered over a hilariously terrible option. Little girl, you should use honorifics. Heinkel immediately threw a chibi tantrum. Honorifics? You want to die? Are you starting to get cocky? The game text explained, by the 3rd meeting, we're a bit closer, so if you pick the wrong choice, you just get chewed out. But picking the wrong choice on the 1st meeting meant instant death. Another dialogue box popped up. This time, he picked the worst option imaginable. Go drink some milk. Heinkel went from 0 to 100, her face contorting in pure rage as the background turned blood red. What did you just say? The game text helpfully added that she was also known as the Messy Milk, which because she killed players instantly. Better prepare a defense first. He couldn't afford to die right away, he thought, bracing for the worst. Heinkel's face was completely obscured by her hat. Suddenly, two terrifyingly massive eyes materialized in the air behind him. He started to speak, but she cut him off with a sudden, startling shriek. Alone was completely baffled. What just happened? He rubbed his eyes, completely at a loss. Maybe because I'm seeing something from a game. He got a clear look at her for the first time without the scary special effects, and had a profound realization. She's really short. Looks like the hat is doing all the heavy lifting. Heinkel, now completely panicked and embarrassed, floated in the air, trying to hide behind her hat. Here, she stammered. Alone could only make a confused, chibi expression. With a desperate cry, she threw a small treasure chest at him and fled in a panic. The chest floated gently into Alone's hands. Heinkel, meanwhile, was already making her escape. That's enough. I'm leaving now, the hat's speech bubble declared. And just like that, she vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving a bewildered Alone behind. He looked at the dagger in his hand, then back to where she had just been. Wait, Heinkel! He had prepared his magic, just in case. He was completely thrown off balance. He looked over his shoulder, but was she looking at something behind him? There was nothing there anyway. He sighed. Well, he won't complain about getting it this easily. After all that stress, he had scored the quest item without even having to answer a single riddle. Score 1 for our socially awkward protagonist. After the chaos of the duel and the bizarre encounter with Archmage Heinkel, Alone spent some time focusing on his studies. Joining magic discussion sessions with Leanne, he realized that bouncing ideas off her was way more effective than studying alone. While Alone specialized in mana control, Leanne excelled in spell sequencing, making them the perfect study partners. But Lion's mind was stuck on one thing. With a completely puzzled look, she asked, "But are you seriously only a third-rank mage?" Alone just sighed, thinking to himself, "This is the 15th time you've asked me that." Leanne realized her blunder and gave a cute little nod, apologizing. Saw thee. Alone brushed it off, thinking to himself that maybe it was time he tried some 4th-rank magic, even though he didn't feel completely ready yet. But his quiet study days were cut short. On the 4th day of the conference, shocking news arrived. An outer god had appeared in the Larthania labyrinth. A strange mutation first discovered a week ago was now spreading throughout the entire dungeon. There was no time to waste. With a grave expression, Alone turned to Evan. "Send this letter out. We're leaving immediately." As he was getting ready to depart, Fenia chased after him, asking with a slight pout, "Count, are you leaving already?" Alone confirmed it, and Fenia's face lit up with a bizarrely cheerful expression. She waved him off with a massive, enthusiastic shout, "Safe travels." Watching her leave, Alone couldn't help but think, even though she came all the way to his carriage to say goodbye, she doesn't seem sad about him leaving at all. He really didn't get her. A few days later, leaving a surprisingly radiant Fenia behind, Alone's carriage reached its destination, Lenina, the Labyrinth City, a massive metropolis built around the dungeon. As the carriage came to a halt, Alone and Evan stepped out, cloaked and ready for business. The sheer scale of the building before them was overwhelming. Evan looked around in awe. I knew she was doing well for herself, but this is on another level. He had a divine epiphany, a truth that transcended dimensions. Money is absolute power. He finally understood why magic item experts held so much influence. They approached the grand, ornately decorated gates of the building, where a well-dressed staff member blocked them and asked if they had an appointment. It seemed even getting a meeting required booking in advance. Alone tried using his name. "I know this is sudden, but could you announce that Count Palacio is here?" The staff member looked like he was about to pop a vein. That's the 325th time today." He smirked. "No appointment. The meeting fee is 3,000 gold coins." Alone's jaw dropped. "That much? That's enough to buy a whole house." He swallowed his pride and asked, "When is the next open appointment?" The employee checked the schedule with an arrogant smile. "I can squeeze you in about 10 months from now." Alone and Evan were completely flabbergasted. 10 months. Before they could argue, someone threw a pouch of money at the gatekeeper, shouting, "Hey, Open up. A short, chubby nobleman escorted by 2 thugs walked up. This was Laveld Greystone, the son of the Lord of Larthania. The gatekeeper immediately thought, "Oh, brother, this guy again." Alone's internal monologue was brutally straightforward. He's just a piece of trash riding on his daddy's title. The spoiled brat finally turned to them and sneered. Scram, beggars. That was the last straw. Evan and Alone were boiling with rage. We are not beggars. Suddenly, a calm female voice cut through the tense air. From the top of the stairs, a young girl with long blue hair walked down. Laveld looked up. Oh, Rinna. She didn't even break her stride. Her voice was ice cold, get lost. And then, with a speed that completely defied her elegant appearance, she delivered a brutal slap right to Laveld's face, sending him flying and spitting blood. She glided past the chaos and stopped in front of Alone, bowing slightly. I've kept you waiting, benefactor. The gatekeeper and Laveld's thugs were in absolute shock. The employee could only think, our boss is always so polite and fair, whether she's dealing with a prince or a beggar. Laveld, now a crying mess, bawled his eyes out, screaming, how dare you speak to me like that? I'm a noble. I'm very close with the Council of 3. Let me remind you, Rinna, Alone, and Evan just stood there with expressions that said they were completely sick and tired of his crap. Laveld continued his tantrum while his thugs dragged him back to his luxury carriage. You'll regret turning your back on me for these beggars. After the garbage had been cleared out, Rinna calmly invited them inside. Please come in, benefactor, and you as well. Let's head inside. Alone leaned in, worried. Are you sure about this? Is this going to be okay? I heard the Lord of Larthania really spoils his son. Rinna gave him a reassuring look. Don't you worry. You probably won't be seeing him again. It was a statement that was both comforting and a little terrifying. Later, they were all seated in a luxurious parlor. Evan was enjoying a macaron, while Alone thought, sitting in the master's seat again. He turned to Rinna. But why do you call me Godfather? She looked at him, confused. Excuse me, he explained. The other kids call me Godfather or Benefactor. I was just wondering why you chose that specific title. Patron sounds way too formal. Her expression softened a bit. It's the title that suits you best. They shared a brief, sweet moment of understanding. Is that so? Alone felt a surge of pride. Rinna is a serious girl, and she's doing great. I'm proud of you. He took a sip of his tea and got straight to the point. As I mentioned in the letter, I have a favor to ask. He realized he needed influence to achieve his goals. Can you help me join the Outer Godray team? He scratched the back of his neck, a bit embarrassed. What if the incident at the gate complicates things? Rinna cut him off. Benefactor, are you seriously that worried about the Lord's son? Alone replied that he just didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. That's all. A confident little smile played on her lips. Please don't worry. I believe I can do exactly as you ask. Alone breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, thank you. Once business was concluded, Rinna suggested they rest up after their long journey. Evan was blown away by her maturity. Whoa, she really acts like an adult. He whispered to Alone, yeah, she definitely gives off top-of-the-class vibes. That night, Alone lay awake, relieved that Rinna could help, but still mulling over his plans. It hadn't been long since the incident in the north. Maybe he should take a quick break and review the plan. He must have been more tired than he realized because he slept straight through until Evan woke him up. Count, don't you want to grab some lunch? Alone groaned. How long did I sleep? He joined Rinna and Evan at the lavish dining table. Rinna reported back with ruthless efficiency. I handled your request yesterday. The raid team meeting is today. We should head over. Then she added casually, as if commenting on the weather, and don't worry about Laveld Greystone. I've taken care of him permanently. Alone froze halfway through bringing food to his mouth, his spoon hovering in midair. Those words echoed in his head, followed by a frantic barrage of question marks. Wait, what? His gamer brain kicked into gear. He knew Laveld was the cancer of Larthania, a truly despicable villain. Every single side quest in the Larthania region of the game, from massacring mercenaries to horrifying biological experiments, pointed directly to Laveld as the culprit. But knowing he was a villain in a game and having one of his own people assassinate him were two completely different stories. This was basically assassinating royalty. He asked her why. Her answer was cold, simple, and fiercely loyal. He made you uncomfortable, and letting him live would only prolong that discomfort. Alone started to sweat. It was true that Rinna was also one of the seeds born from the 7 deadly sins, but even if she viewed him as a benefactor, this was going a bit too far. Furthermore, she was a magic item expert. How exactly did she slaughter Lavald's mercenaries? Seeing his conflicted expression, Rinna misunderstood his silence as disappointment. Is there a problem? If that's not enough, I can't. Alone quickly cut her off. No, I'm just worried about your safety. Her expression softened into surprise. Oh, then she reassured him. No need to worry. I've handled everything cleanly. Alone could only think. Our ways of thinking are truly worlds apart. He patted her head, trying to defuse the situation. Yeah, thanks. Don't be upset. She denied being upset. He sighed. Are you embarrassed? He offered a final piece of advice. But anyway, try to avoid putting yourself in dangerous situations. It would be a shame to lose everything you've worked so hard to build, wouldn't it? She seemed to catch on. Benefactor, since you're here, I want to show you the tracking eye. She led him to the artifact. A gold star-shaped, I was pulsing with green energy. This is the tracking eye. Renee began her report. The number of imprints is increasing without any issues. Suddenly, everything clicked for Alone. Wait, the black imprint amplifies the artifact's power. Is it really the tracking eye? He remembered its description from the game. It was supposed to be just a basic item for appraising low-tier artifacts, with no special history. His mind was blown. So this was the reason Rinna was so successful and why she was so good to him. He tried to keep his cool. You're using it very well. Rinna continued her report, mentioning that they could collect them all in a few more years. And Alone was once again completely lost. What the hell is she talking about? She wrapped up the update. Well, now that I've given you a full progress report, please follow me to the meeting room. The moment they stepped inside, a cat girl with black and white hair pointed at him. Hold on. We're not seriously planning on bringing this loser along, are we? It's obvious his reputation is nothing but hot air. And she wasn't the only one. They were introduced to the leaders of the 5 major guilds. Mayan of the Antiquity Trackers, Maverick of the Nomad Lands, Hyman of the Acadia Guild, and Argonia of the Kalamadra Guild. None of them looked impressed. Mayan even looked ready to attack, drawing her daggers. Alone wasn't surprised. They were mercenaries who valued strength above all else. So he had anticipated this kind of reception, but they didn't even bother to hide their hostility. His hand unconsciously brushed against the blade ring on his finger as snowflakes began to form around it. He was going to have to prove his worth. The air in the council hall suddenly cracked under a terrifying, unbearable pressure as Alone finally unleashed the frightening extent of his power. A violent ice storm erupted from his body, engulfing the entire room in a wild vortex of swirling snow and razor-sharp ice. One spell seamlessly transitioned into another as snowy terrain spread beneath everyone's feet, followed by tiers of freezing magic condensing into a terrifying, overwhelming blizzard. Floating serenely in the very center of the chaos, Alone emerged as the eye of an absolute hurricane. Behind his icy expression lay 2 unshakable motivations. He thought to himself, I know better than anyone that ordinary armies will only become meaningless sacrifices before the terror known as an outer god. At the same time, I also need Larthania's strongest mercenaries for the reckless strategy one planned to execute. Alone believed that displaying overwhelming magical power would instantly force the guild leaders to cooperate. However, the veterans interpreted his actions as a declaration of war. You damn count. You think you can just crush us with raw power? Alone maintained his perfect composure, quietly implying that the mercenaries were the ones who had provoked him first. Behind that frosty mask, however, panic was starting to creep into his mind. As Maverick charged forward with blatant murderous intent, Alone felt a flash of fear and thought, did my acting just turn into a disastrous mistake? Refusing to let his fear show, he materialized an intricately carved ice throne and sat upon it like a monarch looking down on inferiors. Gazing down at the guild leaders from above, he quietly demanded, calm down and think rationally. Despite his arrogant appearance, Alone's confidence stemmed from knowledge that nobody else possessed. This entire situation lined up perfectly with a specific scenario he remembered very well. He thought to himself, everything now rides on one key factor, Argonia. If the demon-horned female leader of Kalamadra accepts me, bloodshed can still be avoided. As the confrontation pushed to the brink of violence, Argonia finally intervened. Her sharp green eyes locked onto Alone before she commanded, "Stop this right now." Everyone cut the chaos. Maverick ground to a halt at her command. Furious and confused, the swordsman growled, "Why are you stopping us from attacking?" Argonia calmly replied, "You guys are the ones who insulted and provoked the Count first, so don't go blaming others." Seated upon his ice throne, Alone maintained his persona as a cold aristocrat, but inside he was flooded with relief and thought. My reckless gamble paid off exactly as I hoped. Once he had control of the situation, Alone smoothly shifted the direction of the discussion. "Now, let's talk about the upcoming expedition into the labyrinth." Argonia nodded. "The descent will begin in 2 days." Sensing the tension still hanging thick in the room, she suggested, "I think we should postpone the rest of the strategy meeting until tomorrow." Recognizing this as the perfect chance to retreat, Alone agreed immediately and left the hall with his usual aristocratic grace. The moment the doors shut behind him, his entire exterior completely crumbled. Drenched in sweat, he clutched his chest, panting heavily. Alone leaned against the hallway wall in a state of utter panic and cursed at himself. "Damn it, you couldn't pay me to pull a bluff like that ever again." Inside the still frozen hall, Maverick angrily questioned, "Argonia, why did you just let that arrogant noble walk away without doing anything?" Before his fury could escalate, a panicked mage grabbed his arm and desperately warned, "You don't understand anything. Argonia, just save your life. The magic Alone held back during that standoff could have wiped you out in an instant." The atmosphere grew heavier as the narrative flashed back hundreds of years into Argonia's memories. Deep inside a cave, her biological mother, a massive red dragon, delivered a chilling warning to her young daughter. "If a black eye ever appears in the sky one day, you must completely ignore it. Even surviving an encounter with that creature requires forgetting about it entirely." The ancient dragon emphasized the existence behind that eye is on a level that far surpasses anything known. Back in the present, cold sweat rolled down Argonia's face. That was the only piece of advice her mother had ever given her. As she looked toward the door Alone had just walked through, horrifying images rushed into her mind. A blood-red eye and an endless, deep blue eye materialized behind the Count like cosmic phantoms. Frozen by ancient terror, only a single thought echoed in her mind. Who on earth is Alone? The next day, Alone walked into the strategy meeting fully prepared for endless, heated arguments with the mercenaries. Yet, what he encountered was the exact opposite. He was completely dumbfounded as every single guild leader immediately nodded in agreement with his battle plan without a single objection. Mayan, who had been hostile before, was now completely silent. Even Argonia didn't offer any dissenting opinions. Inside, Alone was quietly celebrating. He thought to himself, "By disguising my knowledge of the outer god as information taken from the ancient book, I have successfully established myself as the undisputed strategist of the entire expedition." Once the preparations were complete, the raid team began their descent into the dungeon. The deeper floors erupted into fierce combat almost instantly. Mutated crow-like monsters swarmed in like a tidal wave, while the guild leaders unleashed devastating combos of steel and magic. Watching the elite mercenaries tear through the monsters with ease while he merely supported from the back, Alone silently admitted, "If I had rushed into this nightmare alone, I would have been dead a long time ago." After a brutal battle, the group continued moving through the dark corridors, the heavy tension lingering in the air. Suddenly, Mayan approached Alone with a noticeably hostile attitude. She stared directly at him and asked, "Was your cold attitude from before because you discriminate against beastmen?" Realizing she was still harboring a grudge from their first encounter, Alone quickly explained, "No, my detached attitude had absolutely nothing to do with racial discrimination." That explanation instantly flipped Mayan's attitude upside down. Her aggression vanished, replaced by a seductive, teasing smile. She openly flirted. Actually, I was really impressed by the overwhelming power you showed in the meeting. Your magic made my heart skip a beat. Alone was completely caught off guard by her blatant forwardness. While trying to process her sheer audacity, he suddenly remembered that Mayan's tribe practically worshipped strength. Understanding her motives, Alone calmly rejected her. I'm sorry, but I have no intentions of that sort. Mayan took the rejection completely in stride, adding with a smile, your magic already made my heart race. I'll leap ahead for a bit then. Who knows? Maybe I can change your mind later. Before Alone could even steady his mind after that bizarre exchange, a terrifying, gloomy aura materialized right beside him. John stepped quietly out of the shadows, eyes dripping with murderous intent, his voice polite yet ice-cold. Master, would you like me to eliminate that insolent female beastman right now? Alone was horrified by how casually the assassination offer was made. He refused instantly, cold sweat pouring down his face, as he silently concluded, Beastmen really possess personalities that are terrifyingly bizarre. Time passed, and by the second day inside the labyrinth, the raid team was desperately searching for a shortcut to the lower floors. Constant explosions shattered walls all over the ruins, but each new opening led only to a dead end. The guild leaders grew increasingly exhausted and frustrated after wasting countless hours smashing massive blocks of stone only to end up with nothing to show for it. Alone cursed silently. The difference between reality and the game I remember is brutal. In the game, you just press a button to move between floors. In reality, every single descent requires hours of grueling exploration through an endless maze. Finally, Argonia discovered a hidden portal. Stepping through the swirling blue portal, the expedition team reached the 5th floor. Unlike the dark ruins above, this area resembled a peaceful sanctuary filled with sunlight, lush green meadows, and towering white stone pillars. Alone instantly recognized this as a safe zone from the original game, and was finally able to relax a little. During their brief rest, Argonia spoke up. The outer god has been detected near the 12th floor, which means we don't have much time to prepare for the real nightmare below. As the mercenaries got ready to resume their journey, exhaustion finally dragged Alone down. He collapsed onto a stone slab, panting heavily from the grueling journey down the floors. Maverick looked at him with blatant contempt and scoffed. Is our strategist wiped out after just a few floors? Then disaster struck. A massive crescent of green energy tore through the sanctuary, slicing several mercenaries completely in half before anyone could even react. Blood and body parts splattered across the once peaceful meadow. The vanguard was completely wiped out. The survivors froze in absolute horror. Perched on a ruined stone pillar, a dark-haired figure radiating an overwhelming aura stood there. Looking down at them as if they were insects, the creature raised a glowing hand, preparing to unleash another wave of destructive energy to finish everyone off. Alone reacted instantly. A massive glacier erupted from the ground, blocking the attack. The impact shook the entire sanctuary, but Alone's ice shield held firm, saving the remaining survivors from annihilation. Maverick stared at the ice wall in sheer awe, uttering a word of disbelief. Alone had just saved everyone, while above them, the dark figure laughed with twisted amusement, impressed that a mere human could block his attack. Alone raised his head, forcing himself to keep a calm face despite the utter panic raging inside him. He recognized the demon instantly. Kairos was once a weak creature obsessed with knowledge, but through relentless effort, he had risen to become a demon king, a monster closing in on the realm of the gods. Descending onto the peak of Alone's glacier, Kairos mocked, "You even know my name? Fascinating, human." Alone maintained his composed exterior while his insides were in absolute turmoil. He thought to himself, the information guild guaranteed it would take Kairos 3 more days to get here. His early arrival has completely shattered my strategy. Alone maintained his composed exterior while his insides were in absolute turmoil. He thought to himself, the information guild guaranteed it would take Kairos 3 more days to get here. His early arrival has completely shattered my strategy. Alone refused instantly. He turned to the surviving mercenaries, ordering them to prepare for battle immediately. The group snapped out of their paralysis as Argonia drew her weapon and shouted to rally the formation. Unlike previous disasters, Alone realized they still had an advantage. The team still had their weapons and were ready. The labyrinth hadn't fully stabilized yet, meaning Kairos couldn't use his full power. Above them, the Demon King's smirk widened, dripping with bloodlust. With a casual wave of his hand, Kairos unleashed absolute destruction. A terrifying stream of deep green energy tore through the sanctuary, leveling the ground. Explosions of rock and magic engulfed the battlefield as elite mercenaries were tossed around like broken dolls under the overwhelming power. Argonia and Maverick activated their swordsmanship and charged straight at Kairos together. The exact moment the two attacked, Kairos sneered in mockery. Scatter swordsmanship? Entertaining. Alone instantly realized his judgment was correct. This technique was effective against the magic of an outer god that hadn't fully manifested, and he breathed a silent sigh of relief that he had prepared it in advance. At the same time, Maverick, Argonia, Han, and Mayan launched a coordinated assault on Kairos all at once. Arrows, mana blasts, and sword strikes rained down from every direction, yet not a single blow connected. Kairos effortlessly dodged every attack with overwhelming ease. The attacks instead struck the goblins scattered around the battlefield, knocking them down one by one. Amidst the spreading chaos, Alone realized time was running out. He knew full well that if they wanted even a shred of chance at victory, they had to seize the initiative immediately. Without hesitation, Alone began to channel his mana. The Snowflake Matrix, glory of the snowy mountains, and blind execution activated one after the other. A massive snowflake formed in front of him, radiating a spine-chilling amount of power. At that exact moment, Renée opened her book and released supporting mana with ancient incantations. Take this. Countless iron chains erupted from her magic and shot directly toward Kairos to bind him tightly. But he remained completely unscathed. In tandem with those chains, Alone launched his massive snowflake attack straight at Kairos, the Ice Crystal Calamity Strike. Seeing the overwhelming power of both attacks raining down simultaneously, Maverick and Argonia completely froze in their tracks. Kairos stood calmly watching the incoming attack, utterly unconcerned. Alone was certain that if this hit connected, it would definitely kill him on the spot. But in the very next instant, Kairos casually flicked a finger and formed a seal. Two-dimensional slashes materialized, tearing Alone's ice crystal apart like a harmless piece of rubble. With just that, both powerful attacks instantly vanished as if they had never existed. Kairos sneered in mockery once again. "I'll take this gift, you insects." Alone's face turned pale with horror. He shredded the Ice Crystal Calamity Strike just like that. Kairos smiled faintly. "Yet it seems you still don't know a thing. I'm starting to find this amusing, so I'll play around with you for a bit. Even though I haven't fully manifested, the results will still be quite entertaining." Then, Kairos unleashed his own mana. He activated his spells in sequence. Tremor Release. The mercenary squad immediately rushed forward to stop him, with countless attacks flying in from all directions, determined to halt him at all costs. But it seemed everything was already too late. A terrifying explosion erupted from his power. The raging mana surged, and the attack instantly tore Argonia and Maverick's bodies in half in the blink of an eye. Nameless Principle. A light so blinding it was insane burst from the center of the explosion, obscuring everyone's vision from the brutal reality about to crash down. When a mist finally cleared, the battlefield was revealed to be completely devastated, the shattered ground stretching out everywhere, leaving Han rooted to the spot, unable to believe the overwhelming scale of destruction before her eyes. Before anyone could react, Kairos casually flicked a finger once more. A slash flew toward Han, forcing her to lean back and barely dodge it. But Kairos didn't stop there, following up with a vertical strike from midair. "Now, let's see how you dodge this one." Instantly, Han's body was ripped in two, her severed form collapsing onto the ground. The sight left Mayan stunned as she desperately charged toward him. But Kairos immediately delivered a devastating kick to Mayan, sending her flying backward to smash violently against the wall. With a ruthless smile, Kairos said, "I actually expected quite a lot from you. Entertaining indeed. Let's see how much longer you can keep me amused." Witnessing the ongoing massacre, Alone realized he had never seen this kind of magic before. Kairos was completely capable of using both ritual seals and incantations. Furthermore, the gap in their levels was painfully obvious. The distance lay not just in skill, but in information, preparation, and raw power. Everything had completely collapsed right before their eyes. Alone understood that the situation had devolved into the worst-case scenario. Even so, he still refused to give up. The only thing left for him was to push his magic past its absolute limits. With that determination, Alone began to cast his spells once again. Glory of the Snowy Mountains and Crystallization activated, followed by rotation. As he crossed his fingers, a massive ring-shaped surface of mana formed in front of him. Seeing the magic gradually stabilize, Alone realized it was working. The magic he created had successfully blocked the slashes from that guy Kairos. Right now, the only things that mattered were speed and keeping up the fight. Knowing he couldn't do it alone, Alone called out, "Rinna, support me right now." "Yes, Godfather." Rinna instantly combined her attack with Alone's magic, merging both their powers together before launching another massive assault toward Kairos. Rinna instantly combined her attack with Alone's magic, merging both their powers together before launching another massive assault toward Kairos. And just as expected, Kairos casually smirked and shattered both Rinna's iron chains and Alone's attack without any effort whatsoever. The backlash of the destroyed magic rebounded straight into Alone himself. Kairos effortlessly neutralized each attack one by one. Alone gasped for air, but still refused to let go. Alone gasped for air, but still refused to let go. In the middle of the clash, Kairos suddenly appeared right in front of Alone. At that exact moment, Alone realized this was the exact opportunity Rinna needed. Without hesitation, Alone and Rinna once again combined their strength and unleashed another attack toward Kairos. Rinna was clearly nearing her limit as well. She wasn't a pure combat specialist, so her power was noticeably lacking. While the magic was taking shape, Alone focused on the final remaining restriction within his magic. He understood the conditions perfectly. Magic had been used against an outer god. Magic had been used on snowy terrain. Magic had been used at death's door. Magic had even been used against a literal god. Alone realized that adding one more restriction could allow him to bend the laws of the world even further. Yet, deep down, he also knew that even that wouldn't be enough. Desperately searching for an answer, Alone forced himself to think harder than ever before. He was certain there had to be a solution somewhere, something capable of ending everything in a single strike. Right then, Kairos's earlier words echoed in his mind. "You still don't understand anything." Then, Alone suddenly recalled the words of that mysterious figure. That mystical entity had explained that in this world, what follows words is the principle itself. Words, principles, the ego, human life. Alone became convinced that there had to be a clue hidden somewhere in all of that, and that clue would allow him to reach the next stage. Sweat poured down his face as Alone grabbed his hair and gritted his teeth in sheer desperation. "Of everything I've been through, what could possibly transcend principles? I need a clue." Suddenly, unexpected voices broke in. "It is a symbol. Enlightenment and illusion stem from the same root. Once you comprehend that, you will receive a key to unlock." The moment the magic activated, Alone's mana exploded outward, forming a massive spear-like structure in front of him. Seeing the terrifying new power taking shape, even Kairos was slightly shaken as he tried to comprehend what Alone was doing. "What is this thing? It's impossible." With the new power finally fully formed, its dangerous nature annoyed Kairos, as Rinna constantly blocked him from getting close to Alone. In response, Kairos shifted his attack toward Rinna. How annoying! His power shattered the chains and headed straight for Rinna. But before it could touch her, Alone rushed out to shield her. The slash tore right through Alone's arm, injuring him quite severely. Even while enduring the pain, Alone finally understood what had happened the moment he formed the seal for the authority of wisdom. The streams of magic intertwined, and the spell transformed into a massive ice key. And as that key turned inside the crystal, a completely new form of magic was born. Instantly, the entire battlefield was locked in frost, coating every corner of the grass. Without hesitating for even a second, Alone immediately activated his magic. The massive key slowly dropped down and exploded, the Ice Crystal Calamity Strike. The overwhelming power of the spell flooded the entire space in the blink of an eye. It completely trapped Kairos inside a massive prison of ice. In the very next moment, a colossal glacier would swallow this entire meadow.